Welcome to my channel. This is not just an English course. This is a journey from silence to confidence, from fear to freedom. If you have ever felt English was difficult or not meant for you, you are in the right place. Let us begin, slowly, honestly, and together. Let me sit with you for a moment, not like a teacher standing at a board, but like someone sitting beside you, calm and patient. Before we talk about rules, before we talk about grammar, before we talk about speaking fast or slow, I want you to hear one simple truth. English is not difficult. It never was. The problem was never your mind, your memory, or your ability. The real problem is that English was presented to you in a way that made it look scary, heavy, and unreachable. You were told to start with rules, exams, red marks, and fear. Anyone would feel weak in that situation. But that weakness is not real. It was created. And today, we gently remove it. Most people believe they are bad at English. They say, I am weak in English, or English is not for me. But think carefully. Is a hammer difficult? Or is it difficult only when no one shows you how to hold it? English is the same. It is a tool for talking, understanding, connecting, and living. It is not a subject meant to punish you. It is not an exam meant to judge you. It is simply a way humans communicate with other humans. When English is treated like a living thing, it becomes light. When it is treated like a school subject, it becomes heavy. Today, we choose the lighter path. Let me tell you something important that no one usually tells beginners. You already know English. Maybe not in sentences, maybe not in full conversations, but English is already around you and inside you. You see English on your phone every day. You hear it in movies, songs, and videos. You read it on signs, buttons, and apps. Words like start, stop, open, close, log in, menu, okay, and cancel are already part of your life. This means English is not a stranger. It is a familiar guest that has been visiting you for years. You were just never invited to speak back. One big reason people feel afraid of English is grammar. Grammar was introduced like a monster. Long rules, strange names, and fear of being wrong. But here is the truth spoken. English hides quietly. People do not speak grammar. They speak meaning. Grammar is something that grows naturally when you hear and use English again and again. Children do not learn grammar rules before speaking. They speak first, and grammar slowly organizes itself inside their mind. Adults can do the same, but they were told the opposite. They were told to be perfect first. That advice created silence, not fluency. There is also a big difference between spoken English and textbook English. Textbook English is neat, clean, and slow. Spoken English is alive. It has pauses. It has mistaken. It has repetition. Real people stop, think, correct themselves, and continue. They do not panic when they forget a word. They replace it. They explain it another way. Spoken English is flexible. Textbook English is strict. In this course, we focus on spoken English, the English of real life. The English you can use even when your vocabulary is small. Another fear that stops people is the fear of mistakes. Let me be very honest with you. Mistakes are not the enemy of English. Silence is. When you stay silent, nothing grows. When you speak, even with mistakes, your brain learns. Every mistake shows your brain where to adjust. If mistakes were dangerous, no child would ever learn to speak. But children speak badly, clearly, loudly, and proudly. That is why they learn fast. Adults became quiet because they were told mistakes are shameful. Today, we remove that shame. Fluency does not start with perfection. Fluency starts with comfort. Comfort with your voice. Comfort with not knowing everything. Comfort with saying simple sentences. Comfort with being understood, not admired. When you feel comfortable, you speak more. When you speak more, your English grows. This is a natural process, not magic. You do not need talent for it. You need patience and kindness toward yourself. I want you to imagine English not as a wall you must climb, but as a road you walk slowly. Some days you walk fast. Some days you walk slowly. But you keep moving. There is no race here. There is no comparison. Your English journey belongs only to you. The moment you stop fighting English and start walking with it, things change. From this point onward, you are not here to study English like a subject. You are here to live with it, to hear it, to repeat it, to feel it, to use it in small, real ways every day. You are allowed to be a beginner. You are allowed to speak slowly. You are allowed to pause. You are allowed to grow naturally. Take a deep breath. Relax your shoulders. English is not difficult. It is human. And you are human too. This journey is not about becoming perfect. It is about becoming comfortable. And that comfort starts now. Chapter 2. How Children Learn to Speak. Let's take a step back in time for a moment. Think about a baby learning to speak. That baby has no books, no grammar rules, no exams, and no fear. No one tells the baby, "You made a mistake," or "That sentence is wrong." And yet, slowly, naturally, almost magically, that baby learns to speak. Not one language, but sometimes 2 or 3. This is not because the baby is special or gifted. It is because the method is natural. The baby listens first, for a long time. The baby hears sounds again and again. Then one day, without planning, the baby starts making sounds. Those sounds are not perfect. They are broken, unclear, and funny. But no one stops the baby. Everyone smiles. Everyone encourages. And because of that safety, language grows. Now let's look at adults. Adults are not weaker than children. In fact, adults are mentally stronger in many ways. Adults understand ideas faster. Adults can focus longer. Adults already know how the world works. So why does learning English feel harder for adults? The answer is simple. Adults forgot the natural method. Adults try to understand everything before they speak. They try to explain before they copy. They try to be correct before they are comfortable. This creates pressure, and pressure blocks learning. A child does not think, "Is this sentence correct?" A child thinks, "Let me try." That one difference changes everything. Children always listen first. They listen to their parents, their family, the world around them. They listen even when they do not understand. Their brain is not trying to translate or analyze. Their brain is simply collecting sounds, patterns, and rhythm. That is how language enters the mind. Adults, on the other hand, often stop listening because they want to understand every word. When they do not understand, they feel frustrated and stop. But listening without full understanding is not a problem. It is the first step. Your brain is still learning, even when you feel confused. This is something you must trust. After listening comes imitation. Children copy sounds before words. They copy tone, emotion, and rhythm. They repeat the same word again and again. Not because they are forced, but because repetition feels safe and interesting. Adults often feel embarrassed repeating words. They think repetition is childish, but repetition is not childish. Repetition is how the brain builds strength. Every time you repeat a sound or a sentence, your brain becomes more familiar with it. Familiarity creates confidence. Confidence creates fluency. Another beautiful thing about children is that they speak without fear. They do not wait to be ready. They speak when their language is still broken. They mix words. They say things incorrectly. But every mistake is a step forward. A mistake means the brain is trying. Silence means the brain is stuck. Adults were taught to avoid mistakes, so they avoid speaking. This is why progress feels slow. But here is good news. Mistakes are not signs of failure. Mistakes are signs of progress. If you are making mistakes, it means you are moving. There is an important idea you must remember here. Imitation comes before explanation. Children do not ask for rules before speaking. They speak first, and later they understand why sentences work the way they do. Adults were taught the opposite. They were told to understand first, then speak. That method sounds logical, but it does not match how language actually grows. Language is a skill, not a theory. You learn it by doing, not by studying it deeply at the beginning. Now let me remove one more fear from your mind. Many adults believe children learn faster because their brains are better. That is not completely true. Children learn faster because they are not afraid. Adults can actually learn faster than children if they use the same method. Adults already understand the world. Adults already know how to express ideas. They just need the language tool. If adults listen more, copy more, repeat more, and judge themselves less, progress becomes surprisingly fast. Shame is another heavy block that adults carry. Shame about pronunciation, shame about accent, shame about sounding simple. Children feel no shame. They speak proudly, even when they sound wrong. You must slowly return to that mindset. Speaking simple English is not weakness. Speaking broken English is not failure. It is the bridge to strong English. Every fluent speaker you admire once spoke badly. They just did not stop. In this course, you are not asked to become a child. You are asked to borrow the child's method. Listen first. Copy sounds. Repeat without embarrassment. Speak before you fully understand. Allow mistakes. Enjoy small progress. When you do this, English stops feeling heavy. It becomes playful. It becomes human. It becomes possible. So if today your English feels slow, unclear, or broken, that is not a problem. That is proof that you are learning the right way. Be patient with yourself. Trust the process. You are not behind. You are exactly where a real learner should be. And from here, growth will come naturally, just like it did when you learned your first language. Chapter 3: Sounds Before Words. Let's slow everything down again and look at something very important that most learners completely miss at the beginning. English pronunciation problems do not come from lack of intelligence, talent, or effort. They come from one simple mistake. People try to read English before they truly hear it. They try to pronounce words by looking at spelling instead of listening to sound. English spelling is not honest. The same letter can sound different in different words, and different letters can make the same sound. When learners depend on spelling, confusion starts. But when learners depend on sound, clarity slowly appears. This is why sounds must come before words. Think about music for a moment. You do not learn a song by reading notes first. You hear the melody. You feel the rhythm. Only later, if you want, you learn the technical details. Language works the same way. English is not just words. It is sound, rhythm, stress, and movement. When you hear English like music, pronunciation becomes easier. When you see English like spelling, pronunciation becomes stressful. Today, we choose the easier path. Children never look at spelling when they learn to speak. They watch mouths. They listen to voices. They feel rhythm. Their ears guide their tongue. Adults often forget this. They look at a word, guess the sound, and then feel embarrassed when it sounds wrong. But that embarrassment comes from using the wrong tool. Your eyes are not the best tool for pronunciation. Your ears are. Let's talk about the mouth for a moment. English sounds are physical. They come from lips, tongue, teeth, and air. When native speakers talk, their mouth moves in a relaxed but clear way. Some sounds are soft. Some sounds are strong. Some sounds are long. Some are short. You do not need scientific names for these sounds. You just need awareness. Watching how English speakers move their mouth helps more than memorizing rules. Even without realizing it, your brain starts copying these movements when you listen carefully. Another important idea is stress. In English, not every word is equal. Some words are strong, some are weak. This is very different from many other languages. English has a natural up and down rhythm. Important words are stressed. Small helper words are lighter and faster. This rhythm is what makes English sound smooth. When learners pronounce every word strongly, English sounds robotic and tiring. When learners follow rhythm, English flows naturally. You do not need to force this. Your ear will learn it slowly through listening. Now let's gently talk about the American accent. You do not need to sound American to speak good English. Clear English is more important than perfect accent. But it is helpful to understand how American English sounds in real life. American English is relaxed. Sounds connect smoothly. Words often link together. Some sounds become softer in fast speech. This is not something to memorize. It is something to notice. The more you listen, the more familiar it feels. Accent is not built by effort. It is built by exposure. One of the biggest mistakes learners make is reading too much at the beginning. Reading is useful, but pronunciation grows faster through listening. When you listen again and again, your brain starts recognizing sound patterns automatically. Even if you do not understand everything, your pronunciation improves. This is why listening to simple English daily is powerful. Your brain is learning in the background. You may not feel progress immediately, but it is happening quietly. Repeating out loud is another key step. Many learners repeat silently in their head. That is safe, but it is not enough. Speaking out loud trains your mouth. Your mouth needs practice, just like a muscle. At first, your pronunciation may feel strange or uncomfortable. That is normal. It means your mouth is learning new movements. Do not judge those sounds. Just repeat. Softly, calmly, again and again. Repetition without fear is how pronunciation grows. Fear is the biggest enemy here. Fear of sounding wrong, fear of being judged, fear of hearing your own voice. Children have none of this fear. Adults carry a lot of it. But remember this: no one speaks perfectly at the beginning. Every fluent speaker once sounded unclear. They just continued. Pronunciation does not become perfect suddenly. It becomes better little by little. Progress is quiet, not dramatic. Another important thing to understand is that pronunciation does not improve by correcting every sound immediately. Too much correction creates tension. Tension blocks natural speech. It is better to listen more, repeat more, and let your brain adjust naturally. Over time, your pronunciation becomes clearer without forcing it. This is how native speakers learn accents in other languages too. They live with the sound. They do not fight it. You might be surprised to know that many native speakers are not aware of the rules of pronunciation. They just speak. This tells us something powerful. Pronunciation is not a subject to study deeply at the beginning. It is a skill to absorb. The more you hear English, the more your brain builds an internal sound map. That map guides your speech automatically. So from today, change one small habit. When you hear English, do not rush to understand every word. First, listen to the sound, the rhythm, the rise and fall. When you repeat, do not worry about spelling. Copy what you hear, not what you see. Speak out loud without fear. Even if it feels imperfect, it is working. By the end of this chapter, you should feel lighter about pronunciation. You do not need to fix everything now. You just need to listen, notice, and repeat. Pronunciation is not a problem to solve. It is a skill that grows naturally with time and exposure. Trust your ears. Trust your voice. Your English sound will improve, quietly and steadily, as you keep moving forward. Chapter 4. Stop translating in your head. Let's talk about something that almost every English learner does, often without realizing it. You hear an English sentence, and inside your mind, you quickly change it into your own language. Then, when you want to speak, you first think in your language, translate it into English, and only then try to say it. This habit feels helpful at first, but in reality, it is the biggest reason fluency feels slow and painful. Translation creates a traffic jam in your mind. Ideas stop, words get stuck, confidence disappears, and the longer you depend on translation, the harder it becomes to speak naturally. Think about how fast thoughts move. They move quickly, emotionally, and often without words. But translation is slow. It needs 2 steps instead of 1. First language to English. While your brain is busy translating, the conversation moves forward. This is why you feel late, nervous, or confused when speaking English. You are not slow. You are just using a slow method. And the good news is that this method can be changed. When children learn a language, they never translate. A child hears the word apple and connects it directly to the fruit. There is no middle language. The word becomes the thing. Adults were taught to connect English words to translations instead of meaning. So when you hear apple, you might see a word from your own language first. That extra step creates distance. Fluency becomes possible only when English words connect directly to images, actions, and feelings, not to other words. Let's make this simple. When you hear the word run, do not translate it. Imagine someone running. Feel the movement. When you hear happy, do not search for a matching word in your language. Remember a feeling, a smile, a moment. This is how thinking in English begins, not with full sentences, but with pictures and emotions. Language is not born in dictionaries. It is born in experience. Translation also creates fear. When you translate, you start judging your English before speaking. You ask yourself, is this correct? Or, is this the right word? That fear blocks your voice. When you think directly in English, even with simple words, your brain stays relaxed. Relaxed brains speak more freely. This is why some people with small vocabulary speak more confidently than people with big vocabulary. Confidence comes from flow, not from knowledge. Stopping translation does not mean you suddenly forget your native language. It means you stop using it as a bridge every time. At the beginning, your English thoughts will be very small. 1 word, 2 words. That is normal. You do not need full sentences to start thinking in English. Even native speakers think in fragments. Late. Hungry. Need coffee. This is real thinking, not textbook thinking. Now let's introduce a powerful and simple idea. English moments. These are short moments during the day when you decide to use only English words in your mind. It could be 1 minute. It could be 5 minutes. While walking, cooking, or sitting quietly, describe what you see or feel using only English. Even if you know only a few words, use them. Morning. Cold. Walking. Phone. Do not translate. Just name things. This trains your brain to stay in English without pressure. At first, your brain may resist. It may pull you back into your native language. That is normal. Do not fight it. Gently return to English. Like training a muscle, consistency matters more than force. Over time, these English moments become easier. Your brain starts recognizing English as a thinking language, not just a study language. Another important thing to understand is that understanding English does not require translation. When you watch a movie scene and understand what is happening without translating every word, that is proof. Your brain already knows how to understand directly. You just need to trust that ability. Trust grows through repetition and exposure, not through control. Many learners worry that if they stop translating, they will understand less. In reality, the opposite happens. Understanding becomes faster and deeper because your brain stops jumping between languages. English starts to feel more natural, more immediate. Words arrive with meaning attached, not with confusion. Let me reassure you of something very important. You do not need to stop translation completely in one day. This is a gradual process. Even advanced speakers translate sometimes. The goal is not perfection. The goal is less translation and more direct connection. Every time you choose to think in English, even for a few seconds, you are strengthening the right habit. Your English brain is not weak. It has just been underused. The moment you stop translating and start trusting, that brain wakes up. It starts forming connections. It starts responding faster. Fluency does not appear suddenly. It grows quietly, like a habit forming. So from today, give yourself permission to think simply. Use English words for real things. Feel meaning instead of searching for translations. Create small English moments. Be patient. You are not losing your language. You are gaining another way to think. And one day, you will notice something surprising. English words will appear in your mind without effort. Not because you forced them, but because you allowed them. That is the moment fluency begins to feel real. Chapter 5. The Power of Simple Sentences. One of the biggest misunderstandings about fluent English is this idea that fluent speakers use big words and long, complex sentences. That belief has scared more learners than any grammar rule ever could. Many people stay silent because they feel their English is too simple. But here is a quiet truth you may not have noticed yet. Real fluent speakers, especially in daily life, speak simply. They speak clearly. They speak in short, direct sentences. And because of that, they sound confident, natural, and relaxed. Think about real conversations. When people talk at home, at work, in shops, or on the street, they are not giving speeches. They are not trying to impress anyone. They are trying to communicate. They want to be understood quickly and easily. That is why simple sentences are powerful. I'm tired. I don't know. Can you help me? I'll call you later. These sentences are short, but they do a lot of work. They move conversations forward. They solve problems. They connect people. Fluency lives inside these small sentences, not inside long, perfect ones. Many learners wait. They wait until they can say everything perfectly. They build long sentences in their head. They check grammar. They change words. And while they are doing that, the moment passes. The conversation moves on. Confidence drops. But fluent speakers do not do this. They speak in small chunks. They say one clear idea at a time. If they need to add more, they add another sentence. They do not carry everything in one heavy line. In American daily English, simple sentence patterns appear again and again. I want, I need, I think, I feel, I'm going to, I don't like. These patterns are not childish. They are practical. They are flexible. You can use them in hundreds of situations. When you master simple patterns, you can speak more than someone who memorizes complex grammar but never uses it. Simplicity gives you freedom. Let's talk about clarity for a moment. Clarity is more important than correctness. If someone understands you, communication is successful. Even if your grammar is not perfect, clear English works. Native speakers make grammar mistakes too, especially when they speak fast or casually. They repeat themselves. They change sentences in the middle. That does not stop communication. What stops communication is silence and fear. When you choose clarity, you choose progress. Short sentences also help your brain. When you speak simply, your brain stays calm. Calm brains speak better. Long sentences create pressure. Pressure creates fear. Fear blocks words. This is why confidence grows faster when you allow yourself to speak in short lines. Each small sentence is a small success. Many small successes build strong confidence. Another beautiful thing about simple sentences is that they invite conversation. When you speak simply, the other person feels comfortable responding. Complex sentences can sometimes sound distant or formal. Simple English feels human. It feels open. It feels real. This is especially true in American culture, where direct and simple communication is valued in daily life. You may feel that simple sentences make you sound basic, but sounding basic is not a problem. Sounding silent is. Fluency is not about showing how much English you know. It is about using the English you have. When you use simple sentences again and again, they become automatic. Automatic speech is the foundation of fluency. Let me give you an important mindset shift. You do not need to say everything at once. You can say it step by step. For example, instead of building one long sentence in your head, you can say, I went out today. I was tired. I needed fresh air. 3 simple sentences. Clear meaning. No pressure. This is how fluent speakers actually talk. Speaking in small chunks also gives you time. Time to think. Time to breathe. Time to listen. Conversations are not races. They are exchanges. When you allow pauses between simple sentences, you sound thoughtful, not weak. Silence is not always a problem. Sometimes it is part of natural speech. Confidence grows when your mouth and brain trust each other. Simple sentences build that trust. Every time you speak clearly, your brain says, I can do this. That feeling is powerful. It encourages you to speak again and again. Fluency grows through repetition of success, not through chasing perfection. From today, give yourself permission to be simple. Use short sentences. Speak clearly. Do not decorate your English too early. Decorations come later, naturally, when your foundation is strong. Right now, your job is to communicate, not to perform. Remember this one sentence and keep it close. Fluent English is simple English used confidently. When you accept that truth, fear becomes smaller, your voice becomes stronger, and English starts to feel like a tool you can actually use. And that is real progress. Chapter 6. Speak even when you're not ready. Let's talk honestly now, the way people rarely do when it comes to learning English. Most learners are not silent because they have no words. They are silent because they are waiting. Waiting to be ready. Waiting to feel confident. Waiting to know more grammar. Waiting for the perfect moment when English will feel easy. This waiting feels safe, but it is the biggest trap in language learning. The truth is simple and uncomfortable at the same time. You never feel ready before you speak. You only feel ready after you speak. Readiness is not the starting point. It is the result. Fear is very quiet, but very powerful. It whispers things like, "What if I say it wrong? What if they laugh? What if I forget the word?" These thoughts do not mean you are weak. They mean you are human. Even people who speak English well feel nervous sometimes. Nervousness does not disappear with skill. It disappears with experience. And experience only comes from speaking. If you wait for fear to go away first, you may wait forever. Many learners believe that fluent speakers started speaking only after they were good. That is not true. Fluent speakers started speaking when they were bad. They spoke with broken sentences. They paused a lot. They used simple words. They made mistakes. But they kept going. Every time they spoke, their brain learned something new. Their mouth became more comfortable. Their fear became smaller. Speaking early did not destroy their English. It created it. Think about real life for a moment. Imagine you are ordering food, asking for help, or talking to someone casually. These situations do not wait for perfect English. Life moves forward. In these moments, simple English works. Sorry, I don't understand. Can you help me? 1 minute, please. These are not perfect sentences, but they are powerful. They do the job. And every time you use them, you grow stronger. One reason people hesitate is because they imagine worst-case situations. They imagine embarrassment, judgment, or failure. But most real situations are much kinder than our imagination. People are usually patient. They listen. They help. And even if someone does not understand you, that is not a disaster. It is just part of communication. Misunderstandings happen even between native speakers. They smile, repeat, explain differently, and move on. You can do the same. Let's normalize nervousness. Nervousness does not mean you should stop. It means you care. It means something matters to you. Your hands may feel warm. Your heart may beat faster. Your voice may shake a little. That is okay. Speak anyway. Courage is not the absence of fear. Courage is speaking while fear is present. Each time you do this, your nervous system learns that speaking English is not dangerous. Slowly, the fear loses its power. Perfectionism is another heavy chain. Perfectionism says, if it's not perfect, don't say it. But perfectionism kills progress. Language is not built through perfect moments. It is built through messy ones. When you allow yourself to speak imperfectly, you give your brain permission to practice. Practice is how skills grow. Silence does not improve pronunciation. Silence does not improve confidence. Silence keeps everything the same. There is something very important you need to understand deeply. Speaking creates readiness, not the other way around. When you speak, even with limited English, your brain starts organizing information faster. Your listening improves. Your memory improves. Your reaction speed improves. These things do not happen when you stay quiet. They happen when you participate. Start small. You do not need long conversations. One sentence is enough. One word is enough. A short response is enough. Say hello. Say thank you. Ask a simple question. Answer briefly. These small actions are not small in effect. They are the building blocks of fluency. Many small moments create big change. You might still think, but my English is too weak. Let me say this clearly. Your English will never become strong without being weak first. Weakness is not a stage to avoid. It is a stage to pass through. Every speaker passes through it. The only difference between fluent speakers and silent learners is not talent. It is action. Another important shift is how you see mistakes. Mistakes are not signs that you should stop. They are signs that you are learning. If you speak and make a mistake, your brain notices. It adjusts. Next time, it does better. This is how learning works. If you never speak, your brain has nothing to adjust. Growth stops. You may also feel that others speak better than you. That comparison is natural, but unnecessary. You are not competing. You are building your own skill. Everyone's journey is different. Focus on one thing only. Did I speak today? If the answer is yes, you are moving forward. From today, make a simple promise to yourself. I will speak even when I feel unsure. I will speak even when my sentences are short. I will speak even when my voice is not confident yet, because confidence does not come first. It follows action. One day, you will look back and realize something surprising. The moment you stopped waiting was the moment English started feeling real. Not perfect, not magical, but usable. And that is all you need. Speak now. Readiness will meet you on the way. Chapter 7. Listening is your superpower. Many English learners believe that speaking is the most important skill. They focus on words, sentences, and grammar, and they feel frustrated when speaking does not improve quickly. But there is a secret that fluent speakers understand very well, even if they never say it out loud. Listening comes before speaking. Listening builds speaking. And listening, when done the right way, is your greatest superpower in learning English. Let's be honest for a moment. Most learners listen passively. They play an English video, a movie, or a conversation, and they hope something will magically enter their brain. When they don't understand much, they feel disappointed and stop. But smart listening is different. Smart listening does not mean understanding every word. It means training your brain to recognize patterns, rhythm, and meaning over time. This kind of listening works quietly but very powerfully. Think about how you understand your own language. You do not hear every word clearly. Sometimes there is noise. Sometimes people speak fast. Sometimes sentences are not complete. And yet you understand. Why? Because your brain recognizes patterns. It knows how sentences usually sound. It knows which words are important. This ability was built through years of listening, not through grammar study. English works the same way. Your brain needs exposure, not pressure. One of the most important things listening gives you is sentence memory. When you hear the same sentence structure again and again, your brain starts storing it automatically. You may not notice it, but one day the sentence comes out of your mouth naturally. That is not magic. That is memory built through listening. Repetition creates familiarity. Familiarity creates confidence. Confidence creates fluency. Many learners stop listening when they do not understand everything. This is a mistake. Understanding everything is not the goal. Understanding something is enough. Even understanding the situation, the emotion, or the general idea is progress. When you listen and catch only a few words, your brain is still working. It is connecting sound to meaning. This process continues even when you feel lost. Trust that process. Let's talk about listening for meaning, not for every word. When you listen to English, try to notice what is happening. Who is speaking? Are they happy, angry, tired, or calm? What is the topic? Is it about food, work, plans, or feelings? These clues help your brain understand without translation. This is how children listen. They do not stop and analyze. They feel first, understand later. Slow English is a powerful tool, especially for beginners. Slow English has natural pauses. It gives your brain time to catch sounds. It allows you to hear where sentences start and end. But slow does not mean unnatural. Real spoken English has rhythm. Some words are strong, some are soft, some are fast, some are slow. Listening to this rhythm trains your ear. Over time, fast English starts sounding slower because your brain knows what to expect. Another mistake learners make is listening only once. Listening once is rarely enough. Native speakers hear patterns thousands of times over their life. You need repetition, too. Listening to the same audio again and again is not boring. It is training. Each time you listen, you notice something new. A word, a pause, a connection. Even if you feel nothing is happening, your brain is building quietly. Daily listening is more important than long listening sessions. 10 minutes every day is better than 1 hour once a week. Daily listening keeps English alive in your mind. It keeps sounds fresh. It keeps rhythm familiar. Even on days when you feel tired, listening still works. You do not need energy to listen. You just need consistency. Listening also removes fear. When you listen more, English stops sounding foreign. It starts sounding normal. Your brain becomes comfortable with the sound of English. And comfort is the foundation of confidence. When you are comfortable hearing English, speaking becomes less scary. Your mouth has heard the sounds before. It is not starting from zero. Another important thing to remember is that listening does not require response. That makes it safe. When you listen, no one is judging you. No one is waiting for your answer. This safety allows your brain to relax. Relaxed brains learn faster. This is why listening is such a powerful starting point, especially for beginners. You may think, but I want to speak. That desire is good. But speaking without listening is like trying to sing a song you have never heard. Listening gives you the map. Speaking follows naturally. Many learners try to speak first and feel stuck. Learners who listen a lot find that speaking starts happening almost by surprise. From today, change how you listen. Do not listen with stress. Do not listen with the goal of understanding everything. Listen with curiosity. Listen with patience. Listen again and again. Let English sounds enter your mind naturally. Even when you feel confused, even when you feel slow, listening is working. Trust this process. Listening is not passive when done correctly. It is active learning without pressure. It is the fastest way to grow because it works with your brain, not against it. If you build strong listening habits, speaking will come. Not forced, not rushed, but natural. Listening is not just a skill. It is your superpower. Use it daily and let English grow quietly inside you. Chapter 8. Daily English Around You. One of the biggest mistakes learners make is believing that English lives only inside books, classrooms, or videos. They think English begins when they open a lesson and ends when they close it. But real English does not live there. Real English lives around you, quietly, every single day. It lives in your phone. It lives in your room. It lives in your routine. And when you start noticing it, English stops feeling like work and starts feeling like part of your life. Look around you right now. Wherever you are sitting, English is already present. Your phone screen shows English words. Your computer has English buttons. Your apps, settings, notifications, and menus are full of English. Words like message, search, settings, battery, update, and download are not new to you. You already understand them without translating every time. This means your brain is already capable of living with English. You just never gave it permission to use English actively. Now think about objects around you: a table, a chair, a door, a window, a light. These are simple words, but they are powerful. When you start naming what you see in English, something changes. Your brain begins connecting English directly to the real world, not to textbooks. You are no longer studying English. You are using it. Even if the words are basic, the habit is strong. Actions are even more powerful than objects. When you wake up, you can quietly say, "I wake up." When you brush your teeth, you can say, "I am brushing my teeth." When you eat, "I am eating." When you walk, "I am walking." These sentences do not need to be perfect. They need to be real. Action-based English sticks in your mind because it connects language to movement and experience. This is how children learn, and this is how adults can relearn naturally. Self-talk is one of the most underrated tools in language learning. Many learners feel strange talking to themselves, but self-talk is safe, private, and powerful. You do not need long speeches. Short phrases are enough. I feel tired. This is good. I need water. These thoughts already exist in your mind. You are just changing the language. When you do this regularly, English becomes your thinking partner, not just a foreign language. Some learners believe they need long study sessions to improve. They wait for 1 free hour, a quiet room, and full concentration. But life is busy, and those perfect moments rarely come. The truth is, 5 to 10 minutes every day is far more powerful than long sessions once in a while. Daily contact keeps English alive in your brain. It keeps words fresh. It keeps sounds familiar. Short daily practice builds stronger habits than long, irregular study. English around you does not need planning. It fits naturally into your routine. While making tea, you can name actions. While walking, you can describe what you see. While waiting, you can think in English. These moments are small, but they add up. Over time, English stops feeling heavy because you are no longer carrying it separately. It walks with you. Another important shift happens here. When English becomes part of daily life, fear reduces. You are not performing. You are not being tested. You are simply using language to describe reality. There is no pressure to impress. There is no audience. This safety helps your brain relax. Relaxed brains learn faster and remember better. You may worry that your English is too limited to do this. That worry is unnecessary. Even one word is enough to start. Cold, hot, late, busy. These small words are not weak. They are seeds. When you use them daily, more words naturally join them. Growth happens quietly, without force. Daily English also improves listening and speaking together. When you name things and actions, you become more aware when you hear them later. You notice words more clearly in videos, conversations, and songs. Your brain says, I know this. That feeling builds confidence. Confidence encourages more use. And the cycle continues. Another beautiful thing about daily English is that it removes the feeling of starting again and again. Many learners stop and restart English many times. They feel guilty. But when English is part of daily life, you never really stop. Even on busy days, a few English thoughts keep the connection alive. There is no break. There is no pressure to catch up. Let's be very clear about one thing. You do not need to change your life for English. English needs to fit into your life. When you force English into special study time only, it feels heavy. When you let English sit beside you during normal activities, it feels natural. Language grows best in natural environments, not artificial ones. From today, stop asking yourself, when will I study English? Start asking, where can English join me today? It could be while cooking, while cleaning, while walking, while resting. These moments belong to you, and English can live inside them without effort. Slowly, something important happens. English stops being a separate subject. It becomes a quiet companion. It listens with you. It speaks with you. It grows with you. And when that happens, fluency no longer feels like a distant goal. It feels like something that is already happening, one small moment at a time. Your life is already a classroom. You just need to open your eyes and invite English in. Chapter 9. Mistakes are your teachers. Let's talk about something that has quietly hurt more English learners than grammar, pronunciation, or vocabulary ever could. Shame. Shame around mistakes. Shame around sounding wrong. Shame around not being perfect. This shame does not come from English itself. It comes from how mistakes were treated in the past. Today, we are going to change that relationship completely, because until mistakes become safe, fluency will always feel far away. Every confident English speaker you admire has made thousands of mistakes. Not a few. Not some. Thousands. They mispronounced words. They used the wrong tense. They chose the wrong word. They froze. They felt embarrassed. And then they spoke again. That is the part most people forget. Fluency is not built by avoiding mistakes. It is built by surviving them and continuing anyway. Mistakes are not proof that you are bad at English. They are proof that your brain is working. When you speak and something comes out wrong, your brain notices. It adjusts. It learns. This adjustment is learning. If you never speak, your brain has nothing to adjust. Silence feels safe, but it teaches nothing. Mistakes feel uncomfortable, but they teach everything. One reason mistakes feel so heavy is because learners try to fix them in the middle of speaking. They stop suddenly. They repeat words. They apologize. They lose their flow. This creates stress and breaks confidence. Here is an important shift you must learn. Do not correct yourself while you are speaking unless it is absolutely necessary for understanding. Finish your thought first. Let the sentence live. Communication is more important than perfection in the moment. Self-correction is useful, but timing matters. Correcting yourself after speaking is powerful. You finish your sentence. You pause. You think calmly. Then you adjust next time. This keeps your speech flowing and your confidence intact. Fluent speakers do this naturally. They do not panic mid-sentence. They keep moving forward. Think of mistakes like road signs, not roadblocks. A sign tells you where to adjust. A block stops you. When you treat mistakes as signs, you stay in motion. When you treat them as failures, you stop. The goal is not to remove mistakes. The goal is to keep going while learning from them. There is also something deeply emotional here. Many learners connect mistakes with embarrassment because of school experiences. Red marks, laughter, judgment. That memory stays. But adult learning does not need punishment. It needs safety. When you feel safe, your brain opens. When you feel judged, your brain closes. This course is a safe space. Mistakes are welcome here. They mean you are alive in the language. Another important truth is this: native speakers make mistakes all the time. They use the wrong word. They change sentences halfway. They repeat themselves. They forget names. Communication still works. Why? Because communication is about meaning, not perfection. When you accept this, pressure disappears. You might worry that people will judge your mistakes. Most people are not judging. They are listening for meaning. And even if someone does judge, that moment passes quickly. But the damage of staying silent lasts much longer. Your growth matters more than someone's opinion. Let's talk about bold speaking. Bold speaking does not mean loud or aggressive. It means willing to try, willing to risk sounding imperfect, willing to learn in public. Bold speakers are not fearless. They are simply more committed to growth than to comfort. A powerful habit to build is reflection without punishment. After speaking, you can quietly think, "That sentence could be better." That is enough. No anger, no shame, just awareness. Awareness leads to improvement. Punishment leads to silence. Mistakes also show you where to focus. If you keep making the same mistake, that is not failure. That is direction. Your brain is telling you what needs attention. That is useful information. Use it gently. Let me say something very clearly now. You do not become confident first and then make fewer mistakes. You make mistakes first, and confidence grows through experience. Confidence is not the absence of error. It is the absence of fear around error. So the next time you make a mistake, pause for a moment and change the story in your mind. Do not say, "I am bad at English." Say, "I am learning." That sentence alone can change your journey. Speak boldly, speak imperfectly, speak again. Your mistakes are not your enemies. They are your teachers. And the more you learn from them, the closer fluency comes. Not suddenly, not magically, but naturally, one brave sentence at a time. Chapter 10. Build your first speaking habit. Up to this point, you have changed the way you see English. You have removed fear, stopped chasing perfection, and started trusting yourself. Now comes one of the most important steps in this journey. Not grammar, not vocabulary, but habit. Because English does not grow from motivation alone. Motivation comes and goes. Some days you feel excited. Some days you feel tired. If English depends only on motivation, progress becomes unstable. Habits are different. Habits work even when motivation is low. And that is why habits beat motivation every single time. Many learners wait for the right mood to practice speaking. They wait until they feel confident, energetic, or free. But real progress comes from showing up even on normal days. You do not need a perfect environment. You do not need long hours. You need consistency. A small daily speaking habit does more for fluency than long study sessions once in a while. This is how skills are built in real life. Let's talk about time honestly. You do not need 1 hour. You do not need 30 minutes. You need 10 minutes. 10 minutes that belong to English. 10 minutes that you protect daily. This time is short enough to feel easy and long enough to create change. When something feels easy, you are more likely to repeat it. Repetition is the real secret. Your first speaking habit should be simple and flexible. It should not feel like a test. It should feel like a routine, like brushing your teeth, something you do without stress. You can choose any time of day, morning, afternoon, or night. The time does not matter. Consistency does. Now let's talk about how to speak during those 10 minutes. One powerful way is speaking alone. Many learners think speaking alone is useless. It is not. It is one of the strongest tools you have. When you speak alone, there is no pressure, no judgment, no interruption. You can think slowly. You can repeat. You can pause. This safety allows your brain to relax and your mouth to practice freely. You can speak to yourself about simple things. What you did today, what you are doing now, what you plan to do next. You do not need stories. You do not need complex ideas. Simple sentences are enough. I woke up early. I worked today. I feel tired. These sentences may seem small, but they train your speaking muscle. Another powerful habit is recording your voice. This can feel uncomfortable at first, and that is normal. Many people do not like hearing their own voice, but recording helps you in two ways. First, it makes speaking real. Second, it helps you notice progress. When you listen to recordings from weeks ago, you will hear improvement. That moment builds confidence. You realize you are moving forward, even when it feels slow day to day. Mirrors are another useful tool. When you speak in front of a mirror, you become aware of your mouth movement and facial expressions. This helps pronunciation and clarity. It also builds confidence. You start getting comfortable with seeing yourself speak English. That comfort matters more than you think. Simple prompts can also guide your habit. You can ask yourself easy questions. What did I eat today? How do I feel right now? What am I thinking about? Answer slowly. There is no rush. The goal is not speed. The goal is regular use. One important rule for your habit is this: do not judge your performance. This habit is not for evaluation. It is for growth. Some days your English will feel smooth. Some days it will feel slow. Both are normal. The habit works because you show up, not because every session feels good. Consistency over intensity is the key here. Speaking a little every day trains your brain to stay connected to English. When English is used daily, it stops feeling foreign. It becomes familiar. Familiar things feel safe. Safe things are easier to use. Another benefit of a daily habit is that it removes pressure. You no longer feel that today must be perfect. You know there is tomorrow, and the next day. This long-term view reduces anxiety and builds calm confidence. There may be days when you feel tired or busy. On those days, reduce the habit, but do not skip it completely. Even 2 minutes counts. Even one sentence counts. The habit is alive as long as you show up. Breaking the habit completely is harder to restart than keeping it small. Let's also talk about commitment. This habit is a promise to yourself, not to anyone else. You do not need to tell people. You do not need approval. This is your private agreement. And every day you keep it, your self-trust grows. Self-trust is powerful. It changes how you see yourself as a learner. By now, you should feel something different. Not pressure, but structure. Not fear, but direction. You know what to do. You know how much time it takes. You know that progress does not depend on perfect days. This is your first real system, a simple speaking habit that fits your life. 10 minutes, every day, calm, honest, human. If you protect this habit, English will grow naturally. Not overnight, not magically, but steadily and surely. And one day, you will realize something important. Speaking English is no longer something you try to do. It is something you do, and that is the moment when confidence becomes real. Chapter 11. Thinking in English starts small. When people hear the idea of thinking in English, many feel pressure immediately. They imagine full sentences running perfectly through their mind, fast and smooth, without any pause. That image alone is enough to make English feel impossible again. So let's clear this up gently and honestly, right from the start. Thinking in English does not begin with sentences. It does not begin with grammar. It does not begin with fluency. It begins very small, smaller than you think, and that is exactly why it works. Think about how thoughts really happen in daily life. Most of the time, you are not thinking in long sentences. You feel something first: hunger, tiredness, stress, happiness. You react. You notice. Only later do full sentences appear, if they appear at all. This is true in every language. So why should English be different? It should not be. When you allow English to enter your thoughts the same natural way, pressure disappears and progress begins. Let's start with single words. One-word thoughts are powerful. When you wake up and feel tired, instead of translating a full sentence in your head, simply think, tired. When you realize you are late, think, late. When you feel good, think, happy. These words are not weak. They are anchors. They connect English directly to real feelings. That direct connection is the foundation of thinking in English. Many learners believe that thinking in English is something advanced speakers do. This belief is false and harmful. Thinking in English is not a reward at the end of the journey. It is part of the journey from the beginning. You do not wait until your English is perfect. You start thinking in English while it is still simple, imperfect, and growing. That is how the brain adapts. Your brain is very smart. It adjusts to what you give it regularly. If you give it English words, during real moments, it starts building pathways automatically. You do not need to force it. You do not need to control it. You just need to invite English in gently. The brain does the rest quietly. Let's talk about reactions. Reactions are easier than descriptions. Something drops. You think, oh no. Something tastes good. You think nice. Something surprises you. You think, wow. These reactions are already natural in your own language. You are simply changing the label. That small change has a big effect. It trains your brain to respond in English without effort. Another important habit is silent English. You do not need to speak out loud all the time to think in English. Silent thinking is powerful. While walking, waiting, or sitting quietly, notice what is happening and name it in English. Cold. Noise. Busy. quiet, no pressure, no full sentences, just awareness. This kind of thinking feels light, not heavy. Some learners worry that mixing languages in their head means failure. It does not. Mixing is part of learning. Your brain is building a bridge. At first, traffic goes both ways. Over time, English becomes faster and more direct. This is normal. Do not fight it. Do not judge it. Let it happen. Another myth we must remove is the idea that thinking in English must replace your native language. That is not the goal. You are not losing anything. You are adding a new option. Sometimes you will think in your language, sometimes in English, sometimes mixed. All of this is part of growth. Fluency is flexibility, not replacement. Thinking in English also does not require isolation or special time. It fits into your life naturally. While checking your phone, you can think, message. While cooking, hot. While working, focus. These moments are real. When English connects to real life, it sticks. At first, thinking in English may feel slow or incomplete. That is normal. You are not failing. You are training. Just like muscles feel weak at the beginning of exercise, your English thinking muscle needs time. Each small thought strengthens it. Progress is quiet. You may not notice it day to day, but it is happening. Another important shift happens here. When you think in English, even a little, speaking becomes easier. Words come faster. Pauses become shorter. This is because your brain is already working in English before you open your mouth. Speaking no longer feels like a translation task. It feels like expression. Trust is the key word here. Trust your brain. Trust the process. You do not need to monitor every thought. You do not need to correct yourself constantly. Thinking in English is not an exam. It is a habit. Habits grow through repetition, not through pressure. From today, stop asking yourself, "Can I think in English?" Instead, ask, "Can I notice one moment today and name it in English?" That is enough. One word, one feeling, one reaction. That is how it starts. Over time, those single words naturally connect. Very tired. So busy. Really happy. Then short sentences appear without effort. I am tired. I feel good. This growth is natural, not forced. You do not push it. You allow it. By the end of this chapter, I want you to feel calm about thinking in English. It is not something far away. It is already happening in small ways. Your brain is already adapting. You are not behind. You are exactly where you should be. Thinking in English does not start with perfection. It starts with permission. Permission to be simple. Permission to be slow. Permission to begin small. And when you give yourself that permission, English quietly begins to feel like a natural part of your inner world. Chapter 12. Your English Voice Matters. Before we talk about confidence, let me ask you to pause for a moment and think about your own voice, not grammar, not vocabulary, your voice. The sound that comes out when you speak English. For many learners, this is where discomfort lives. They feel shy, they feel exposed, They feel different. Some lower their voice, some rush their words, some apologize before they even finish a sentence. This chapter exists to gently remove that feeling, because your English voice matters. It deserves space. It deserves respect. And most importantly, it deserves to be heard. Many learners believe there is a correct English voice. They imagine a perfect accent, smooth pronunciation, and effortless flow. When their own voice does not match that image, they feel something is wrong with them. But that belief is false. There is no single correct English voice. English is spoken by millions of people around the world, each with their own sound, rhythm, and accent. Your accent is not a mistake. It is evidence of your journey. It shows where you come from and how much effort you have made to communicate beyond your first language. Let's be very clear about something important. Having an accent does not mean your English is weak. It means your English is alive. It means you learned English as a real human being, not as a machine. Accents exist because languages exist. Even native English speakers have different accents. American English itself has many accents. British English has many accents. No one apologizes for that. So you do not need to apologize either. Another harmful idea learners carry is the belief that they must sound like a native speaker to be respected. In real life, respect does not come from sounding native. It comes from being clear, calm, and confident. Clarity matters far more than perfection. If people understand you, communication is successful. That is the real goal of language, not imitation. NT performance, communication. Many learners speak softly or quickly because they feel embarrassed. They try to hide their voice, but when you hide, your message becomes unclear. Confidence grows when you allow your voice to exist naturally. Speak at your pace. Let your words breathe. There is no need to rush. Silence between sentences is not weakness. It is part of natural speech. There is also something emotional that needs to be addressed here. Many learners connect English with judgment. They remember being corrected harshly or laughed at. That memory stays in the body. It makes the chest tight and the voice smaller. But English today is not the same English from the past. You are not in that classroom anymore. You are an adult with the right to speak, to try, and to learn without shame. Speaking proudly does not mean speaking loudly or aggressively. It means speaking without apology. You do not need to say, "Sorry for my English," before speaking. You do not need to warn people that your English is bad. Those sentences shrink your presence. Instead, speak as you are. Let your words stand. Confidence is often felt before it is heard. Another important shift is understanding that your voice carries more than sound. It carries intention, emotion, and meaning. Even with simple words, your tone can communicate kindness, interest, honesty, and confidence. People respond to that. They do not measure your grammar while you speak. They respond to how you make them feel. Let's talk about self-acceptance. When you accept your voice, you relax. When you relax, your pronunciation improves naturally. Tension blocks sound. Acceptance frees it. This is why people who stop worrying about accent often sound clearer over time. They stop fighting their own voice. Your English voice is also connected to your identity. When you speak English, you are not becoming someone else. You are expressing yourself in another language. You do not need to erase who you are. You bring yourself into English. Your culture, your personality, your way of thinking, that makes your English richer, not weaker. Some learners wait until they feel confident to speak, but confidence grows through speaking, not before it. Each time you speak and nothing bad happens, your brain learns that it is safe. Safety builds confidence. Confidence builds presence. Presence makes your voice stronger. Let me say something very important now. You are worthy of being heard in English, not later, not after perfection, now. Your ideas matter, your questions matter, your experiences matter. English is just the bridge. You do not need permission to use it. From today, try a small change. When you speak English, lift your head slightly, slow down just a little. Finish your sentence. Do not apologize. Let your voice exist. That small physical change sends a powerful message to your brain. I belong here. You may still feel shy sometimes. That is okay. Confidence is not permanent. It comes and goes. What matters is that you keep choosing to speak. Each time you do, your relationship with your voice improves. By the end of this chapter, I want you to carry one simple belief with you. My English voice matters. It does not need to be perfect. It needs to be real. When you believe that, something shifts inside you. You stop hiding. You start expressing. And English stops feeling like a test and starts feeling like a tool that belongs to you. Your voice has waited long enough. Let it be heard. Chapter 13. Everyday English. You really need. When people imagine learning English, they often picture long vocabulary lists, difficult grammar rules, and formal sentences that sound like they came from a book. But real life does not work that way. Real life is simple, fast, and human. In daily situations, people do not use complicated English. They use short, clear expressions that get things done. This chapter is about that English. The English you really need to live, move, and interact comfortably in the real world. Let's start with greetings, because greetings are often the first door to communication. In movies or textbooks, greetings sometimes sound very formal. But in everyday American life, greetings are relaxed. People say, hi, hey, or how are you, without expecting a long answer. How are you is often just a friendly signal, not a deep question. A simple, good, I'm fine, or even good thanks is enough. Understanding this removes pressure. You are not required to explain your life story every time someone greets you. You are simply participating in a social moment. Now let's talk about requests. Requests are part of daily life. Asking for help, asking for information, or asking for something small. In real English, requests are usually short and polite. Can you help me? Can I have this? Could you tell me? These sentences are not fancy. but they are powerful. Tone matters more than perfection. A calm voice and a polite word like please do more than perfect grammar ever could. Americans often soften requests with simple phrases like can you or do you mind, not to be complicated, but to be friendly. Thanks and appreciation are another big part of everyday English. People say thanks or thank you very often, even for small things. Someone holds the door, you say thanks. Someone gives information, you say thank you. Sometimes people add, I appreciate it, which sounds warm and natural. You do not need to overthink this. Gratitude builds connection, and simple English works perfectly here. Simple responses are just as important as questions. Many learners focus only on what to say first, but responding keeps conversations alive. Words like okay, sure, no problem, that's fine, or I see are used constantly. These small expressions show understanding and cooperation. They make you part of the conversation, even when you are not speaking much. American daily English is often casual. People shorten words and sentences. They say yeah instead of yes, nope instead of no, and thanks instead of thank you. This does not mean they are being rude. It means they are being natural. Learning these casual forms helps you understand others better and feel more comfortable responding. Another important part of survival English is handling small misunderstandings. You do not need advanced language for this. Simple phrases like, sorry? Can you say that again? Or, I don't understand, are enough. Saying these calmly is a sign of confidence, not weakness. People respect honesty more than silence. Let's talk about short expressions that carry feeling. Words like great, nice, sounds good, or that's okay communicate emotion quickly. These expressions are common in American conversations. They are not meant to be analyzed. They are meant to be felt. When you hear them often, you start understanding their meaning naturally, without translation. One important thing to remember is that you do not need to memorize long lists of phrases. Memorization without use disappears quickly. What matters is noticing and using expressions in real situations. When you hear something often, it sticks. When you use something often, it becomes yours. Focus on usefulness, not quantity. Everyday English also includes small talk. Small talk is not about important information. It is about comfort. Talking about the weather, the day, or simple plans helps people feel relaxed. It's hot today. Busy day. Long day, huh? These are not deep sentences, but they build connection. You do not need perfect answers. A nod, a smile, or a short reply is enough. This chapter is not about speaking a lot. It is about speaking when needed. Survival English gives you the ability to move through daily life without fear, to greet, ask, respond, thank, and clarify. These skills create independence. When you can handle small moments, bigger conversations become easier later. Another important shift is emotional. When you know you have the English you need for daily situations, fear reduces. You stop worrying about being stuck. You know you can manage. That confidence changes how you listen and how you speak. You become calmer. And calm people communicate better. Let's be very clear about something. You do not need perfect English to live in English. You need useful English. The kind that helps you interact, not impress. Every fluent speaker started with survival English. They built their foundation on simple phrases used again and again. That repetition created comfort. Comfort created fluency. From today, start noticing everyday English around you. Listen to how people greet. Listen to how they ask. Listen to how they respond. Do not judge your level. Just notice. Then try. One phrase at a time. One moment at a time. By the end of this chapter, I want you to feel ready. Not ready to speak perfectly, but ready to participate. Ready to say hello. Ready to ask. Ready to respond. That readiness is powerful, because once you can survive in English, you can grow in English, and growth always starts with real life. Chapter 14. English Sentence Flow. When learners speak English word by word, it often feels slow, heavy, and uncomfortable. They pause too much, think too hard, and feel that something is missing, even when the words are correct. That missing piece is not grammar. It is flow. English is not spoken like a list of separate words. It moves. It rises and falls. It breathes. When you understand this, speaking becomes smoother without trying to be faster. Flow is not about speed. Flow is about rhythm. Think about how music works. Music is not a collection of individual notes played randomly. Notes are connected by rhythm and pauses. Language works the same way. English sentences have strong parts and soft parts. Some words carry meaning and feel heavier. Other words support them and feel lighter. When learners try to give equal importance to every word, English sounds flat and tiring. When learners follow natural rhythm, English sounds alive. You do not need grammar terms to understand this. You need listening and feeling. When native speakers talk, they naturally slow down on important words and move quickly over small ones. They pause briefly to separate ideas. They stretch some sounds and soften others. This rhythm helps listeners understand even when words are unclear. Flow carries meaning. Let's look at a simple idea. Imagine saying, "I really like this." In natural English, not every word is equal. The feeling lives in really and like. The words I and this support the idea, but do not carry the emotion. When you listen to real English, you can feel this difference even if you cannot explain it. That feeling is what you want to copy. Pauses are also part of flow. Many learners are afraid of pausing. They think pauses mean weakness or confusion. In reality, pauses give structure. Native speakers pause all the time. They pause to think, to breathe, to let meaning land. A short pause can make speech clearer, not slower. When you pause naturally, you sound calm and confident, not unsure. Another important part of flow is grouping words together. English is spoken in small groups. not single words. Instead of saying each word separately, speakers connect them into chunks. These chunks carry meaning together. When you start noticing these groups while listening, speaking becomes easier. You stop building sentences word by word and start releasing ideas in pieces. This is why listening is so important here. You cannot learn flow from rules. You learn it from hearing it again and again. When you listen to slow, natural English, pay attention to how sentences move. Notice where the voice goes up. Notice where it comes down. Notice where the speaker pauses slightly. Do not try to analyze. Just notice and feel. Copying flow is more important than copying words. If you copy the rhythm and pause in the right place, even simple English sounds natural. If you say complex sentences without rhythm, they sound unnatural. Flow makes simple English powerful. Many learners try to force speed. They think speaking faster means speaking better. This creates tension. Tension blocks flow. Natural flow appears when you relax and allow rhythm to guide you. Speed increases naturally later, when your brain no longer works so hard. Right now, smoothness matters more than speed. Let's talk about emotion. Flow carries emotion more than words do. You can say the same sentence with different flow and change the meaning completely. A gentle pause can show kindness. A stronger stress can show excitement. You do not need advanced vocabulary for this. Tone and rhythm do the work for you. This is why copying real English matters more than reading English. When you read, you do not hear rhythm clearly. When you listen, rhythm enters your body. Over time, your mouth learns when to slow down and when to move smoothly. This learning happens naturally, without effort. Another important idea is trust. Trust your ear. Trust your voice. You do not need to control every sound. When you have listened enough, your brain knows what English should sound like. Your job is not to manage it. Your job is to allow it. Here is something very comforting to know. You do not need perfect flow to communicate. Flow improves gradually. Even small improvements make a big difference. When your speech becomes slightly smoother, people understand you more easily. That positive experience builds confidence, and confidence improves flow further. Practice flow in a gentle way. Choose a short sentence from something you listen to. Listen carefully. Notice the rhythm. Then repeat it out loud, not copying every word perfectly, but copying the music of the sentence. Do not rush, do not judge, just repeat. This kind of practice trains your mouth and ear together. Over time, you will notice something interesting. You will stop thinking about individual words so much. Sentences will feel more connected. Pauses will feel natural. Speaking will feel less like work and more like expression. This is the beginning of real fluency. By the end of this chapter, I want you to release the idea that English must be spoken carefully, word by word. English wants to flow. It wants to move. When you allow rhythm, stress, and pauses to guide you, speaking becomes smoother without effort. Do not chase speed, chase comfort. Do not chase perfection. Chase flow. When flow arrives, confidence follows quietly, and English starts to sound like something you can live in, not something you must control. Chapter 15. Ask questions without fear. For many English learners, questions feel dangerous. Questions feel like a test. What if I ask the wrong question? What if my grammar is wrong? What if I sound foolish? Because of these fears, many learners stay quiet, nod politely, and hope the conversation moves on. But here is a powerful truth that changes everything. Asking questions is not weakness. Asking questions is strength. It is one of the clearest signs of confidence, curiosity, and real communication. Think about real life for a moment. When people talk, conversations grow through questions. Questions show interest. Questions invite connection. Questions give you time. When you ask a question, you are no longer under pressure to speak perfectly. You are guiding the conversation. You are participating actively, not hiding. Fluent speakers use questions constantly, not because they know everything, but because they want to understand and connect. Many learners believe they must speak in long sentences to sound confident. That belief is wrong. Short questions are powerful. Simple questions move conversations forward. What do you mean? Can you help me? Is this okay? Where is it? These questions are not weak. They are useful. They show presence. They show awareness. And they work in real life. One reason questions feel scary is because learners think there is only one correct way to ask them. But spoken English is flexible. In daily conversations, people often ask questions in simple forms. Perfect grammar is not required for understanding. Clarity matters more than structure. If your question is clear, it works. Let's remove another heavy fear. Asking questions does not make you look ignorant. It makes you look engaged. When you ask a question, you show that you care enough to understand. Most people appreciate that. They do not judge your English. They respond to your intention. Curiosity is the heart of language. Children ask questions all the time. That is how they learn fast. Adults stop asking because they fear judgment. But when you return to curiosity, learning becomes lighter again. Curiosity turns fear into interest. Interest opens the door to communication. Another powerful thing about questions is that they reduce pressure. When you ask a question, you are not expected to speak for a long time. You can listen. You can respond briefly. Questions give you breathing space inside conversations. That space builds comfort. Let's talk about limited vocabulary. Many learners think they need a lot of words to ask questions. They do not. Simple words are enough. Tone and intention do the rest. Even one-word questions can work in real situations. Why? Where? When? These questions are used by native speakers every day. They are natural, not childish. Fear of wrong questions also comes from school experiences, where questions were marked right or wrong. Real life is not like that. Real-life conversations are forgiving. If your question is unclear, people ask you to repeat or explain. That is not failure. That is communication adjusting itself. Another important shift is understanding that questions build relationships. When you ask someone about their opinion, their experience, or their needs, you create connection. People enjoy talking about themselves and their thoughts. Your question gives them space. That makes you a good communicator, even with simple English. Asking questions also shows confidence in a quiet way. You are not trying to impress. You are trying to understand. That calm intention feels strong. Over time, as you ask more questions, your fear decreases. You realize that nothing bad happens. Conversations continue. People respond. That positive feedback trains your brain to relax. You may still feel nervous at first. That is normal. Courage is not the absence of nervousness. Courage is acting despite it. The first few questions may feel uncomfortable, but each one builds a little strength, and strength grows through repetition. Here is another comforting truth. You do not need to understand everything before asking question. You can ask because you do not understand. That is the point. Asking is not the result of understanding. It is the path to understanding. Let's also talk about politeness. In English, politeness often comes from tone and small words, not complex grammar. A calm voice, a friendly expression, and a simple please or can you make a big difference. You do not need to decorate your question. Keep it honest and clear. Questions also help you learn faster. When you ask, you get real answers connected to real situations. That kind of learning stays longer than memorized rules. Your brain remembers context better than theory. Over time, something interesting happens. As you ask more questions, you start understanding more naturally. Your listening improves. Your confidence improves. Speaking becomes less scary because you are no longer carrying the conversation alone. You are sharing it. Let me say this clearly now. You are allowed to ask questions. You are allowed to be curious. You are allowed to not know. These permissions change everything. When you accept them, English stops feeling like a performance and starts feeling like interaction. From today, try one simple thing. Ask one question in English, even a very small one. It could be to yourself, to a video, or to a person. Notice how it feels. Notice that the world does not end. Notice that communication continues. By the end of this chapter, I want you to carry one strong belief with you. Questions are tools, not traps. They open doors. They build bridges. They give you voice even when your vocabulary is small. Ask without fear. Ask with curiosity. Ask to connect. Because every question you ask is a step forward, and every step forward brings you closer to real, confident English. Chapter 16. English for Daily Actions. One of the most natural ways to learn any language is also the most overlooked. Using language while you are actually doing things. Not sitting with a book, not memorizing rules, but speaking while living. English was never meant to stay on paper. It was meant to move with you. When English connects to action, it becomes easier, faster, and more real. This chapter is about turning your normal daily actions into powerful speaking practice without adding pressure or extra work to your life. Think about your day. You wake up, you wash your face, you eat, you walk, you work, you rest. These actions happen every day, whether you study English or not. Now imagine if English quietly joined these moments, not in long sentences, not perfectly, just simply and honestly. When language is connected to action, your brain understands it more deeply because it is tied to real experience, not imagination. Children learn language this way naturally. They hear words while they see actions. Eat. Go. Sit. Come. The word and the movement become one. Adults often separate language from life. They study words without using them. That is why words feel weak and easy to forget. Action-based speaking fixes this problem by bringing English back to where it belongs, inside real life. Let's start with very simple actions. When you are eating, you can say, I am eating. When you are drinking, I am drinking water. When you are walking, I am walking. These sentences may look basic, but they are powerful. They connect English to movement. Your brain remembers actions better than abstract ideas. That is why this method works so well. You do not need to speak loudly. You do not need to speak perfectly. You can speak softly or even quietly to yourself. What matters is that your mouth moves and your brain connects English to what you are doing. This trains your speaking muscle in a natural way. There is no fear because there is no audience. There is no pressure because the focus is on action, not performance. Daily actions also give you endless practice material. You never run out of things to say. Cleaning becomes, I am cleaning. Working becomes, I am working. Waiting becomes, I am waiting. Even resting becomes, I am tired, or I am relaxing. You are not creating sentences from imagination. You are describing reality. Reality is the best teacher. Another beautiful thing about action-based English is that it removes overthinking. When you describe what you are doing right now, your brain does not need to search for ideas. The idea is already there. You are living it. This makes speaking faster and smoother. Over time, sentences begin to come out without effort. This method also builds fluency faster than memorizing rules because it trains the brain in context. Grammar learned in isolation feels confusing. Grammar learned through use feels natural. When you repeatedly say, I am walking, I am eating, I am working, your brain starts understanding patterns automatically. You are learning grammar without studying grammar. That is real learning. Let's talk about enjoyment. When English becomes part of movement, it feels lighter. You are not forcing yourself to sit and study. You are just adding a small language layer to your life. This reduces boredom and resistance. When learning feels enjoyable, consistency becomes easier. Some learners worry that this kind of English is too simple, but simplicity is not a weakness. It is a foundation. Fluent speakers did not start with complex sentences. They built fluency on simple, repeated actions. Complexity grows naturally when the foundation is strong. Another important benefit is confidence. When you speak English during daily actions, you realize that you can use English without stress. You are not frozen. You are not silent. That realization changes how you see yourself. You stop thinking of English as something difficult. You start seeing it as something usable. Action-based English also improves listening. When you hear English words later in videos or conversations, your brain recognizes them faster because you have already connected them to actions. Recognition creates comfort. Comfort builds confidence. Confidence builds fluency. You do not need special time for this practice. You do not need a schedule. You simply choose to be aware. Awareness is enough. Even a few moments during the day make a difference. 5 minutes of action-based speaking is more powerful than an hour of silent study. You may feel strange at first, speaking while doing things. That feeling will pass. It always does. What stays is the habit, and habits shape ability more than effort ever will. Another important shift happens here. English stops being something you practice and becomes something you use. That shift is huge. When language is used, it grows. When it is only studied, it stays weak. From today, try a simple experiment. Pick one activity: walking, eating, cleaning, or working. While you do it, describe it in English for 1 or 2 minutes. No pressure, no correction, just observation. Do this daily. Watch how your comfort grows. By the end of this chapter, I want you to feel something new. English is no longer separate from your life. It moves with you. It follows your actions. It lives in your routine. When English walks, eats, works, and rests with you, learning becomes natural. And when learning becomes natural, fluency stops feeling like a goal and starts feeling like a process that is already happening. Your life is full of actions. Let English live inside them. Chapter 17. Stop memorizing, start using. Many English learners work very hard yet feel stuck for years. They memorize long word lists. They study grammar rules. They write notes. And still, when it is time to speak, their mind feels empty. This is frustrating, and it makes people believe something is wrong with them. But the problem is not effort. The problem is direction. Memorization without usage does not create fluency. It creates storage. Language is not meant to be stored. It is meant to be used. Think about how memory really works. You do not remember things because you saw them once. You remember things because you used them many times in real situations. This is true for everything in life. You remember how to use your phone because you use it every day. You remember how to walk, eat, or drive because you repeat those actions. English works the same way. Words and sentences stay in your mind when they are connected to action and meaning, not when they are memorized in isolation. Many learners chase new words because they believe more words mean better English. They feel excited when they learn a new word, but that excitement disappears quickly. A week later, the word is gone. This cycle repeats again and again. The learner feels busy, but progress feels slow. This is because the brain does not keep information that is not used. It has no reason to. Usage gives words a job. Without a job, words disappear. This is where a powerful idea comes in. Sentence recycling. Sentence recycling means using the same simple sentences again and again in different situations. Instead of learning hundreds of new sentences, you take a few useful ones and reuse them. For example, a sentence like, "I need" can be used in many moments. I need help. I need time. I need water. One structure. Many situations. This is how fluent speakers actually talk. They do not invent new sentences every time. They reuse familiar patterns. When you recycle sentences, your brain relaxes. It no longer needs to build language from zero. It recognizes patterns. Recognition creates speed. Speed creates confidence. Confidence encourages more speaking. This cycle is powerful and natural. It is how language grows in real life. Another common mistake is studying English like a subject instead of a skill. Subjects are memorized. Skills are practiced. You do not memorize how to swim. You enter the water. You move. You adjust. You repeat. Language is a skill. You must use it, even when it feels imperfect. Especially when it feels imperfect. Let's talk about mastering what you already know. Most learners know more English than they think. They know basic verbs, simple nouns, and common expressions. But they do not trust them. They think these words are too basic. So they search for advanced language instead of using what they have. This is backward. Fluency grows from depth, not from quantity. When you use simple English deeply and often, it becomes strong and flexible. Repetition with purpose is very different from boring repetition. Purpose means you repeat something because it helps you communicate, not because you are forcing yourself. When you use a sentence to solve a real problem or express a real feeling, your brain marks it as important. That sentence stays. Another benefit of using instead of memorizing is emotional. Memorization often creates pressure. Usage creates freedom. When you speak using familiar sentences, you feel safe. Safety builds confidence. Confidence opens your voice. Over time, your English becomes smoother, not because you learned more rules, but because you stopped overloading your brain. This chapter is also about letting go of the idea that learning means constantly adding. Sometimes learning means repeating. Sometimes learning means staying with the same sentence until it feels natural. There is no shame in that. In fact, that is how mastery happens. Athletes repeat the same movement thousands of times. Musicians play the same notes again and again. Language is no different. You may feel that repeating the same sentences makes you sound boring. But real conversations are full of repetition. People repeat ideas. They reuse phrases. They simplify. This is normal. Natural language is not creative every second. It is efficient. Another important shift happens when you stop memorizing and start using. You stop feeling like a student and start feeling like a speaker. Students worry about correctness. Speakers focus on meaning. This shift changes your energy completely. You become calmer. You speak more. You enjoy the process. Let's also talk about forgetting. Forgetting is not failure. Forgetting is feedback. It tells you what you are not using enough. When you forget a word, it means it was not part of your life. Do not get angry. Instead, bring it into use. Say it. Hear it. Repeat it in real moments. That is how memory strengthens. From today, try something different. Instead of learning 10 new words, take 2 sentences you already know and use them 5 times during the day. Use them while speaking to yourself. Use them while thinking. Use them if you talk to someone. Notice how those sentences start feeling easier and faster. That is progress. Over time, you will notice something important. Your English will not feel bigger, but it will feel stronger. Strength matters more than size. Strong English is usable. Usable English builds confidence. Confidence invites growth. By the end of this chapter, I want you to release the pressure to constantly learn more. You already have enough to start speaking. What you need now is not more information. You need more usage, more repetition, more trust in what you know. Stop memorizing. Start using. Let English move from your notebook into your life. When you do that, fluency stops being a dream and starts becoming a daily experience. Chapter 18. English confidence comes from repetition. Many English learners secretly feel embarrassed when they repeat the same sentence again and again. They think repetition means they are slow, weak, or not intelligent enough. They feel bored, guilty, or frustrated, and they believe that real progress should look exciting and fast. This chapter exists to remove that shame completely, because repetition is not a sign of failure. Repetition is the engine of fluency. Every confident English speaker you admire reached that confidence through repetition, not talent. Let's talk honestly about how the human brain works. The brain does not become confident by understanding something once. It becomes confident when something feels familiar. Familiarity comes from repetition. When you hear, say, and use the same sentence many times, your brain stops working hard. It recognizes the pattern. That recognition creates speed, and speed creates confidence. Confidence is not magic. It is memory doing its job well. Think about how children learn to speak. They repeat words again and again. They hear the same phrases every day. No one tells them they are boring. No one tells them to move on quickly. That repetition builds automatic speaking. Adults forget this process and start expecting instant results. When results do not appear quickly, they blame themselves. The truth is, the process never changed. Only expectations did. Native speakers repeat patterns constantly. They do not invent new sentences every time they speak. They rely on familiar structures that feel easy and natural. That is why they sound confident. They are not thinking about how to speak. They are simply using what they already know very well. You can do the same by repeating simple sentences until they become automatic. Let's remove the idea that repetition is boring. Repetition without purpose is boring. Repetition with purpose is powerful. When you repeat a sentence because it helps you express something real, it becomes meaningful. Saying, "I am tired every day" is not boring. It is life. Saying, "I need help" when you actually need help is not boring. It is communication. Repetition becomes alive when it is connected to reality. Speaking out loud is especially important. When you say sentences out loud, your mouth, ears, and brain work together. Silent repetition is useful, but out loud repetition creates muscle memory. Your mouth learns how English feels. That physical familiarity removes hesitation. Hesitation disappears not because you become smarter, but because your body knows what to do. Many learners wait to feel confident before repeating. But repetition creates confidence, not the other way around. The first few times you repeat a sentence, it may feel awkward. That is normal. Awkwardness is the sound of something new becoming familiar. If you stop there, confidence never arrives. If you continue, confidence grows quietly. Another important idea is this. Repetition does not mean repeating the same sentence in the same way every time. You can repeat a structure in different moments. I am working. I am learning. I am waiting. Same structure, different life. This kind of repetition feels fresh and useful, not boring. Let's talk about automatic speaking. Automatic speaking means words come out without effort. This does not happen through thinking. It happens through repetition. When a sentence is repeated enough times, it bypasses conscious effort. That is when fluency starts feeling real. You are no longer building sentences, you are releasing them. Many learners think confidence belongs to people who are naturally good at languages. That belief is wrong. Confidence belongs to people who are familiar with what they say. Familiarity beats talent every time. A person with average ability and strong repetition habits will always outperform a talented person who rarely practices. There is also an emotional side to repetition. Repetition creates safety. When something is familiar, your nervous system relaxes. Relaxation improves pronunciation, rhythm, and clarity. Tension blocks all of these. That is why repeated sentences start sounding better over time without extra effort. Let's also remove the fear of sounding robotic. You sound robotic when you repeat without feeling. You sound natural when you repeat with meaning. Use repetition in real moments. Say sentences that match your feelings and actions. That is how repetition stays human. From today, give yourself permission to repeat. Repeat sentences you like. Repeat sentences you use. Repeat sentences that solve problems. Repeat them daily, out loud, without judgment. This is not laziness. This is training. You may not notice progress immediately. Repetition works quietly. But one day, you will speak and realize something surprising. You did not think. You did not hesitate. The sentence just came out. That moment is not luck. It is repetition paying off. By the end of this chapter, I want you to release the pressure to always move forward to something new. Growth is not always forward. Sometimes growth is deeper. When you go deeper into what you already know, your English becomes stronger, smoother, and more reliable. Confidence does not come from learning more. It comes from knowing something well enough to use it without fear. Repetition gives you that gift. Use it proudly. Repeat without shame. Let familiarity build your confidence, one sentence at a time. Chapter 19. Speaking alone is real practice. Many English learners carry a quiet guilt. They feel that practicing alone does not count. They believe real practice only happens when another person is present, listening, correcting, or responding. Because of this belief, they wait. They wait for a partner. They wait for a teacher. They wait for the right moment. And while they wait, their English stays quiet. This chapter exists to remove that guilt completely, because speaking alone is not fake practice. It is real practice. In many ways, it is the most powerful kind you have. Let's be honest about reality. You cannot always have someone to practice with. People are busy. Schedules do not match. Confidence may be low. If English depends only on other people, practice becomes rare and stressful. But when you accept solo speaking as real practice, English becomes available anytime. Morning, night, busy days, quiet days. You are no longer blocked by circumstances. You are free to practice whenever life allows. Speaking alone works because it removes pressure. There is no judgment, no interruption, no rush. You can pause. You can repeat. You can restart a sentence. This safety is not weakness. It is strength. When your brain feels safe, it experiments. When it experiments, learning accelerates. Many learners underestimate how important safety is in language learning. Fear shuts the mouth. Safety opens it. Think about athletes and musicians. They do not practice only during performances. They practice alone for hours. They repeat movements. They repeat sounds. They train muscles. Language is a physical skill too. Your mouth, tongue, and voice need practice. Speaking alone gives your body the repetition it needs without emotional stress. Mirrors are one simple but powerful tool. When you speak in front of a mirror, you become comfortable seeing yourself speak English. This may feel strange at first. That is normal. But over time, your face relaxes. Your posture improves. You stop hiding. You start accepting your English presence. That acceptance builds confidence quietly. Recording your voice is another powerful method. Many learners avoid this because they dislike hearing themselves. But that discomfort is temporary. When you record and listen, you gain awareness. You notice clarity. You notice progress. You hear improvement that you may not feel in the moment. This feedback is honest and kind. It shows you reality, not imagination. Internal dialogue is also real practice. Thinking in English while alone trains speed. When you react to situations silently in English, your brain learns to respond faster. This mental speaking prepares you for real conversations. When the moment comes to speak out loud, the sentence is already half formed. Solo speaking also builds fluency because it increases volume. You speak more when you are alone. More speaking means more practice. More practice means faster improvement. Waiting for perfect conditions limits volume. Speaking alone removes limits. Some learners worry that solo speaking will create bad habits. This fear is understandable, but misplaced. Bad habits come from tension and fear, not from practice. When you speak calmly and listen to real English regularly, your brain self-corrects naturally. Perfect accuracy is not required for growth. Usage is. Another powerful benefit of solo speaking is honesty. When you speak alone, you talk about real thoughts and feelings. You are not performing. You are expressing. That authenticity makes language stick. Language learned through emotion stays longer than language learned through drills. Let's also talk about speed. Speaking alone increases speed because there is no interruption. You can complete thoughts fully. You can build flow. Over time, pauses become shorter. Words come faster. This speed transfers naturally to real conversations later. Many fluent speakers began their journey speaking alone. They talked to themselves while walking, cooking, driving, or thinking. They built comfort before building conversation. That comfort made real interactions easier later. This is not a shortcut. It is a foundation. It is important to remove the idea that solo practice is second-class practice. It is not. It is training. Real training. And when combined with listening and real interaction later, it becomes incredibly effective. From today, release the guilt. You are not cheating by speaking alone. You are preparing. You are building strength privately so you can use it publicly. That is wisdom, not weakness. Give yourself permission to practice anytime. Use mirrors when you can. Record when you want feedback. Think in English silently whenever possible. Speak out loud when you feel ready. There is no single correct method. What matters is that you speak. By the end of this chapter, I want you to feel relief. Relief that you do not need permission. Relief that you do not need someone else. English is available to you right now, in your room, in your mind, in your voice. Speaking alone is not a replacement for real conversation. It is preparation for it. And when you prepare well, confidence grows naturally. Practice without guilt. Speak without fear. Your English deserves to be used, even when you are the only one listening. Chapter 20. Your First Real Conversations. This chapter is a turning point. Up to now, you have been building quietly. You have changed how you think about English. You have practiced alone. You have listened, repeated, and grown comfortable with your voice. Now comes something that feels big, even if it starts small. Your first real conversations. Not perfect conversations. Not long conversations. Real ones. The kind that happen in daily life with pauses, misunderstandings, and human moments. This chapter is here to prepare you for that reality, calmly and honestly. Let's begin by removing a dangerous fantasy. Real conversations do not sound like textbooks. They are not smooth from start to finish. People pause. People interrupt. People misunderstand. People change topics suddenly. Even native speakers experience this. When you expect conversations to be messy, you stop feeling surprised or embarrassed. You feel prepared. Preparation removes fear. Your first real conversations will likely be short. That is not a problem. Short conversations are successful conversations. Saying hello, answering a question, asking something small, or making a simple comment all count. You do not need to speak for long to be real. You need to participate. Participation is the goal. Pauses are normal. You will pause to think. The other person will pause too. Silence does not mean failure. Silence means your brain is working. Do not rush to fill every quiet moment. A calm pause feels confident. Rushing feels nervous. Allow silence to exist. Misunderstandings will happen. That is not a sign that you should stop. It is a sign that communication is alive. When you do not understand something, you can ask for repetition or clarification. Simple phrases like "sorry" or "can you say that again" are powerful tools. Use them without apology. Clarifying keeps conversations going. Another important skill is responding, even when your answer is short. A simple yes, no, okay, or I see keeps the connection alive. You do not need to add more unless you want to. Conversations are built from small exchanges, not long speeches. You can also keep conversations going by using basic tools you already know. Questions are one of them. Asking where, when, or why shows interest and gives the other person space to talk. Listening becomes easier when the other person is speaking more. Body language helps too. A nod, eye contact, a relaxed posture. These signals communicate even when words are limited. Communication is more than language. When your body is calm, your voice follows. Emotionally, this chapter is important because it marks a shift. You are no longer preparing in theory. You are stepping into real use. That step can feel scary, but it is also empowering. Each real conversation, no matter how small, rewires your brain. English stops being something you practice and becomes something you live. Let's talk about expectations. Do not expect confidence immediately. Confidence grows after action, not before. Your first conversations may feel awkward. That is normal. Awkwardness is a stage, not a destination. If you pass through it, it fades. It is also important not to judge yourself too harshly after conversations. Do not replay every sentence. Notice what worked. You spoke. You listened. You survived. That is success. Growth comes from continuation, not perfection. Another powerful mindset is this: the other person is not grading you, they are communicating with you. Most people are focused on themselves, not your mistakes. When you release the idea of being judged, you relax. Relaxation improves everything. This chapter should feel like a milestone, because it is. It is the moment when English leaves the safety of practice and enters life, not dramatically, not suddenly, but naturally. From today, look for small conversation opportunities, a greeting, a question, a response. Do not wait for big moments. Small moments build strength. Strength builds confidence. Confidence opens doors. By the end of this chapter, I want you to feel ready, not perfect. Ready to try. Ready to pause. Ready to ask. ready to misunderstand and continue anyway. That readiness is real fluency in its early form. Your first real conversations are not the end of the journey. They are the beginning of a new phase. One where English is no longer something you study. It is something you use imperfectly, bravely, and honestly. Step into those conversations with calm courage. You are more prepared than you think. Chapter 21. English Grammar Without Fear. For many English learners, the word grammar brings tension before learning even begins. Shoulders tighten. Memories appear of red marks, rules, and correction. Grammar has been presented as something strict, cold, and punishing, as if English were a machine that breaks the moment one small rule is missed. This chapter exists to change that emotional relationship completely. Grammar is not the enemy. Grammar is not a test. Grammar is not here to stop you from speaking. Grammar is simply the natural shape of spoken English, and it already lives inside the language you hear and use every day. Let's begin with an honest truth that often surprises learners. You already use grammar. Every time you say, "I am tired," "I ate," or "I will go," grammar is already working. You did not stop to think about rules. You did not memorize charts. You simply used language the way it appears naturally. That is how grammar is supposed to work. It supports meaning quietly in the background. Problems begin when grammar is pulled out of life and turned into a list of rules to fear. Grammar was never meant to be learned before speaking. In real life, grammar grows from usage, not the other way around. Children speak for years before anyone explains grammar to them. They say things wrong. They say things right. Over time, their brain notices patterns. Those patterns are grammar. Grammar is not something added to language later. It is something discovered through experience. Many learners were taught grammar as punishment. Make a mistake, get corrected. Say something wrong, feel embarrassed. This created a belief that grammar exists to catch you. But grammar's real job is to help meaning stay clear. That is all. When grammar helps, communication feels smooth. When grammar is missing, communication still works, just with less clarity. That is not failure. That is a stage. Let's remove another heavy myth. You do not need to understand grammar before using it. You do not need to know names like present continuous or past simple to speak. These labels are tools for study, not requirements for communication. Spoken English works through patterns you hear again and again. Your brain learns those patterns naturally when you listen and speak. Think about spoken English in daily life. People do not speak in perfect sentences. They stop, they restart, they shorten ideas. Grammar is flexible in real conversation. It bends to fit emotion and context. This is why trying to speak perfectly from the beginning feels impossible. You are trying to control something that is meant to flow. Grammar should be seen as a support system, not a control system. It helps your listener understand when something happened, who did it, and how it feels. That is all. When you say, "I was tired," grammar helps your listener know this is about the past. When you say, "I am tired," grammar helps them know it is happening now. You did not memorize that in the moment. You felt it. Another important shift is timing. Grammar works best when introduced after comfort, not before. Once you are already speaking, grammar explanations feel lighter. They answer questions you already have. They connect to sentences you already use. This is gentle learning. This is respectful learning. Fear-based grammar learning blocks speaking because it makes the brain monitor every word. Monitoring slows speech. It creates hesitation. It creates silence. Grammar without fear does the opposite. It clarifies. It supports. It organizes what you already know. Let's talk about mistakes again, but this time through the grammar lens. Grammar mistakes are not signs of carelessness. They are signs of growth. They show that you are experimenting with language. Your brain is testing patterns. Over time, with listening and repetition, the correct patterns become stronger. Correction happens naturally when the brain has enough examples. Real spoken examples matter more than rules. Hearing, "I'm going," "I was working," or "I've seen it," again and again trains your ear. Your brain learns when to use them by feeling, not by memorizing definitions. Later, when grammar is explained, it feels familiar instead of frightening. Another comforting truth is this: perfect grammar is not required for respect or understanding. Many people around the world speak English with imperfect grammar and communicate successfully every day. Their confidence comes from usage, not accuracy. Accuracy improves with time. Confidence must come first. This chapter is not asking you to ignore grammar forever. It is asking you to change the order. First, speak. First, listen. First, feel comfortable. Then, allow grammar to enter gently, as a helper, not as a judge. When grammar is introduced this way, it feels logical, not heavy. You may notice that as you speak more, you start asking grammar questions naturally. Why do people say it like that? That curiosity is healthy. That is the right moment for grammar. Not when you are scared, not when you are silent, when you are already alive in the language. From today, stop thinking of grammar as something you must master before speaking. Think of it as a map you can look at later, when you already know the road. Roads are easier to understand when you have walked on them. By the end of this chapter, I want you to feel calm when you hear the word grammar. No tight chest, no fear, just understanding. Grammar is part of English, not the gatekeeper of English. It supports your message. It does not control your voice. You are allowed to speak without grammar knowledge. You are allowed to learn grammar slowly. You are allowed to make grammar mistakes while communicating clearly. This permission changes everything. English grammar without fear is not about ignoring rules. It is about trusting the process. When you trust the process, grammar stops being an obstacle and starts becoming a quiet guide that helps your English grow stronger over time. Chapter 22. Present time made simple. When people hear the word tense, many feel nervous again. They imagine charts, timelines, and confusing explanations. But the present time in English is not complicated in real life. It is actually the most natural place to start, because it is about what is happening now, what usually happens, and what feels true in this moment. This chapter is not here to teach you rules. It is here to help you talk about your life comfortably, the way people actually do in everyday English. Let's begin with something very simple. Right now, you are doing something. You are watching, you are listening, you are sitting, you are thinking. Present-time English lives in these moments. When Americans talk about the present, they are usually doing one of two things. They are talking about what is happening now, or they are talking about what is usually true in their daily life. That's it. No heavy grammar, no fear. Think about actions happening right now. When someone says, "I'm eating," "I'm working," or "I'm watching a video," they are simply describing the current moment. You already understand this idea naturally. You do not need to study it. You feel it. When the action is happening now, English often sounds active and alive. You hear the action inside the sentence. This is how spoken English stays connected to life. Now think about routines and habits. People often talk about what they usually do. I wake up early. I work from home. I drink coffee in the morning. These sentences are not about right now. They are about daily life. Americans use this kind of present-time English constantly. It helps others understand who you are and how you live. These sentences are simple, but they are powerful because they describe real patterns. Notice something important here. In real conversations, people do not stop and think, "Which tense am I using?" They simply choose the sentence that matches the feeling of the moment. If something is happening now, they speak one way. If something is generally true, they speak another way. This choice becomes natural with use, not with memorization. This is why this chapter avoids heavy terminology. You do not need labels to speak. You need examples. You need repetition. You need comfort. When you say, "I'm tired after a long day," you are not applying a rule. You are expressing a feeling. Grammar is serving meaning, not controlling it. Let's bring this into your own life. Think about your day. Right now, you might say, "I'm watching this lesson." Later, you might say, "I study English every day." Both are present time, but they serve different purposes. One describes now. One describes your routine. Americans move between these two forms naturally, without stress. Another important part of present-time English is honesty. People use simple present sentences to share feelings. I feel good. I feel tired. I feel busy. These sentences are direct and human. You do not need complex language to express yourself clearly. Simple present-time English allows you to be understood quickly and comfortably. Many learners try to avoid speaking about daily life because they think it is too basic. But daily life is where language lives. When you can talk about your routine, your work, your feelings, and what you are doing now, you can handle most everyday conversations. That is real progress. Let's also talk about confidence. When you speak about the present, you are speaking about something you know well: your life, your actions, your habits. This reduces fear because you are not inventing ideas. You are describing reality. Reality is always easier to talk about than imagination. Another comforting truth is that present-time English does not need to be perfect to work. Even if your sentence is not exact, people usually understand you because the context is clear. If you say, "I work now," people understand you mean you are working. Over time, listening helps you adjust naturally. Perfection comes later. Communication comes first. This chapter is also about speed. When you talk about now or your routine, sentences come faster because you are not translating. You are reacting. Reaction builds fluency. Fluency grows when language becomes a response, not a calculation. Let's remove another fear. You do not need to master present-time English before moving forward. You grow into it. You speak, you listen, you repeat. Slowly, patterns become familiar. Familiarity creates confidence. Confidence makes speaking easier. From today, start noticing how people talk about now. Listen to videos. Listen to conversations. Notice phrases like, "I'm doing," "I'm going," "I work," "I usually," "I feel." Do not analyze. Just notice. Let your brain collect examples. Your brain is very good at learning patterns when you let it. Also, practice gently. Describe what you are doing now. Describe your daily routine. Use short sentences. Speak calmly. Do not rush. Do not judge. This is not practice for a test. This is practice for life. By the end of this chapter, I want you to feel something important. Talking about the present is not scary. It is natural. It is human. It is already inside you. You do not need permission to use it. You are already living in the present. English is simply learning how to walk beside you there. When present-time English feels comfortable, speaking stops feeling like a challenge and starts feeling like a reflection of your life. And that is exactly how language is meant to work. Chapter 23. Talking about the past naturally. For many learners, talking about the past feels like stepping into dangerous territory. The moment the conversation moves away from now, fear returns. Which form should I use? What if I say it wrong? What if I mix things up? This fear has nothing to do with your ability. It comes from how the past was taught, not how it is actually used. In real life, talking about the past is simple, human, and forgiving. This chapter is here to show you that you can talk about yesterday, last week, and your experiences without stress, without perfection, and without long explanations. Let's start with a simple truth. People talk about the past all the time, but they do not talk about it in a complicated way. In daily conversation, past talk is short, clear, and focused on meaning. When someone says, "I went out yesterday," or "I worked late last night," they are not thinking about rules. They are sharing information. The listener understands because the idea is clear, not because the sentence is perfect. Think about how often you talk about the past in your own language. You talk about what you did, where you went, who you met, and how you felt. English works the same way. You do not need long stories. You do not need detailed accuracy. You need simple patterns that help you move the idea from your mind into the world. In spoken English, people usually signal the past with a time word first. Words like yesterday, last night, last week, earlier, or a long time ago tell the listener immediately that the story is about the past. Once the time is clear, the rest of the sentence can stay simple. This is how native speakers make past talk easy. They set the time, then speak freely. For example, when someone says, "Yesterday, I worked late," the word yesterday already does a lot of work. Even if the sentence is simple, the meaning is complete. Communication is successful. In real conversations, people care more about understanding what happened than about how perfectly it is said. Another important thing to understand is that native speakers simplify the past all the time. They do not always use long or complex forms. They shorten sentences. They skip details. They focus on the main idea. I went home. I didn't feel well. I saw a friend. These sentences are short, but they carry real meaning. This is the kind of past English you need first. Many learners believe they must be accurate before they speak about the past. This belief blocks progress. Accuracy improves with time and listening. Speaking comes first. When you speak about the past, even imperfectly, your brain starts organizing past patterns. Silence teaches nothing. Usage teaches everything. Let's talk about telling short stories. A story does not need to be long to be real. A story can be 1 or 2 sentences. Last weekend I stayed home. I felt tired. That is a story. It has time. It has action. It has feeling. You communicated. That is success. Fear often comes from trying to say too much. When you keep stories short, fear stays small. You can always add more later. Fluency grows step by step, not all at once. Start with simple past moments. What did you eat? Where did you go? How did you feel? These are safe places to practice. Another comforting truth is that people expect pauses when you talk about the past. Remembering takes time. Pausing does not look strange. It looks natural. You are allowed to think. You are allowed to slow down. This is part of storytelling in every language. You may also worry about mixing past and present while speaking. This happens to everyone. Even native speakers do it. The listener usually understands from context. Do not stop speaking to fix everything. Finish your thought. Communication matters more than control. Let's also talk about emotional safety. Talking about the past can bring feelings, happiness, stress, tiredness. English does not need to be perfect to carry emotion. Simple sentences are often stronger. I was happy. I was stressed. It was hard. These sentences are human. They connect. That connection matters more than grammar labels. Listening helps a lot here. When you listen to real conversations, you will notice how often people use simple past talk. They repeat patterns. Your brain learns by hearing. Over time, what sounds right becomes familiar. Familiarity creates confidence. From today, practice past talk gently. At the end of the day, tell yourself 1 or 2 sentences about what happened. Yesterday, last night, earlier today. Speak calmly. Do not judge. This is not a test. It is training your comfort. Another powerful habit is sharing one past sentence when talking to someone. You do not need a long story. A small share is enough. I worked late yesterday. I watched a movie last night. These sentences open conversation naturally. By the end of this chapter, I want you to feel something important. The past is not scary. It is just another part of life. You already know how to talk about life. English is simply giving you new sounds to do it. You do not need perfect accuracy to tell your story. You need courage to start. When you start, learning follows. Talking about the past naturally is not about knowing rules. It is about sharing experiences, one simple moment at a time. Your past matters. Your stories matter. And you are ready to tell them, simply, honestly, and without fear. Chapter 24. Talking about the future with ease. For many learners, the future feels like the hardest time to talk about in English. The moment they want to say something about plans, hopes, or what comes next, their mind fills with questions. Which form should I use? What if I choose the wrong words? What if I sound confused? This fear makes people stay quiet, even though the future is one of the most natural things humans talk about. We talk about tomorrow, next week, next year, and our dreams all the time. This chapter is here to show you that talking about the future in English is simple, human, and friendly. You do not need complicated grammar to talk about what is coming. You need clarity and comfort. Let's begin with a very important truth. In real life, Americans talk about the future in a relaxed way. They do not stop to calculate grammar. They speak from intention. They speak from feeling. They speak from context. When someone says, "I'm meeting a friend later," or "I'm going to rest tonight," they are not thinking about rules. They are sharing a plan. That sharing is the heart of future talk. Most future conversations are about 3 things: plans, intentions, and hopes. Plans are things you already decided. Intentions are things you want or expect to do. Hopes are things you dream about. English has simple, natural ways to express all of these without pressure. When you focus on meaning instead of form, the future becomes easy to talk about. Think about plans first. Daily plans are usually simple: later today, tomorrow, next week. People often use natural phrases like "I'm going to," or "I'm meeting," or "I'm working." These sound present, but they talk about the future because the time is clear. "I'm working tomorrow." "I'm going to call him later." This is very common in spoken English. Americans do this all the time. The future feels close, so the language feels close too. Now think about intentions. Intentions are not fixed like plans, but they are still important. You might say, "I want to learn more," "I hope to travel," or "I plan to improve my English." These sentences are powerful because they express direction, not perfection. You are not promising. You are sharing intention. That honesty feels natural in conversation. Hopes and dreams are also part of future talk. People enjoy talking about what they want, what they wish for, and what they imagine. I hope things get better. I want a better job. I'd like to travel someday. These sentences are simple, but they carry emotion. Emotion is more important than grammar when talking about the future. People connect to feeling first. Another comforting truth is that future talk does not need exact timing. You do not need specific dates. Words like soon, later, someday, or next time are enough. These words give space. They keep the conversation light. Real life is not always scheduled, and English reflects that. Many learners believe they must master future grammar before speaking about goals. This belief creates silence. In reality, people understand your meaning even if your sentence is simple. If you say, "Tomorrow I go work," people understand. Over time, listening helps you adjust naturally. Fear is removed when you allow communication to come first. Let's also talk about confidence here. Talking about the future is empowering. When you speak about your plans and goals, you take ownership of your life. English becomes a tool for expression, not just survival. This shift is important emotionally. You are no longer only reacting. You are projecting forward. Another reason future talk feels easier than learners expect is because it often uses familiar words. You already know words like go, do, see, work, study, and learn. These verbs appear constantly in future talk. You do not need advanced vocabulary to talk about your future. You need comfort with basic language. Listening again plays a big role. When you listen to real conversations, notice how casually people talk about what's next. There is no tension, no formality. The tone is relaxed. This tone is what you want to copy. When your tone is calm, your words feel more natural. Let's also remove the fear of being judged. People do not judge your future grammar. They listen to your ideas. They respond to your hopes. When you speak about your future honestly, people connect with you as a person, not as a learner. From today, practice future talk gently. Think about one thing you will do later today. Say it out loud. Think about one thing you plan to do this week. Say it. Think about one hope you have for the future. Say it simply. No pressure, no correction, just expression. You may notice that talking about the future gives you energy. It shifts your focus forward. That positive energy helps learning. Language grows faster when it is connected to purpose. By the end of this chapter, I want you to feel something important. The future is not complicated in English. It is friendly. It is flexible. It belongs to you. You are allowed to talk about your plans, your hopes, and your goals in simple words. You do not need perfect grammar to speak about what is coming. You need courage to share and comfort to continue. When you speak about the future with ease, English becomes more than a skill. It becomes a voice for your direction in life. Your future is waiting. English is ready to walk with you there. Chapter 25. English sentence patterns that repeat everywhere. One of the biggest misunderstandings about spoken English is the idea that fluent speakers are constantly creating new sentences from scratch. This belief makes English feel heavy and endless, as if you must learn thousands of different ways to say things before you can speak comfortably. The truth is much simpler and far more comforting. Spoken English runs on patterns. The same sentence shapes appear again and again, every day, in different situations. Fluent speakers are not inventing language. They are reusing familiar patterns automatically. This chapter is about helping you see those patterns, feel them, and begin using them naturally. Think about your own language for a moment. You probably say similar sentence shapes many times a day without noticing. You change a word or two, but the structure stays the same. English works exactly the same way. Once your brain recognizes a pattern, it stops thinking hard. It fills in the details and moves forward. That is when speaking becomes faster and easier. Patterns are powerful because they reduce effort. When you know a pattern well, your brain does not panic. It already knows where the sentence is going. For example, a simple pattern like "I need" can be used in countless moments. I need help. I need time. I need a break. The words change, but the pattern stays. This is not memorization. This is recognition. Recognition leads to automatic speaking. Many learners try to memorize full sentences without understanding the pattern inside them. That approach feels heavy and slow. Pattern-based learning feels light because one pattern gives you many sentences. Instead of learning 10 new sentences, you learn one pattern and reuse it 10 times. This is how fluent speakers speak with ease. Another common pattern appears when people talk about feelings or states. Sentences like "I feel" or "I am" appear everywhere in daily English. I feel tired. I feel ready. I am busy. I am free. These patterns are simple, but they carry real meaning. When you reuse them often, your mouth begins to move without hesitation. Speaking stops feeling like a decision and starts feeling like a response. Pattern recognition is more important than memorization because patterns live in listening. When you listen to real English, you hear the same shapes again and again. At first, you may not notice consciously, but your brain notices. It starts predicting what comes next. That prediction is fluency forming quietly in the background. Let's talk about why this speeds up speaking. When you try to build sentences word by word, your brain works too hard. It checks vocabulary, it checks grammar, it checks fear. But when a pattern is familiar, your brain relaxes. It knows the road. It only needs to choose the destination. That relaxation removes pauses and hesitation. Another powerful thing about patterns is that they are flexible. You can use the same pattern in different times and situations. I was trying. I am trying. I will try. The core idea stays the same. This flexibility makes English feel connected instead of fragmented. Language becomes a system, not a collection of rules. Many learners feel they speak slowly because they lack vocabulary. Often, the real reason is that they lack patterns. Vocabulary without patterns feels like loose pieces. Patterns give those pieces a place to belong. Once patterns are strong, adding new words becomes easier and faster. This chapter is not asking you to sit and memorize pattern lists. That would miss the point. The goal is to notice patterns in real use and reuse them with purpose. When you hear a sentence shape often, pause and recognize it. When you speak, choose a familiar pattern and adjust it slightly. This is natural learning. Let's remove another fear. Using the same patterns does not make your English boring. Real English is repetitive by nature. People repeat themselves. They reuse structures. Communication values clarity over creativity. You are not trying to impress. You are trying to connect. Pattern-based speaking also builds confidence because it reduces mistakes. When you use a familiar pattern, you are less likely to freeze. Even if you make a small mistake, the structure carries meaning. The listener understands. That success builds trust in your ability. Another benefit is emotional. When sentences start forming automatically, anxiety drops. You no longer feel like English is attacking you. You feel in control. Control brings calm. Calm improves pronunciation and flow naturally. You may notice that after some time, you begin finishing sentences in your mind before speaking. That is a sign that patterns are becoming internal. Your brain is preparing language automatically. This is a major milestone in fluency. To practice this gently, choose a few patterns you already use. Use them throughout the day in different moments. Speak them out loud. Think them silently. Listen for them in videos and conversations. Do not rush to learn more. Go deeper into what you already know. Over time, your English will change in a subtle but powerful way. You will stop asking, "What should I say?" and start saying things naturally. Sentences will appear faster. Pauses will shorten. Speaking will feel lighter. By the end of this chapter, I want you to understand one core idea deeply. Fluent English is not built from endless new sentences. It is built from a small number of patterns, used again and again with confidence. When you recognize patterns, English stops being a mystery. It becomes familiar. And familiarity is the real source of automatic speaking. Let patterns carry you forward. Let repetition strengthen them. And let English begin to speak itself through you, naturally and calmly. Chapter 26. Confidence is a skill, not a gift. Many people believe confidence is something you are born with. They look at fluent English speakers and think, they are naturally confident. I am not. This belief is one of the most damaging lies in language learning. Confidence is not a gift. It is not a personality trait. It is a skill. And like every skill, it can be trained slowly, deliberately, and safely. This chapter is about helping you understand confidence in a new way and showing you how to build it step by step, even when you feel nervous. Let's start by being honest. Every confident speaker you see was once unsure. They felt nervous. Their voice shook. Their mind went blank. They made mistakes. The difference is not that fear disappeared. The difference is that they spoke anyway. Confidence did not arrive before action. It grew because of action. This is the most important shift you need to make. You do not wait to feel confident to speak. You speak to build confidence. Fear of judgment is one of the strongest emotional blocks. Many learners imagine people listening closely, waiting to judge every mistake. In reality, most people are focused on themselves. They are thinking about their own words, their own thoughts. When you speak, they are listening for meaning, not for errors. This understanding alone can reduce fear significantly. Another important truth is that nervousness does not mean you are doing something wrong. Nervousness means something matters to you. That is a good thing. The goal is not to remove nervousness completely. The goal is to act while nervous. Each time you do this, your brain learns that speaking English is safe. Safety creates confidence over time. Confidence grows in small moments, not big ones. You do not need long speeches or perfect conversations. You need small wins, saying hello, asking a question, sharing one sentence. Each small action sends a signal to your brain. I did it. These signals accumulate. Over time, they change how you see yourself. There are also physical ways to support confidence while speaking. Slow down your breathing. Stand or sit upright. Speak slightly slower than your thoughts. These small adjustments calm the nervous system. When your body feels calm, your voice follows. Confidence is not just mental, it is physical too. Let's talk about permission. Many learners feel they need permission to speak. Permission from a teacher. Permission from a listener. Permission from themselves. This chapter gives you that permission. You do not need to earn the right to speak English. You already have it. English is a tool, not a reward. Another emotional block is the fear of making mistakes in front of others. Remember this: mistakes do not damage confidence. Avoidance does. Each time you avoid speaking, fear grows stronger. Each time you speak, even imperfectly, fear becomes smaller. Confidence grows through exposure, not avoidance. You may notice that confident speakers often keep talking even when they make mistakes. They do not stop. They do not apologize excessively. They continue. This behavior is not arrogance, it is practice. They learned that communication works even with imperfections. You can learn this too. Confidence also grows through preparation, but not the kind that creates pressure. Preparation means familiarity, listening often, repeating patterns, practicing alone. These actions make English feel familiar. Familiar things feel safe. Safe things feel easy. This is how confidence is built naturally. It is important to stop comparing yourself to others. Comparison steals confidence. Everyone's journey is different. Your job is not to match someone else's level. Your job is to move forward from where you are. Progress measured against yourself is the only progress that matters. Another powerful technique is reframing mistakes. Instead of thinking, I sounded bad, think, I spoke. Instead of thinking, I was nervous, think, I was brave. Language follows thought. When you change the story in your mind, your emotional response changes. Let's also talk about consistency. Confidence does not grow in one day. It grows through repeated action over time. Some days you will feel strong. Some days weak. That is normal. What matters is that you keep showing up. Skills grow through repetition, not perfection. This chapter wants you to leave with a new definition of confidence. Confidence is not feeling ready. Confidence is being willing, willing to try, willing to speak, willing to learn in public. When you adopt this definition, confidence becomes reachable. From today, choose one small action that feels slightly uncomfortable. Not terrifying, just slightly uncomfortable. Do it. Speak one sentence. Ask one question. Each time you do this, you are training confidence like a muscle. Muscles grow when challenged gently, not when avoided. By the end of this chapter, I want you to feel empowered. Not because fear is gone, but because you know fear does not control you. Confidence is not waiting for you in the future. It is built in the present through action. You are not lacking confidence. You are training it. And every time you speak, even with a shaking voice, you are becoming more confident than you were before. Chapter 27. English for Social Situations. Up to now, you have learned how to use English inside yourself. You have practiced alone. You have spoken about daily actions, thoughts, plans, and feelings. Now, English is ready to step into the world of people. Social situations are where language becomes alive. This chapter is about helping you feel comfortable using English with others, not in a formal or heavy way, but in the light, human way people actually communicate every day. Many learners feel confident when speaking alone, but nervous when someone else is involved. That fear is natural. Social situations carry emotion. There is uncertainty. You do not control the conversation fully, but the good news is this. Social English is usually simple. People are not testing you. They are connecting with you. When you understand this, social English becomes much easier. Let's start with greetings, because greetings open every social door. In American culture, greetings are usually casual and friendly. People often say, "Hi," "Hey," or "How's it going?" These greetings are not invitations for deep answers. They are signals of friendliness. A short response like "good," "fine," or "pretty good" is enough. You are not required to explain your life. Just responding keeps the social rhythm moving. Small talk is another important part of social English. Small talk is not about important information. It is about comfort. It helps people feel relaxed around each other. Topics are usually simple: weather, the day, work, plans. Comments like, "It's really hot today," "long day," or "busy week" are common. These sentences are easy, but they create connection. You do not need creativity. You need presence. Many learners believe they must say something interesting to be social. This belief creates pressure. In reality, being social is more about listening and reacting than about speaking a lot. A nod, a smile, a short response like, "Yeah, I know," or "That's true," keeps the conversation flowing. These small signals show engagement and friendliness. Polite responses are also important in social situations. Words like thanks, thank you, no problem, and sure are used constantly. They soften interactions. They show respect. Politeness in English is often simple, not formal. Tone matters more than long sentences. A calm, friendly tone carries politeness naturally. Casual reactions are another key part of social English. People react to stories, comments, and situations with short expressions. "Oh, really? That's nice. Sounds good. Wow." These reactions do not require explanation. They show interest and emotion. When you use them, people feel heard. That feeling matters more than grammar. Cultural tone is important here, but it does not need to be complicated. In many American social situations, the tone is relaxed and friendly. Direct eye contact, a slight smile, and an open posture help communication. Silence is not always uncomfortable, but being responsive is appreciated. You do not need to be loud or energetic. You just need to be present. Another important part of social English is understanding that conversations do not need to be perfect. People interrupt. People change topics. People misunderstand. This is normal. You do not need to control everything. If you miss something, you can ask. If you do not know a word, you can explain simply. Social conversations are flexible. Many learners fear embarrassing themselves in social situations. Let's address that directly. Embarrassment passes quickly. Silence lasts longer. When you choose to speak even briefly, you move forward. Most people appreciate effort. They respond to kindness, not perfection. Social English also teaches you when to stop speaking. You do not need to fill every moment. Listening is part of speaking. Giving space allows others to talk. This balance makes conversations feel natural. You are not performing. You are sharing time. Another helpful shift is letting go of the idea that you must translate your personality into English perfectly. You are still you. English is just another way to express yourself. Your humor, your calmness, your curiosity can exist in simple words. You do not lose yourself when you speak English. You bring yourself with you. You may notice that social English feels easier in short interactions. That is a good place to start. A greeting, a quick comment, a polite response. These moments build confidence. Over time, longer conversations feel less intimidating because you have already succeeded many times. Let's also talk about mistakes in social situations. If you say something wrong, most people either ignore it or help you naturally. They are focused on meaning, not form. When you keep going, the moment passes. This teaches your brain that mistakes are not dangerous. From today, try to see social situations as practice, not tests. Every interaction is an opportunity, not a judgment. You do not need to be perfect. You need to be willing. By the end of this chapter, I want you to feel more relaxed about using English with people. Social English is not about impressive language. It is about simple connection. When you greet, respond, and react naturally, you are already communicating well. English for social situations is not something extra you must learn. It grows from what you already know. Small words, simple patterns, honest presence. That is enough to build real interaction. You are no longer only speaking English in your room or your mind. You are bringing English into the world of people. And that step, even when it feels small, is a powerful sign that your English is becoming real. Chapter 28. How to keep a conversation going. One of the most common fears English learners have is not starting a conversation, but keeping it alive. Many people can say hello. Many people can answer a question. But when the conversation pauses, fear appears. The mind goes blank. Silence feels heavy. The learner thinks, now it's my turn to say something smart. And pressure takes over. This chapter exists to remove that pressure completely. Because keeping a conversation going does not require long sentences, clever ideas, or perfect English. It requires connection. And connection is built with very small, very human tools. Let's start with a simple truth. Conversations are not speeches. You are not expected to talk for a long time. Real conversations move like a tennis match. One person speaks, the other responds. Short exchanges, back and forth. When learners try to speak in long sentences, they get tired and nervous. When they use small responses, conversations feel lighter and easier. Listening responses are one of the strongest tools you have. These are short sounds or words that show you are listening. Yeah. Right. I see. Oh. These words may seem small, but they are powerful. They tell the other person, I'm with you. When people feel heard, they continue speaking. And when they continue speaking, the conversation keeps going without pressure on you. Follow-up questions are another simple and powerful technique. You do not need new topics. You do not need creativity. You simply react to what the other person just said. If they talk about work, you can ask, busy? Or, you like it? If they talk about their weekend, you can ask, with friends? Or relaxing? These questions are short, natural, and effective. They keep the conversation moving without forcing you to think far ahead. Many learners believe they must always add new information. That belief creates stress. In real life, conversations grow by staying on the same topic for a while. You can stay with one idea and explore it slowly. React, ask, respond. This is how conversations feel natural. Let's talk about reactions. Reactions are not answers. They are emotional responses. That's nice. That's hard. Sounds good. Oh no. These expressions show feeling. Feeling matters more than information. When you react emotionally, people feel connected to you, even if your English is simple. Silence is another important topic. Silence is not your enemy. Silence is part of conversation. People pause to think. People pause to breathe. Silence only feels scary when you believe you must fill it. You do not. A calm pause feels confident. If silence appears, you can smile, nod, or use a small reaction. That is enough. Another helpful mindset is understanding that you do not need to control the conversation. You are not responsible for its success alone. Conversation is shared. When you listen well and respond simply, you are doing your part. That is enough. Many learners fear that limited vocabulary will stop conversation, but vocabulary is not the main issue. Connection is. You can have a warm, friendly conversation with very few words. People remember how you made them feel, not how many words you used. Let's also remove the idea that fluency means talking a lot. Fluent speakers often talk less than you think. They listen more. They respond naturally. They do not rush to impress. Fluency is about comfort, not volume. Another useful technique is repeating part of what the other person said. This shows understanding and buys you time. If someone says, "I had a long day at work," you can respond, "Long day?" or "Yeah, long day." This repetition feels natural and keeps the conversation alive. Fear of saying the wrong thing often causes conversation breakdown. Remember this. Saying something simple is always better than saying nothing. Even a small response keeps the door open. Silence closes it. You may also worry about your accent or mistakes while responding. Most people do not notice or care. They are focused on the flow of the conversation, not the form of your language. When you stay engaged, mistakes disappear into the background. Let's talk about confidence again, but in a practical way. Confidence in conversation grows when you realize you do not need to perform. You just need to participate. Participation can be quiet. Participation can be simple. That is still confidence. Practice this mindset in low-pressure situations, casual chats, short interactions, friendly exchanges. The goal is not perfection. The goal is continuation. Each time a conversation continues, even briefly, your confidence grows. From today, stop asking yourself, "What should I say next?" Instead, ask, "How can I show I'm listening?" That shift changes everything. Listening creates speaking opportunities naturally. By the end of this chapter, I want you to feel relaxed about conversations. You do not need long sentences. You do not need perfect grammar. You need simple responses, honest reactions, and gentle curiosity. Keeping a conversation going is not about knowing more English. It is about using what you already know with presence. When you do that, conversations stop feeling fragile and start feeling human. And when conversations feel human, English finally feels like a language you can live in, not a test you must pass. Chapter 29. English Mistakes That Don't Matter. One of the biggest reasons English learners feel stuck is not because they make mistakes, but because they stop for mistakes that do not matter. They interrupt themselves, they apologize, they correct every small thing, and in that moment, fluency breaks. This chapter is about freeing you from that habit. It is about helping you understand which mistakes are harmless, normal, and completely acceptable in spoken English, so you can stop overthinking and start flowing. Let's begin with a truth that many learners never hear. Spoken English is not perfect English. It never was. Native speakers make mistakes constantly. They change sentences halfway. They forget words. They use the wrong tense. And they keep talking. The listener understands because meaning matters more than form. This is how real communication works. Many learners believe they must fix every error immediately. This belief comes from classroom learning, where accuracy is rewarded and mistakes are corrected instantly. Real life does not work this way. In conversation, stopping to fix small errors does more damage than the error itself. It breaks rhythm. It creates tension. It makes the speaker feel smaller. Keeping the flow is almost always more important. Let's talk about the kinds of mistakes that do not matter. Small grammar slips are very common. Missing an S, mixing time slightly, choosing a simple word instead of a perfect one. These do not stop understanding. Most listeners do not even notice them. They are focused on the message, not the form. When you stop to correct these, you bring attention to something that was not a problem. Pronunciation mistakes are another area where learners panic unnecessarily. If the listener understands you, the pronunciation worked. It does not need to be perfect. Accents exist. Variation exists. Clarity is the goal, not imitation. If you repeat a word because the listener did not understand, that is useful. Correcting yourself when the listener already understands is not. Word order mistakes also happen frequently, even among fluent speakers. Spoken English is flexible. People rearrange ideas while speaking. As long as the meaning is clear, the conversation moves forward. Trying to repair every word order slip makes speaking feel heavy. Another harmless mistake is using simpler language than necessary. Many learners feel embarrassed when they cannot find an advanced word. They think they should stop and search. But simple words are not wrong. They are effective. Fluent speakers often choose simple language because it is fast and clear. Choosing simplicity is not a mistake. It is a skill. Overthinking often shows itself in the body. Shoulders tighten. Breathing becomes shallow. The voice lowers. These physical reactions make speaking harder. When you allow harmless mistakes, your body relaxes. Relaxation improves flow naturally. This chapter is also about learning when to ignore errors. If the listener understands you and the conversation continues, let the mistake go. Do not look back. Do not replay it in your head. Moving forward is more important than correcting the past. There are times when correction is useful. If your mistake changes meaning and causes confusion, you can clarify. But clarification does not require apology or panic. A simple restatement is enough. And continue. Calm correction keeps confidence intact. Many learners believe that fluent speakers do not make mistakes. This belief creates pressure and silence. The truth is, fluent speakers make fewer noticeable mistakes because they do not stop. Flow hides small errors. Confidence makes imperfections invisible. Another important shift is understanding that mistakes decrease naturally with exposure and repetition. You do not need to fight them aggressively. When you listen more and speak more, your brain adjusts. Patterns become stronger. Errors fade quietly. Fighting mistakes creates stress. Allowing them creates progress. This chapter also helps you let go of unnecessary apologies. Saying "sorry for my English" before or during speaking makes you smaller. It puts attention on mistakes instead of meaning. You do not need to apologize for learning. Speak first. Let communication lead. Let's talk about calm speaking. Calm speakers sound more fluent, even with mistakes. Tension makes small errors noticeable. Calmness smooths everything. Calmness comes from acceptance. Acceptance comes from understanding that not every mistake matters. From today, give yourself a new rule. If the listener understands and the conversation continues, do not correct yourself. Finish your thought. Keep going. Trust the flow. This single rule can transform your speaking experience. You may notice something interesting when you stop correcting every small thing. Your speaking speed increases. Your confidence grows. English feels lighter. That is not because you became more accurate overnight. It is because you removed resistance. By the end of this chapter, I want you to feel calmer when you speak. Mistakes no longer feel like threats. They feel like background noise. Communication becomes the focus again. Fluency is not the absence of mistakes. It is the ability to move forward despite them. When you learn which mistakes do not matter, you free your voice. And when your voice is free, English finally begins to flow naturally, without fear or hesitation. Chapter 30. You are now a real speaker. Take a moment and breathe. Not because this is the end, but because something important has already happened. Somewhere along this journey, without noise or celebration, you crossed a line. You may not have noticed the exact moment, but it is real. You are no longer just someone who is learning English. You are someone who speaks English. That shift is quiet, but it changes everything. This chapter exists to help you recognize that change, to let it settle inside you, and to claim it with calm confidence. When many people imagine a real speaker, they picture someone who speaks fast, uses big words, and never makes mistakes. That image is false. A real speaker is not defined by speed or perfection. A real speaker is someone who uses English to express thoughts, feelings, needs, and ideas, even when the language is simple. If you can do that, even in small ways, you are already a speaker. And you can do that now. Look back at where you started. At the beginning, English felt heavy. Your mind was full of rules. Your mouth felt tight. Silence felt safer than speaking. You waited for the right time, the right level, the right confidence. But step by step, something changed. You listened more. You spoke more. You stopped translating every word. You accepted mistakes. You used simple sentences. You kept conversations going. None of this happened by magic. It happened because you showed up again and again. A real speaker is not fearless. A real speaker is familiar with fear and speaks anyway. If you feel a little nervous and still speak, that is not weakness. That is strength. That is ownership. Fear no longer decides for you. You decide. That is what makes you a real speaker. Identity matters deeply in language learning. When you think, I am bad at English, your brain looks for proof. When you think, I am learning English, you stay in preparation mode forever. But when you say, I speak English, something shifts. Your brain begins to support that identity. You act differently. You take small risks. You recover faster from mistakes. Identity shapes behavior. This chapter is not telling you that you are finished or perfect. It is telling you that you are real. You have a voice in English now. It may be simple, it may be slow, but it is yours, and that matters more than fluency level. Ownership replaces fear. When you own your English, you stop apologizing for it. You stop waiting for permission. You stop shrinking your voice. You speak with what you have. And what you have is enough to be understood, enough to connect, enough to grow. Many learners never reach this psychological milestone because no one tells them they are allowed to. They keep chasing a future version of themselves and never respect the present one. This chapter is your permission. You do not need to wait anymore to call yourself a speaker. Pride is important here, but not loud pride, quiet pride. The kind that sits calmly inside you and says, I can handle this. Pride in effort, pride in consistency, pride in showing up even on days when motivation was low. That pride fuels long-term growth. You may notice that after accepting yourself as a real speaker, learning becomes easier. Not because English suddenly changes, but because your relationship with it changes. You stop fighting it. You start using it. You stop proving yourself. You start expressing yourself. That is when fluency accelerates naturally. Let's also talk about responsibility, because ownership brings responsibility in a healthy way. As a real speaker, you keep using English. You keep listening. You keep speaking, not out of pressure, but out of habit. You protect your progress by staying connected to the language in small, daily ways. Another powerful change happens at this stage. You stop measuring yourself against others and start measuring yourself against yesterday. That is real growth. That is sustainable. Comparison fades. Progress becomes personal. You may still make mistakes tomorrow. You may still feel nervous next week. That does not take away what you have become. A real speaker is not someone who never struggles. A real speaker is someone who continues despite struggle. This chapter is a mirror. When you look into it, I want you to see effort, courage, and consistency. I want you to see someone who did not quit. Someone who learned how to speak before feeling ready. Someone who chose action over waiting. From this point forward, English is no longer something you hope to use one day. It is something you already use. Each conversation, each sentence, each small interaction builds on that truth. You are not standing at the beginning anymore. You are standing on a foundation, and from here, growth becomes more exciting, more personal, and more powerful. Say it quietly if you want. Say it confidently if you can, but say it honestly. I am a real English speaker. And once you accept that, the path ahead no longer feels intimidating. It feels possible. It feels open. It feels like something you belong in. This is not the end of your journey. It is the moment you stop doubting whether you are on the journey at all. You are, and you always have been moving forward. Welcome to your new identity. Chapter 31. Speaking Faster, Without Panic. Many English learners believe that speaking fast is the sign of fluency. They listen to native speakers and feel pressure in their chest. Their own English feels slow, careful, and sometimes broken. This comparison creates panic. They try to push speed before comfort, and that pressure makes everything worse. This chapter is here to calm that panic and replace it with understanding. Speaking slowly at the beginning is not a problem. It is a stage. Speed does not come from force. It comes from familiarity. Let's be clear about something important. When you speak slowly, it does not mean you are bad at English. It means your brain is still building paths. Every sentence you speak is being processed consciously. Your mind is choosing words, arranging them, and checking meaning. That takes time. This is normal. This is healthy. This is learning happening in real time. Fluent speakers sound fast because they are not thinking about each word. They are using patterns they have used thousands of times. Their sentences are automatic. Automatic speech feels light. It flows without effort. You cannot jump directly to that stage by pushing yourself to speak faster. If you try, your voice tightens, your breathing changes, and panic appears. Panic blocks fluency. This chapter wants to remove one dangerous belief that pauses are bad. Pauses are not mistakes. Pauses are thinking moments. Even native speakers pause. They pause to choose words, to think, to react. The difference is they are not afraid of those pauses. When you stop fearing pauses, your speaking becomes calmer. Calmness is the real door to speed. Speed grows naturally when three things happen together: familiar sentences, relaxed breathing, and repeated exposure. None of these require force. They require time and consistency. When your brain recognizes a sentence pattern, it stops searching. It knows what comes next. That recognition shortens pauses naturally. Another reason learners panic is because they feel watched. They think every second of silence is being judged. In reality, listeners are patient. They wait. They are used to pauses. Most people care more about understanding you than about how fast you speak. When you accept this, your body relaxes. Let's talk about gentle speed-building habits. The first habit is repetition, without rushing. When you repeat familiar sentences out loud daily, your mouth learns the movement. Your tongue relaxes. Your voice becomes smoother. This repetition slowly increases speed without you noticing. One day you realize you are speaking faster, but you never pushed. The second habit is listening to natural English often. Listening trains your internal rhythm. Your brain starts expecting the next word. This expectation reduces hesitation. You are not copying speed consciously. You are absorbing it naturally. Slow, clear English is especially helpful here because it builds understanding before speed. The third habit is speaking in small chunks. Do not aim for long sentences. Short sentences flow faster. They reduce pressure. When short sentences become automatic, they connect naturally. Speed appears as a result, not a goal. Breathing also matters more than most learners realize. When you are nervous, you hold your breath. Holding breath slows thinking and tightens the voice. Speaking with steady breathing keeps your pace natural. Calm breath creates calm speech. Let's also remove the idea that fast equals fluent. Some people speak fast but are unclear. Some people speak slowly but clearly and confidently. Clarity always comes before speed. Listeners prefer clear English over fast English. When clarity is strong, speed follows naturally. Another important shift is stopping self-monitoring while speaking. When you constantly check yourself, speed drops. When you allow speech to move forward, speed improves. Trust grows through action, not control. You may notice that speed increases in familiar situations. Talking about daily routines, talking about yourself, talking about common topics. This is proof that familiarity creates speed. You are not slow, you are just still building familiarity in some areas. This chapter also wants to remove urgency. There is no race. You do not need to catch up to anyone. Fluency is a long-term process. Quiet growth is the strongest kind. When you allow English to grow at its natural pace, it stays with you. From today, stop telling yourself to speak faster. Tell yourself to speak comfortably. Comfort creates confidence. Confidence creates flow. Flow creates speed. One day, you will notice something surprising. You will answer without thinking. You will finish sentences smoothly. You will speak faster without trying. That is the moment you understand this chapter deeply. Speed came because you stopped chasing it. By the end of this chapter, I want you to feel calm about your pace. You are not behind, you are building. Every sentence you speak is training your brain. Every pause is part of the process. Speaking faster without panic is not about pushing harder. It is about trusting the process. When you do that, fluency grows quietly, steadily, and naturally, exactly the way it should. Chapter 32. English Rhythm Makes You Sound Fluent. Many learners believe that sounding fluent means sounding like a native speaker. They focus on accent, pronunciation, and individual sounds, hoping that perfection will unlock confidence. This belief creates tension. It makes people listen to themselves too closely and judge every word. This chapter gently shifts your focus to something far more important and far more achievable. Rhythm. English fluency is not about perfect sounds. It is about natural movement. When your English has rhythm, it feels smooth, relaxed, and alive, even if your accent is strong. Let's begin by understanding what rhythm really means in spoken English. English is not spoken word by word like a list. It moves in waves. Some words are strong and clear. Other words are soft and quick. This contrast creates flow. Native speakers do this without thinking. They stretch important words and glide over small ones. That pattern is what makes English sound natural. Many learners try to pronounce every word clearly and evenly. This actually makes speech sound stiff. Real English does not treat every word equally. Important words carry meaning. Small words support them quietly. When you learn to feel this difference, your speech becomes smoother without extra effort. This chapter is not about technical phonetics or complicated rules. You do not need to study symbols or diagrams. You need to listen differently. When you listen to natural English, notice which words sound stronger. Usually, they are nouns, main verbs, and important ideas. Words like the two of and often sound softer. They pass quickly. This is rhythm in action. Another important part of rhythm is grouping. English speakers group words together into small units. They do not stop after every word. They pause after ideas. This grouping makes speech easier to follow and easier to produce. When you try to speak word by word, your brain works harder. When you speak in groups, your brain relaxes. Imitation is the key tool here. You do not need to understand rhythm intellectually. You need to copy it emotionally. Listen to a short sentence. Do not focus on pronunciation. Focus on the music. Where does the voice rise? Where does it fall? Which words feel heavier? Then repeat gently, not louder, not faster, just smoother. Many learners worry that copying rhythm means losing their identity or trying to sound American. That is not the goal. Rhythm does not erase your accent. It supports it. You can keep your accent and still sound fluent. Fluency is about flow, not imitation. When rhythm improves, confidence improves automatically. Why? Because rhythm reduces effort. Your mouth moves more naturally. Your breathing becomes steady. Your voice stops feeling forced. Speaking becomes easier. Ease is what listeners perceive as fluency. Let's also remove the fear of doing it wrong. There is no perfect rhythm. Even native speakers have different rhythms. What matters is movement, not perfection. When your speech flows instead of stopping, listeners feel comfortable. Comfort is communication. Another powerful effect of rhythm is that it hides small mistakes. When you speak with good rhythm, grammar slips, and pronunciation issues become less noticeable. The listener follows the message instead of the details. Flow protects you. Rhythm also helps with speed naturally. When you group words and soften small ones, sentences move faster without panic. You are not pushing speed, you are allowing it. This connects directly with the previous chapter. Speed grows from rhythm, not pressure. Listening daily is essential here. Choose clear, natural English. Not too fast, not too slow. Listen with curiosity. Let your brain absorb patterns. Over time, your internal rhythm changes quietly. One day, you will speak and feel surprised by how smooth it sounds. Practicing rhythm does not require long sessions. Even a few minutes of listening and repeating can help. The goal is consistency, not intensity. Gentle repetition builds muscle memory. Muscle memory creates flow. It is also important to relax your jaw and shoulders while speaking. Tension blocks rhythm. When your body is relaxed, rhythm appears naturally. Fluency is physical as much as mental. Many learners try to control rhythm consciously while speaking. This creates stiffness. Rhythm works best when you let go slightly. Trust your listening. Trust your exposure. Trust the process. From today, stop asking, "Do I sound native?" Start asking, "Do I sound smooth?" That question leads you in the right direction. Smoothness is achievable. Smoothness is real fluency. By the end of this chapter, I want you to feel relief. You do not need perfect pronunciation. You do not need to chase an accent. You need rhythm. And rhythm comes from listening, copying, and allowing English to move naturally through you. When English has rhythm, it feels less like effort and more like expression. Your voice becomes calmer. Your confidence grows. And without trying to impress anyone, you begin to sound fluent, because you are communicating with flow. Let rhythm guide you. Let listening shape you. Let fluency arrive quietly, exactly the way it is meant to. Chapter 33: Thinking Less While Speaking. One of the quiet problems that stops many English learners from speaking smoothly is not vocabulary, grammar, or pronunciation. It is thinking too much. Overthinking fills the mind with noise. It makes speaking feel heavy. It turns every sentence into a problem to solve instead of a message to share. This chapter is about reducing that mental load and helping you speak with a calmer, lighter mind. When thinking becomes quieter, speaking becomes easier. Let's start by understanding why overthinking happens. Most learners were trained to treat English like a puzzle. Every sentence feels like something you must build perfectly from the ground up. You check grammar. You search for words. You worry about mistakes. Your brain tries to do many jobs at once. This overload slows everything down. The problem is not your ability. The problem is the process you are using. In real spoken English, people do not create new sentences every time they speak. They reuse what they already know. They rely on familiar phrases and common patterns. Their brain is not busy building language. It is focused on meaning. That is why speech feels light and natural. This chapter helps you move toward that same experience. Thinking less does not mean thinking poorly. It means thinking efficiently. It means trusting what you already know instead of questioning it every time. You already have sentence patterns in your mind. You have used them before. When you reuse them, your brain relaxes. Relaxation allows fluency to appear. Many learners believe that using familiar phrases makes their English weak or repetitive. In reality, repetition is how language works. Native speakers repeat the same structures all day long. They change the situation, not the structure. This repetition reduces mental effort and increases speed. When you accept this, you stop trying to impress and start communicating. Mental calm is an important part of speaking. When your mind is calm, your breathing is steady. When your breathing is steady, your voice is steady. When your voice is steady, your confidence increases. All of this begins with reducing unnecessary thinking. Let's talk about trust. Trusting your English does not mean believing it is perfect. It means believing it is enough. Enough to be understood. Enough to continue. Enough to grow. When you trust your known patterns, you stop interrupting yourself. You finish sentences. That completion builds confidence naturally. Another reason overthinking slows speech is the fear of choosing the wrong option. Many learners pause because they are deciding between two words or two structures. This decision-making takes time. Instead of choosing the best option, choose the familiar one. Familiar choices are faster and safer. Over time, familiarity expands on its own. This chapter encourages you to stop creating new sentences while speaking. Creation is for practice time, not conversation time. In conversation, reuse, adapt, adjust slightly. Let your language come from memory, not from analysis. You may notice that when you stop thinking so much, your English sounds simpler. That is not a problem. Simple English is strong English. Simple language carries meaning clearly. Listeners respond to clarity, not complexity. Another powerful shift is moving your attention away from yourself and toward the listener. When you focus on how you sound, thinking increases. When you focus on what the other person needs to understand, thinking decreases. Communication becomes the priority. That shift alone can reduce anxiety significantly. Silence also becomes less threatening when you think less. You stop judging pauses. You stop filling space with worry. You allow the conversation to breathe. Calm pauses feel confident. They give you time without pressure. Let's also address the habit of mental translation. Translating requires constant thinking. When you rely on familiar English phrases instead, translation fades naturally. Your brain starts connecting meaning directly to English. This reduces processing time and mental fatigue. Practicing thinking less starts outside of conversation. When you practice alone, repeat familiar sentences. Do not change them. Let them settle. When you listen, notice repeated phrases. Let your brain store them. Storage reduces thinking later. You may feel uncomfortable at first when you stop overthinking. It may feel like losing control. That feeling passes quickly. What replaces it is ease. Ease is the foundation of fluent speech. Another important point is that mistakes do not increase when you think less. Often, they decrease. Overthinking creates errors because it breaks flow. Flow protects meaning. When you keep going, communication stays strong. From today, give yourself permission to use what you already know. Do not search for better words. Do not build longer sentences. Speak with what feels ready. Ready language is fluent language. By the end of this chapter, I want you to feel lighter when you speak. English should not feel like a test. It should feel like movement. Thinking less allows that movement to happen. Fluency is not about how much you know. It is about how easily you can use what you know. When you reduce mental overload, English becomes easier to access. Words come faster. Sentences feel familiar. Confidence grows quietly. You do not need to push your mind harder. You need to let it relax. Trust your patterns. Trust your progress. When thinking steps back, speaking steps forward, and English finally begins to feel natural again. Chapter 34: Expressing Opinions Simply. For many English learners, speaking feels possible until opinions enter the conversation. Saying yes or no feels safe. Answering simple questions feels manageable. But the moment someone asks, "What do you think?" pressure appears. The learner feels they must explain clearly, sound intelligent, and choose the right words. This chapter is here to remove that pressure. Expressing opinions in English does not require advanced vocabulary or long explanations. It requires honesty, simplicity, and a few familiar ways to share what you think. Let's begin with an important truth. In real life, most opinions are simple. People are not giving speeches. They are sharing feelings and preferences. They say what they like, what they do not like, what they agree with, and what they do not agree with. This happens casually, often in short sentences. When learners believe opinions must be complex, they silence themselves unnecessarily. Opinion speaking starts with small language. Phrases like, "I think," "I feel," "I like," and "I don't like" are powerful. They open the door to your thoughts. You do not need to justify everything. Saying "I think it's good" or "I don't like it much" is enough to participate. Participation matters more than explanation. Agreeing is one of the easiest ways to express an opinion. In American English, agreement is often soft and friendly. People say things like, "Yeah, I agree," "I think so too," or "that makes sense." These phrases do not sound strong or dramatic. They sound calm and respectful. Agreement builds connection quickly, especially in social conversations. Disagreeing does not need to feel dangerous either. Many learners fear disagreement because they think it must sound rude. In reality, Americans often disagree gently. They soften disagreement with phrases like, "I'm not sure," "maybe," or "I see it differently." These expressions allow you to share your opinion without conflict. You are not fighting, you are contributing. Explaining your opinion does not require long reasons. One simple reason is enough. "I like it because it's easy." "I don't agree because it feels rushed. These sentences are clear and natural. You do not need perfect logic, you need clarity. Listeners understand your point even when your language is simple. Another important point is tone. How you say something matters as much as what you say. A calm tone feels respectful. A relaxed voice makes disagreement easier to accept. When your tone is friendly, your opinion feels welcome. Many learners believe they must speak fast or confidently to express opinions. That is not true. You are allowed to pause. You are allowed to think. Saying, "let me think," or "I'm not sure," is normal. These phrases buy you time and keep the conversation going. They show honesty, not weakness. Casual opinion sharing happens everywhere. Talking about food, movies, work, plans, daily life is full of opinions. I like this place. I don't think it's a good idea. I prefer this one. These sentences are simple, but they carry meaning. When you use them, you move beyond yes-no answers naturally. Let's also remove the fear of being wrong. Opinions are personal. There is no correct or incorrect opinion. You are sharing how you feel. When you understand this, pressure disappears. You are not being tested. You are being heard. Another helpful habit is listening to how others express opinions. Notice how often people use simple words. Notice how often they soften their statements. This listening builds intuition. Over time, you start copying the style naturally. You may worry that your opinion sounds too basic. That worry comes from comparison. Simple does not mean weak. Simple means clear. Clear communication is respected. Many fluent speakers prefer simple language because it keeps conversations comfortable. This chapter also encourages you to speak even when your opinion feels incomplete. You do not need to finish every thought perfectly. You can start and adjust. I think it's good, but maybe not for everyone. This kind of flexibility is natural in spoken English. Another important shift is realizing that opinions do not need to be final. You can change your mind. You can say, "Maybe I'm wrong," or "I'm still thinking about it." This openness makes conversations feel safe and human. From today, practice expressing opinions in small ways. Choose one opinion each day. Say it out loud. Keep it short. Keep it honest. Do not decorate it with extra words. Let it be simple. You may notice that once you start sharing opinions, conversations feel more engaging. People respond. They ask questions. They include you more. This builds confidence quickly because you feel part of the exchange. By the end of this chapter, I want you to feel comfortable saying what you think in English, even with simple words. You do not need advanced language to have a voice. Your thoughts matter. Your feelings matter. English is simply the bridge. Expressing opinions simply is not a small skill. It is a powerful step toward real communication. When you can say what you think, you move from answering to participating. And participation is where English truly becomes yours. Chapter 35, English for Emotions and Feelings. For many learners, English begins as a tool for information. Names, directions, tasks, answers. But real language is not only about facts. Real language carries feeling. It carries happiness, frustration, excitement, worry, relief, and hope. When emotions enter your English, your speech becomes human. It becomes real. This chapter is about helping you express feelings simply and naturally, without drama, without pressure, and without complicated words. When you can express how you feel, English stops sounding robotic and starts sounding alive. Let's begin with something important. You do not need advanced vocabulary to express emotions. In daily English, people use simple words again and again. Words like happy, tired, stressed, excited, upset, worried, calm, and thankful appear everywhere. These words are powerful because they connect directly to human experience. When you use them, people understand you immediately. Many learners hide emotions because they fear sounding wrong or weak. They keep speech neutral and safe. But emotion is not weakness. Emotion is connection. When you say, "I'm happy today," or "I'm really tired," you invite understanding. You let the listener see you as a person, not just a speaker. This connection makes conversations warmer and easier. Tone matters a lot when expressing feelings. You do not need to say many words. Your voice does part of the work. A soft tone can express worry. A brighter tone can express excitement. A calm tone can express relief. When your tone matches your feeling, your English sounds natural, even if the sentence is simple. Happiness is one of the easiest emotions to express. People often say, "I'm happy," "I feel good," or "I'm really glad." These sentences are short, but they carry warmth. You do not need to explain why unless you want to. Sharing happiness builds positive energy in conversations. Frustration and stress are also part of daily life, and English allows simple ways to express them. People often say, "I'm tired," "I'm stressed," or "it's a lot right now." These phrases are common and accepted. They do not sound dramatic. They sound honest. When you express frustration calmly, people respond with understanding. Excitement is another emotion that brings energy into English. Words like excited, looking forward to, or can't wait are used frequently. Even a simple sentence like "I'm excited about it" changes the mood of a conversation. It shows interest. It shows life. Excitement makes English feel active. Worry and uncertainty are also human emotions. People say things like, "I'm not sure," "I'm a bit worried," or "I don't know yet." These expressions are gentle and respectful. They allow you to be honest without sounding negative. Sharing worry often invites support, not judgment. Another important emotional skill is expressing relief. Relief comes after stress or difficulty. Simple phrases like, "That's a relief," "I feel better now," or "I'm glad that's done" are common. These phrases show emotional movement. They tell a story in one sentence. Let's also talk about gratitude, because it plays a big role in spoken English. Saying "thank you," "I appreciate it," or "that means a lot" adds warmth and respect. Gratitude strengthens relationships and makes interactions smoother. Even small moments of gratitude matter. Many learners worry about expressing emotions correctly. They fear choosing the wrong word. Remember this: perfect accuracy is less important than honest feeling. If your emotion is clear, your message is successful. People respond to sincerity, not perfection. Another helpful idea is linking emotions to situations. You can say, "I'm happy about this," "I'm tired from work," or "I'm nervous about tomorrow." These simple links help listeners understand context. Context reduces misunderstanding and builds empathy. Expressing emotions also helps you think in English. When you label feelings in English, your brain starts connecting emotion directly to language. This reduces translation. You stop thinking first in another language. You feel first, then speak. That is a powerful step toward fluency. Many learners believe emotional English is advanced. It is not. Emotional English is basic, daily, and human. Children use it early. Adults use it constantly. It belongs to everyone. Another important point is that you do not need to exaggerate emotions. English often prefers moderation. Saying "I'm a bit tired" or "I'm kind of happy" sounds natural. These softeners make speech friendly and realistic. From today, Try naming your feelings in English, even when you are alone. When you wake up, ask yourself, how do I feel? Answer with one word or one sentence. This simple habit builds emotional vocabulary naturally. You may notice that when you express emotions, your speaking becomes smoother. Why? Because emotion guides language. It reduces thinking. You speak from feeling, not from rules. That is when English feels most natural. By the end of this chapter, I want you to feel comfortable sharing how you feel in English. You do not need to hide behind neutral words. Your emotions are part of your voice. When you include them, your English becomes warmer, clearer, and more real. Language is not just about saying what you do or what you think. It is also about saying how you feel. When you can do that, even in simple words, English truly becomes yours. Chapter 36. Stop sounding like a book. Many English learners do everything right, yet something still feels wrong when they speak. Their grammar is correct, their sentences are complete, their vocabulary is good, and still, their English sounds stiff, heavy, and distant, like a book being read out loud instead of a person speaking. This chapter is about closing that gap. It helps you move away from textbook English and step into conversational English, the kind people actually use in real life. Let's begin with an honest observation. Books are written to be clear on paper. People are spoken to be understood in the moment. These are two different purposes, so they naturally use language differently. Written English is careful, complete, and structured. Spoken English is flexible, relaxed, and sometimes incomplete. When learners use written English while speaking, conversations feel unnatural. Not wrong, just uncomfortable. Textbooks often teach full sentences because they look clean and organized. But real conversations are messy in a good way. People shorten sentences. They leave words out. They soften statements. They rely on tone, context, and shared understanding. None of this is laziness. It is efficiency. Spoken English values speed, comfort, and connection over perfection. One big difference between book English and spoken English is how much is left unsaid. In writing, everything must be clear on the page. In speaking, people share space, time, and context. That shared context allows speakers to use fewer words. For example, instead of saying, "I do not think that is a good idea," people often say, "I don't think so," or even just, "probably not." The meaning is clear because the situation fills in the rest. Another difference is how sentences begin and end. Written sentences usually start clean and end clearly. Spoken sentences often start in the middle of a thought and trail off naturally. People say things like, "I was thinking here of Kuriawai on you," or "you know when a Kuriawai on you," without finishing perfectly. This does not confuse listeners. It makes speech feel human. Many learners feel uncomfortable with this because they were taught to complete every sentence properly. That habit is useful in writing, but in speaking it creates tension. You feel pressure to finish perfectly. Letting go of that pressure makes speaking easier and more natural. Spoken English also uses softeners. These are small words that make speech friendly and less direct. Words like kind of, a bit, maybe, or I guess appear often. They do not weaken your message. They make it polite and conversational. For example, "I don't like it" sounds strong. "I don't really like it" sounds human and gentle. Native speakers use this style naturally. Another important shift is understanding that spoken English prefers shorter phrases. Long sentences feel heavy when spoken. Short phrases feel alive. Instead of explaining everything, people respond in pieces. "Sounds good," "that's fine," "not sure." These are complete responses in conversation. even though they would look incomplete in a book. Textbook habits also show up when learners use formal connectors while speaking. Words like therefore, however, or moreover are common in writing but rare in daily speech. In conversation, people use simple connectors like so, but, and because. These words keep speech moving and natural. This chapter is not asking you to forget everything you learned. It is asking you to adjust how you use it. Grammar still exists. Structure still matters. But spoken English bends those structures slightly to fit real life. When you allow that flexibility, your English starts sounding more relaxed. Another fear learners have is that conversational English means using slang aggressively. That is not necessary. You do not need to copy every casual phrase you hear. Natural spoken English can be simple, clear, and respectful. Slang is optional. Comfort is essential. Listening plays a big role here. When you listen to real conversations, notice how often people speak in fragments. Notice how they respond with short phrases instead of full explanations. Let your brain absorb that rhythm. Over time, you will naturally start copying it without effort. You may also notice that conversational English uses repetition. People repeat ideas. They restate things slightly. This helps listeners follow along. Repetition is not a mistake. It is a tool for clarity and connection. Another key difference is emotion. Books are neutral. Speech is emotional. When you allow emotion into your voice, your English immediately sounds less like a book. Even simple sentences become expressive when your tone carries feeling. Many learners worry that switching to conversational English will make them sound incorrect. In reality, it makes them sound present. People respond better. Conversations flow more easily. Confidence grows because speaking feels lighter. From today, try this simple shift. When you speak, imagine you are talking to one friendly person, not answering an exam. Choose comfort over complexity. Choose clarity over completeness. Allow your sentences to breathe. You may feel awkward at first. That is normal. You are changing a habit. But soon, something surprising happens. Your English starts sounding easier. You stop translating. You stop building sentences slowly. You start responding naturally. By the end of this chapter, I want you to understand one thing deeply. Sounding natural in English is not about sounding smart. It is about sounding human. When you stop sounding like a book, you start sounding like yourself. And that is when English truly becomes a language you can live in, not just study. Chapter 37, Real-Life English Reactions. One of the biggest differences between someone who understands English and someone who sounds fluent is not vocabulary or grammar. It is reaction. Real conversations are full of small responses that show listening, emotion, and presence. Without these reactions, conversations feel flat and awkward, even if the sentences are correct. This chapter is about giving you those missing pieces. It teaches you how to react naturally in English, without full sentences, without pressure, and without stopping the flow of conversation. Many learners believe they must answer everything with a complete sentence. This belief comes from school habits, where full answers are rewarded. But real life is different. In real conversations, people react more than they explain. They show surprise, interest, confusion, or agreement quickly. These reactions are short, natural, and powerful. They keep conversations alive even when your English level is still growing. Let's start with surprise, because it happens often. When someone shares unexpected news, native speakers rarely say long sentences. They react instantly with short expressions. Simple reactions like, really, oh wow, or no way, show surprise clearly. These words are easy, but they carry strong emotion. You do not need to explain your surprise. The reaction itself is enough. Agreement is another common reaction. People show agreement constantly during conversations, not only at the end. Small responses like, yeah, exactly, right, or I know appear again and again. These reactions tell the speaker that you are following and understanding. When you use them, the other person feels comfortable continuing. Silence often stops conversation. Reactions move it forward. Confusion is also a normal and healthy part of conversation. Many learners try to hide confusion because they fear looking weak. In reality, showing confusion keeps conversations honest and clear. Simple reactions like, sorry, what do you mean, or I'm not sure, are completely natural. These reactions invite clarification and prevent misunderstanding. They also show that you are engaged, not lost. Interest is another reaction that makes conversations feel warm. When someone is telling a story, you can show interest with short responses like, really? That's interesting. Or, oh yeah, that is what it comes to. These do not interrupt the speaker. They encourage them. Interest reactions make people feel heard and valued. You do not need perfect language to show interest. Tone does most of the work. Many learners freeze because they think reactions must be fast and perfect. The truth is, reactions do not need to be fast. They need to be honest. A short pause followed by a simple reaction is completely fine. What matters is that you respond, not how quickly you do it. Another important idea in this chapter is that reactions do not need to be full sentences. In fact, full sentences often sound unnatural as reactions. If someone tells you something surprising and you respond with a long explanation, it breaks the rhythm. Short reactions keep the rhythm alive. Rhythm is what makes conversation feel natural. Let's talk about tone again, because tone is everything with reactions. The same word can sound different depending on tone. Really can sound surprised, doubtful, or interested. You do not need new words. You need awareness of how your voice sounds. Relaxed tone creates natural reactions. Real-life reactions also help with listening. When you know you can react simply, listening feels easier. You stop worrying about preparing a long answer. You focus on understanding and responding naturally. This reduces mental overload and increases presence. Presence is a key word here. When you react naturally, you are present in the conversation. You are not stuck in your head building sentences. You are responding to the moment. This presence is what people feel when they say someone is easy to talk to. Another benefit of reactions is that they buy you time. A short reaction like, oh really, gives you a moment to think while keeping the conversation alive. This is very useful when your English is still developing. You stay in the conversation without pressure. Many learners worry that reacting too much will interrupt the speaker. In American English, small reactions are expected. They are not interruptions. They are signals of engagement. Staying completely silent can feel distant. Balanced reactions create connection. This chapter also helps you stop feeling invisible in conversations. When you react, people notice you. They include you more. They ask you questions. Reactions make you part of the exchange, even when you are not speaking much. Practicing reactions is easy and low pressure. You can practice while listening to videos, podcasts, or real conversations. Pause and react out loud. Copy the tone. Feel the rhythm. This practice builds muscle memory without stress. Another important shift is understanding that reactions are communication. They are not filler, they carry meaning. A simple "oh" can show understanding, surprise, or concern depending on tone. These small sounds are part of real language. From today, give yourself permission to react simply. Do not wait to say something good. Say something real. A short reaction is always better than silence. You may notice that once you start reacting naturally, conversations feel easier. You feel less pressure to perform. You feel more connected. Confidence grows because you are participating, not hiding. By the end of this chapter, I want you to feel comfortable reacting in English without thinking too much. You do not need long sentences to be fluent in conversation. You need presence, listening, and simple reactions. Real-life English is full of small sounds, short words, and honest responses. When you master reactions, you unlock a new level of fluency. Conversations stop feeling fragile. They start feeling alive. And when you feel alive in English, you are no longer just listening. You are truly part of the conversation. Chapter 38, English Confidence in Public. For many learners, English feels manageable in private, but difficult in public. Speaking alone feels safe. Speaking with one person feels possible. But the moment there are other people nearby, co-workers, classmates, strangers, or even friends, fear appears. The heart beats faster, the voice feels smaller, thoughts scatter. This chapter is about changing that experience. It is about helping you feel calm and steady when speaking English around others, not by forcing confidence, but by understanding where confidence truly comes from. Let's begin with a truth that is often misunderstood. Confidence is not something people give you. It is not something listeners decide for you. Confidence is an internal state. It lives inside your body and mind, not in other people's opinions. When you understand this, public speaking becomes less frightening. You stop trying to control how others see you and start focusing on how you feel while speaking. Fear of speaking in public often comes from imagination. You imagine people watching closely. You imagine mistakes becoming obvious. You imagine judgment. In reality, most people are not focused on you the way you think. They are thinking about themselves, their own thoughts, their own worries. When you speak, they listen for meaning, not perfection. Remembering this helps your nervous system calm down. Another important shift is understanding that nervousness does not mean you are failing. Nervousness is a normal response to attention. Even fluent speakers feel it. The difference is not that they are calm, but that they continue anyway. They allow nervousness to exist without letting it stop them. You can do the same. Let's talk about the body, because confidence begins there. When you feel nervous, your body tightens. Shoulders rise. Breathing becomes shallow. Voice becomes weaker. These are physical reactions, not language problems. When you slow your breathing and relax your shoulders, your voice becomes steadier. You do not need perfect English to sound confident. You need a relaxed body. Posture also matters more than you think. Standing or sitting upright sends a signal to your brain that you are safe. Safety reduces fear. When your body feels safe, your mind follows. Confidence grows from this physical foundation. Another helpful technique is slowing down. Public fear often pushes people to rush. Rushing makes mistakes feel bigger. Speaking slightly slower gives you control. It gives your listener time. It gives you space to breathe. Slow speech often sounds more confident than fast speech. This chapter also wants to remove the idea that public speaking means long speeches. Public English happens in many small moments. Answering a question in a group, saying your opinion in a meeting, ordering something with people nearby. These moments count. Confidence grows through repeated small experiences, not one big performance. You may worry that others will notice your accent or mistakes. Here is something important. Accents are normal. Mistakes are expected. What people notice most is how comfortable you seem with yourself. When you accept your English, others accept it too. Confidence is contagious. Another emotional block is the fear of silence. In public situations, silence can feel louder. You may feel pressure to fill it. Remember this: silence is not failure. Silence is thinking time. Taking a moment before speaking shows calmness, not weakness. This chapter also encourages you to stop apologizing for your English in public. Saying sorry for my English shifts attention to mistakes. You do not need to explain yourself. Speak, pause, continue, let communication lead. Let's talk about attention. When you focus on yourself, fear grows. When you focus on the message, fear shrinks. Ask yourself, what do I want to share? Not how do I sound? That shift moves your attention outward. Outward focus reduces anxiety. Confidence in public also grows when you prepare emotionally, not linguistically. Preparation does not mean memorizing sentences. It means reminding yourself that you belong in the conversation. English is not owned by anyone. It is a shared tool. You have the right to use it. Another powerful idea is acceptance. Accept that you may feel nervous. Accept that your voice may shake slightly. Accept that you may pause. None of this means you are doing something wrong. When you stop fighting these sensations, they lose power. You may notice that confidence improves when you speak more often in small public moments. A short comment, a simple response, a brief question. Each time you speak, your brain learns that public English is safe. Safety builds confidence naturally. This chapter also helps you understand that confidence is not loudness. You do not need to speak loudly or dominate conversations. Quiet confidence exists. Calm, steady speech feels strong. You do not need to change your personality to be confident in English. From today, try this mindset. You are not performing, you are participating. Participation does not require perfection, it requires presence. When you show up and speak, even briefly, you are building confidence. You may feel proud after public speaking moments, even small ones. That pride is important. Notice it. Let it reinforce your identity as a speaker. Confidence grows when effort is recognized. By the end of this chapter, I want you to feel safer speaking English around others. Not fearless, but grounded. Not perfect, but present. Public English no longer feels like a test. It feels like a space you can exist in. Confidence in public does not arrive suddenly. It grows quietly, moment by moment, sentence by sentence. And each time you speak, even when your voice feels unsure, you are proving something important to yourself. You are capable. You are allowed. And you are becoming more confident every time you choose to speak. Chapter 39. When you don't understand everything. There is a quiet fear that follows many English learners into every conversation. It is not the fear of speaking. It is the fear of not understanding. Someone talks, words keep coming, and suddenly meaning slips away. The learner smiles, nods, and hopes the moment passes. Inside, panic starts to grow. This chapter exists to remove that panic. Alright, because not understanding everything is not failure. It is normal. It is human. And most importantly, it is manageable. Let's begin with a truth that often surprises learners. Native speakers do not understand everything either. They miss words. They mishear. They ask people to repeat. They guess meaning from context. This happens every day. The difference is not understanding. The difference is emotional reaction. Fluent speakers stay calm. Learners panic. This chapter helps you replace panic with strategy. Understanding spoken English is not an on or off switch. It is partial most of the time. You understand the topic, but miss details. You understand some words, but not all. This is how real listening works, even for advanced speakers. Expecting full understanding creates pressure that blocks listening. Accepting partial understanding opens the door to calm. When panic appears, the body reacts first. Breathing becomes shallow, muscles tighten, the mind races. In this state, understanding becomes even harder. The first step when you feel lost is not language. It is calm. Take a breath. Relax your shoulders. Remind yourself that nothing dangerous is happening. You are allowed to not understand. One of the most important skills in spoken English is asking for clarification politely. This is not a weakness. It is a communication skill. Simple phrases like, "Sorry, could you repeat that?" or "I didn't catch that," are used by native speakers every day. These phrases are short, respectful, and effective. They keep conversations honest. You do not need to understand every word to understand meaning. Often, context tells you enough. Topic, tone, and situation give clues. If someone is smiling and talking about the weekend, the message is likely positive. If someone sounds serious and slow, the message may be important. Trust these signals. They help you stay oriented even when words are missing. Another useful strategy is asking for clarification in a specific way. Instead of saying you don't understand everything, you can ask about one part. "What do you mean by that?" or "Which part?" These questions guide the conversation and help the speaker adjust. Most people are happy to help when asked calmly. Many learners feel embarrassed asking for repetition because they think it slows the conversation. In reality, pretending to understand slows things more. Misunderstanding creates confusion later. Clarification keeps communication clean and respectful. This chapter also helps you let go of the habit of apologizing excessively. You do not need to say sorry repeatedly. One polite request is enough. Over-apologizing puts pressure on you and the listener. Calm requests feel confident and natural. Another important idea is learning to let go of missed words. Sometimes, you miss a word, but the conversation continues clearly. In these moments, do not interrupt. Let it go. Focus on the main idea. Not every word matters equally. Trying to catch everything will exhaust you. Let's also talk about guessing. Guessing meaning from context is a real listening skill. Children do it. Native speakers do it. You do not need permission to guess. If your guess works and the conversation continues, you succeeded. If not, you can ask later. Guessing keeps you engaged instead of frozen. Fear of misunderstanding often comes from perfectionism. You believe understanding must be complete to be acceptable. That belief is unrealistic. Communication works with partial understanding. People adjust. Conversations adapt. Trust the process. Emotional control is the heart of this chapter. When you stay calm, your listening improves naturally. Calmness opens your ears, panic closes them. You cannot force understanding, but you can create the conditions for it. Another helpful mindset is remembering that understanding improves over time, not in one conversation. Each listening experience trains your brain. Even when you feel lost, your brain is learning sounds, rhythm, and patterns. Progress is happening quietly. You may also notice that understanding improves when you stop translating. Translation slows listening. When you focus on catching meaning directly, even imperfectly, your brain adapts faster. Accept uncertainty. Let meaning arrive slowly. This chapter encourages you to be honest with yourself and with others. If you don't understand, that's okay. If you need repetition, ask. If you miss something, let it go. These choices protect your confidence. From today, give yourself a new rule. Do not panic when you don't understand. Pause, breathe, choose a strategy, ask, guess, or listen forward. Any of these is better than freezing. You may notice something powerful when you apply this. Conversations feel less stressful. You stop fearing fast speakers. You stay present even when confused. That presence is a form of fluency. By the end of this chapter, I want you to feel emotionally stronger during conversations. Not because you understand everything, but because you know what to do when you don't. Control replaces panic. Strategy replaces fear. Understanding everything is not the goal. Staying connected is. When you can remain calm, ask politely, and continue listening, English stops feeling fragile. It becomes flexible. And when English becomes flexible, you stop fearing confusion. You handle it. You move through it. And you continue speaking with confidence, even in imperfect understanding. Chapter 40. You sound like yourself in English. There comes a quiet moment in every real learning journey when effort changes into ownership. It does not arrive with applause. No one announces it, but you feel it. English no longer feels like something you are trying to do. It feels like something you are doing. This chapter is about that moment. It is about recognizing that your English voice is no longer borrowed or artificial. It is yours. And sounding like yourself in English is one of the most powerful milestones you can reach. At the beginning, English often feels like acting. You repeat phrases. You copy sounds. You follow patterns carefully. Everything feels intentional and a little tense. That stage is necessary. But it is not permanent. Over time, as you speak more, listen more, and live with the language, something changes. You stop asking, "Is this correct?" as often. You start asking, "Is this what I mean?" That shift tells you that English is becoming part of you. Many learners believe that success in English means sounding like someone else, like a native speaker they admire, like a teacher, like a voice from a movie. This belief creates pressure and distance. You chase an external image instead of developing your own voice. But real fluency is not imitation. Real fluency is expression. When you sound like yourself, your English feels natural, even if your accent remains, even if your sentences are simple. Your personality does not disappear when you speak English. It slowly finds new ways to show itself. If you are calm in your own language, you will be calm in English. If you are curious, that curiosity appears in English questions. If you are thoughtful, your pauses carry meaning. English does not replace who you are. It gives you another space to be who you already are. This chapter is about letting go of comparison. Comparison steals ownership. When you compare your English to others, you move away from your own voice. But when you focus on how you sound compared to who you were before, motivation deepens. You see growth. You feel continuity. You recognize progress as something personal, not competitive. Sounding like yourself also means accepting your rhythm, your pace, and your choices. You may speak slower than others. That can be calm and confident. You may choose simpler words. That can be clear and honest. You may pause often. That can be thoughtful. None of these are weaknesses. They are styles, and style is part of identity. Another important realization at this stage is that English is no longer only for practice. It is for life. You use it to think, to react, to express feelings, to share opinions. You stop separating English time from real time. English shows up naturally in moments without planning. That is ownership. Motivation also changes here. At earlier stages, motivation often comes from goals: passing a test, getting a job, reaching fluency. But now motivation becomes internal. You speak English because it feels useful, expressive, and satisfying. You enjoy understanding. You enjoy responding. You enjoy being understood. This kind of motivation lasts longer because it is connected to identity, not pressure. Many learners fear losing progress once motivation fades. This chapter reminds you that identity-based learning does not fade easily. When English becomes part of who you are, you do not forget it. You may slow down sometimes. You may feel less active, but the language stays with you because it is integrated into your thinking and expression. Sounding like yourself also brings emotional safety. You stop performing. You stop proving. You stop hiding behind memorized phrases. You speak honestly, even when your language is simple. Honesty creates confidence. Confidence creates ease. Ease creates fluency. You may notice that conversations feel different now. You are not only reacting, you are contributing. You share thoughts. You share feelings. You share small pieces of your life. People respond to you, not just to your English. That response reinforces your identity as a real speaker. This chapter also encourages you to protect your voice. Do not let fear or comparison shrink it again. You have earned this comfort through practice and patience. Trust it. Use it. Let it grow naturally. Another powerful sign of ownership is flexibility. You adjust your English without stress. You simplify when needed. You explain differently when misunderstood. You do not freeze. You adapt. Adaptation is a sign of true fluency because it shows control, not memorization. You may still make mistakes. That does not change who you are now. Mistakes no longer threaten your identity. They are just moments in communication. When your identity as a speaker is strong, mistakes lose their emotional weight. This chapter is also about pride, but quiet pride. Not arrogance, not showing off, just a steady sense of "I can do this." That feeling changes how you approach future learning. You are no longer chasing English. You are building on it. From this point forward, English is not a challenge standing in front of you. It is a tool in your hand. You choose how to use it. You shape it to fit your life. That choice is empowering. By the end of this chapter, I want you to recognize something deeply. You are not borrowing English anymore. You own it in your own way. Your accent, your rhythm, your words, your pauses all belong to you. That is what it means to sound like yourself in English. This is not the end of growth, but it is a strong foundation. From here, progress feels lighter, learning feels more personal, motivation feels deeper. You are no longer trying to speak English, you are speaking it, and you sound like yourself while doing it. That is real fluency. Chapter 41: English for Real-Life Confidence. There is a quiet but important difference between knowing English and trusting English. Many learners reach a point where they understand a lot, can form sentences, and can communicate when needed, yet they still hesitate in real life. The words are there, but confidence is not. This chapter is about closing that gap. It is about turning ability into calm, steady confidence in everyday situations, where real people are involved and emotions matter more than perfect language. Knowing English lives in the mind. Trusting English lives in the body. When you trust your English, your shoulders relax, your breathing slows, your voice comes out naturally. You stop checking every word before speaking. This trust does not appear because you learned more grammar. It appears because you learn to rely on yourself while speaking. That is real-life confidence. In everyday life, English rarely appears in perfect conditions. People speak while walking, working, eating, or thinking about something else. Conversations happen quickly and casually. In these moments, confidence matters more than correctness. A calm, "Yes, I think so," or "One moment" works better than a perfect sentence spoken with fear. Real-life confidence is about staying present, not sounding impressive. One reason learners struggle in real situations is fear of judgment. They imagine people noticing every mistake, every pause, every accent. This fear creates tension, and tension blocks confidence. The truth is simpler. Most people care about understanding, not evaluation. They want to know what you need, what you think, or what you feel. When you focus on communication instead of judgment, confidence grows naturally. Body language plays a powerful role here. Even with simple English, confident body language changes how your message is received. Standing upright, making gentle eye contact, and facing the person you are speaking to sends a clear signal. It says, "I am here. I am engaged." You do not need dramatic gestures. Calm presence is enough. Tone is another quiet tool that builds real-life confidence. A steady, relaxed tone makes simple English sound strong. When your tone is calm, listeners feel comfortable. They are more patient. They respond kindly. Tone often matters more than vocabulary. You can say very little and still sound confident if your tone is steady. Many learners rush their words because they are afraid of silence. They think fast speech hides mistakes. In reality, rushing increases tension and reduces clarity. Speaking slightly slower gives you control. It shows confidence, not weakness. Pauses are not failures. Pauses are space. They give you time to think and help the listener follow you. This chapter also helps you understand that confidence is situational. You may feel confident ordering food, but nervous in a group discussion. That is normal. Confidence grows area by area, moment by moment. You do not need to feel confident everywhere at once. Each successful real-life interaction builds trust in your English. Let's talk about common real-life moments. Asking for help, making a request, answering a question, sharing a simple opinion. These moments do not require advanced language, they require presence. When you approach them calmly, your English works. You begin to realize that your language ability is already enough for daily life. Another important shift is learning to accept imperfection publicly. Confidence does not mean hiding mistakes. It means continuing despite them. When you keep speaking after a small mistake, you send a powerful message to yourself. I can handle this. That message builds trust faster than perfection ever could. Confidence also grows when you stop rehearsing conversations in your head. Rehearsal creates pressure. Real conversations are unpredictable. Trust allows flexibility. When you trust your English, you adapt. You adjust. You find another way to say something. Adaptation is confidence in action. This chapter encourages you to separate confidence from performance. You are not performing English for an audience. You are using English as a tool. Tools do not need to be perfect. They need to work, and your English works. Another helpful idea is grounding yourself physically before speaking. Feel your feet on the ground. Take one slow breath. Relax your jaw. These small actions calm the nervous system. A calm body supports confident speech. You may notice that when you feel grounded, your English sounds better automatically. Words come more easily. Your voice sounds clearer. Confidence shows itself through ease, not effort. This chapter also reminds you that confidence is not loudness. You do not need to dominate conversations. Quiet confidence exists. Speaking calmly, listening well, and responding thoughtfully creates strong presence. Many confident people are not the loudest in the room. Fear of judgment does not disappear overnight, but it softens when you collect real experiences. Each time you speak, and nothing bad happens, fear loses power. Confidence grows through evidence, not imagination. From today, treat real-life English moments as practice grounds, not tests. Each interaction is a chance to strengthen trust in your English. You do not need to succeed perfectly. You need to show up. By the end of this chapter, I want you to feel more steady when you speak English in everyday life. Not fearless, but grounded. Not perfect, but capable. You begin to feel that English is something you can rely on, even when you are nervous. Knowing English is important. Trusting English changes everything. When trust grows, confidence follows quietly. And when confidence appears, English stops feeling fragile and starts feeling solid in your daily life. This is real-life confidence, and it is something you are already building, one calm moment at a time. Chapter 42: English for Work and Daily Responsibilities. At some point, English stops being only a personal skill and starts becoming a responsibility. You use it to explain what you are doing, to ask for something you need, to confirm information, or to update someone about progress. This moment can feel heavy for learners because work and responsibility carry pressure. Mistakes feel more serious. Words feel more important. This chapter is here to remove that fear. English for work and daily responsibilities does not require advanced vocabulary or impressive language. It requires clarity, calmness, and honesty. When you understand this, English becomes a support, not a stress. Let's begin by changing how you see work English. Many learners imagine meetings, presentations, and formal speeches. In reality, most work communication is simple and practical. People explain what they are doing. They ask for time. They confirm details. They share small updates. These interactions happen every day, and they usually happen in simple language. Work English is not about sounding smart. It is about being clear and reliable. One of the most important skills in work-related English is explaining tasks simply. You do not need long descriptions. Short, direct explanations are preferred. Saying something like, "I'm working on it," "I finished this part," or "I need more time," is normal and professional. These sentences may feel too simple to learners, but they are exactly what people expect. Clarity builds trust. Requests are another common part of daily responsibilities. Many learners feel uncomfortable asking for things in English because they fear sounding rude or weak. In reality, polite requests are easy and natural. Simple phrases like, "Can you help me with this?" or "Could you check this, please?" are respectful and professional. Tone matters more than complexity. A calm, polite tone communicates respect immediately. Confirmations are especially important in work situations. Confirming prevents mistakes and shows responsibility. Phrases like, "Just to confirm, so we are meeting at," or "I understand, I will do that," are powerful. They show that you are paying attention and taking ownership. Confirming is not a sign of uncertainty, it is a sign of professionalism. Updates are another key part of responsible communication. People want to know what is happening, even if there is no big news. Simple updates like, "I'm still working on it," "It will be ready soon," or "I'll send it later today," are enough. You do not need to explain everything. Keeping people informed builds reliability. Many learners believe professionalism means using formal words. In spoken work English, professionalism comes from calmness and consistency. Speaking clearly, listening carefully, and responding honestly create a professional impression. Fancy words can confuse. Simple words build confidence. Let's also talk about admitting problems, because this is where many learners panic. When something goes wrong, fear often increases. But English allows calm, responsible ways to handle problems. Saying there's a small issue, "I made a mistake," or "I need to fix this," is honest and mature. Avoiding problems creates more stress than naming them. Clear communication earns respect. Another important skill is asking for clarification at work. You do not need to understand everything immediately. Saying, "Can you explain that again?" or "I want to be sure I understand," is completely acceptable. In fact, it shows care and responsibility. People prefer questions over assumptions. Daily responsibilities also include routine communication, greeting coworkers, responding to messages, acknowledging requests. Simple responses like, "Okay, sure," "No problem," or "I'll do it," are part of professional life. These small responses keep work moving smoothly. Tone plays a big role in work English. A calm tone shows confidence. A rushed or nervous tone can create misunderstanding. When you speak calmly, even simple English sounds strong. You do not need to speak loudly or quickly. Steady speech feels dependable. Body language also supports professional English. Looking at the person you are speaking to, standing or sitting upright, and staying attentive all communicate responsibility. Even when your English is simple, your presence carries meaning. This chapter also helps you let go of perfectionism at work. You do not need perfect grammar to be respected. You need clear intentions and follow-through. When people see that you do what you say, trust grows. Trust matters more than language accuracy. You may notice that work English often repeats the same patterns. This is good news. Familiar patterns reduce stress and increase speed. Over time, these patterns become automatic. English starts working for you, not against you. Another important idea is separating urgency from panic. Work can feel urgent, but urgency does not require panic. When you stay calm, you make better decisions and speak more clearly. Calmness is a professional skill. This chapter encourages you to see yourself as capable in English-speaking environments. You are not pretending, you are participating. You may still be learning, but you are already contributing. Contribution builds confidence faster than observation. From today, treat work-related English as practical communication, not performance. Focus on what needs to be said, not how impressive it sounds. Use simple sentences, speak calmly, confirm when needed, update honestly. You may notice something powerful when you do this. People respond positively. They appreciate clarity. They trust you more. That response reinforces your confidence and reduces fear. By the end of this chapter, I want you to feel dependable in English. Not perfect, but reliable. Not advanced, but effective. You begin to see that English supports your responsibilities instead of complicating them. English for work and daily responsibilities is not about showing off language. It is about showing up clearly and calmly. When you do that, respect follows naturally. And with each responsible interaction, English becomes less intimidating and more empowering, exactly the way it should be. Chapter 43: Speaking Clearly, Under Pressure. Pressure changes everything. Even people who speak English well can feel their mind go blank when stress suddenly appears. Your heart beats faster. Your thoughts rush. Words that were easy a moment ago seem to disappear. This chapter is here to tell you something important and calming. This experience is normal. It is not a sign that your English is weak. It is a sign that your body is reacting to pressure. When you understand this, you stop blaming yourself, and once blame disappears, clarity slowly returns. Stress affects speech before it affects knowledge. You do not forget English under pressure. Your brain simply shifts into a survival mode, where speed feels more important than clarity. That is why sentences break, pronunciation feels messy, and pauses feel scary. The solution is not to push harder. The solution is to slow down gently. Clear English under pressure comes from calm control, not from forcing confidence. One of the most powerful habits you can learn is slowing your speech when you feel nervous. This may sound opposite to what pressure demands, but it works. Speaking slightly slower gives your brain time to choose familiar words instead of panicking. It also makes your listener more patient and attentive. A calm pace creates authority, even when your sentences are simple. Simplifying sentences is another key skill under pressure. When stress appears, long sentences collapse easily. Short sentences survive. Saying one moment, "Let me check," or "I'm not sure yet" buys you time and keeps communication alive. These are not weak responses. They are professional and human responses. Under pressure, simple English is strong English. Unexpected situations often trigger stress. Someone asks you a question suddenly. A phone rings. A problem appears without warning. In these moments, silence feels dangerous, so learners rush to speak. This chapter teaches you that silence is allowed. A short pause shows thoughtfulness, not weakness. Taking a breath before speaking helps your voice settle and your thoughts organize. Phone calls are a common source of pressure because you cannot see the other person. Your brain has less information, so anxiety increases. The solution is to rely on familiar phrases, starting with "hello," "this is OC," or "I'm calling about," gives your mind a clear path. If you do not understand something, Saying, "Could you repeat that, please?" is completely normal. Even native speakers use this often. Quick questions also create pressure because they demand fast answers. You may feel judged by your speed. This chapter reminds you that speed is not the goal. Clarity is. Saying just a second, or let me think, gives you space. People respect someone who answers carefully more than someone who answers fast and incorrectly. Another important idea is controlling your inner voice. Under stress, many learners hear a critical voice saying, "You're messing up," or "They're judging you." This voice increases panic and blocks speech. You do not need to fight this voice aggressively. You simply need to ignore it and return your attention to the message you want to share. Focus on meaning, not performance. Your body also plays a role in clear speech. Tight shoulders, shallow breathing, and tense posture make speaking harder. Relaxing your shoulders and taking one slow breath before speaking can change everything. Calm breathing sends a signal to your brain that you are safe, and when the brain feels safe, words flow more easily. This chapter also teaches you to accept imperfection under pressure. You may repeat words. You may correct yourself. This is fine. Real conversations are not smooth performances. They are human exchanges. When you accept small imperfections, pressure loses power over you. Another helpful strategy is preparing simple fallback phrases. These are short, reliable sentences you can use anytime. Phrases like, "Let me explain," "I'll get back to you," or "I need a moment," act like anchors. When stress hits, these phrases come automatically and stabilize your speech. You will also learn that pressure decreases with experience. The first few stressful situations feel intense. Later, similar situations feel easier because your brain recognizes them. This is how confidence grows quietly. You do not suddenly become fearless. You become familiar. The chapter also addresses fear of judgment. Many learners believe others notice every mistake. In reality, most people focus on the message, not the grammar. They notice confidence, calmness, and honesty more than accuracy. When you stay calm, listeners relax too. Clear English under pressure is not about having advanced vocabulary ready. It is about using the English you already know wisely. Familiar words spoken calmly are more powerful than complex words spoken nervously. By the end of this chapter, you begin to trust yourself in stressful moments. You understand that pressure does not remove your English. It only tests your calm, and calmness is a skill you can practice. From now on, when stress appears, you will remember three simple ideas: slow down, simplify, breathe. These small actions protect your English and your confidence. English becomes something you can rely on, even when life feels fast, even when situations are unexpected, even when your heart beats a little faster. That is real progress. That is real speaking. Chapter 44: English for Travel and New Places. Travel changes something inside you. New streets, unfamiliar faces, different sounds, and unknown routines all wake up your senses. But for many learners, travel also brings fear, especially when English becomes the bridge between you and the world around you. This chapter is here to replace that fear with confidence. English for travel does not require perfect grammar or advanced vocabulary. It requires calm communication, polite tone, and the courage to ask for help. When you understand this, travel stops feeling overwhelming and starts feeling freeing. Let's begin by removing a common misunderstanding. Travel English is not about long conversations or complicated sentences. Most travel interactions are short, practical, and repetitive. Asking for directions, checking into a place, ordering food, or asking for help all use simple patterns. You do not need to sound impressive. You need to be understood. One of the most important travel skills is asking for directions. Simple phrases like, "Excuse me, can you help me?" or "Where is open doors everywhere?" You do not need to know every word in the answer. You listen for key information like left, right, street names, or landmarks. Even if you miss some words, the message usually becomes clear through context and gestures. Direction conversations are cooperative. People want to help. Travel also involves services like hotels, transport, shops, and restaurants. These situations follow predictable language patterns. Checking in, buying tickets, or ordering food often includes the same questions and responses. When you stay calm and listen for familiar phrases, everything feels easier. You do not need to rush. Service conversations are not tests. They are routines. Politeness plays a big role in travel English. Simple words like please, thank you, and sorry create positive energy instantly. Even if your English is basic, politeness makes communication smooth. Tone matters more than accuracy. A calm, friendly tone builds trust across cultures. Casual interactions also happen while traveling. Small talk with a taxi driver, a hotel staff member, or a fellow traveler often stays light and short. You can respond with simple reactions like, "That's nice, really," or "I see." You do not need to carry the conversation. Just participating is enough. These moments build confidence naturally. Another important part of travel English is asking for help. Many learners feel embarrassed asking questions, but travel is one of the most accepted times to ask for help. People understand you are new. Saying, "I'm not sure," "I'm lost," or "Can you show me?" is completely normal. Asking for help is not weakness. It is smart communication. This chapter also teaches you how to handle misunderstandings calmly. When you do not understand something, you do not panic. You say, "Sorry, can you say that again?" or "Can you speak slowly, please?" These phrases protect your confidence and keep communication moving. Even native speakers use them. Cultural tone matters when traveling, but you do not need to overthink it. Respect, patience, and openness work everywhere. Smiling, listening carefully, and staying calm communicate respect beyond words. English becomes part of that respectful exchange, not the center of it. Travel often puts you in new situations quickly. This can feel stressful, but it also speeds up learning. Your brain becomes alert. You start recognizing patterns faster. This chapter helps you trust that process. You do not need to control every moment. You need to stay present. Another powerful idea in this chapter is independence. When you can ask questions, understand basic responses, and express needs in English, you gain freedom. You no longer depend fully on others. You can move, decide, and explore with confidence. This feeling is deeply motivating. You may also notice that your English improves during travel without studying. Exposure does that. Hearing English in real situations strengthens understanding naturally. You begin to associate words with places, actions, and emotions. This makes memory stronger. This chapter encourages you to see mistakes during travel as part of the journey. No one expects perfection from a traveler. Effort is appreciated more than accuracy. When you accept this, fear loosens its grip. By the end of this chapter, you begin to imagine yourself navigating new places comfortably, asking questions, getting help, making small connections. English becomes a tool of exploration, not a barrier. Travel is about movement, curiosity, and courage. English supports all three. When you trust your ability to communicate simply and politely, the world opens up. You are no longer just learning English. You are using it to move through life. That is real independence. Chapter 45. Understanding Native Speakers Better. At some point in your English journey, you realize something frustrating. You can understand slow English. You can understand lessons. You can understand subtitles. But when native speakers talk to each other, everything suddenly feels fast, messy, and unclear. Words seem to disappear. Sentences feel unfinished. And you may quietly think, my English is not good enough. This chapter is here to gently correct that thought. The problem is not your intelligence, and it is not your effort. The problem is that native speakers do not speak the way English is written or taught in books. Native speakers sound fast because they are not thinking about English. They are thinking about meaning, emotions, and reactions. Their mouths move faster than learners expect because many words are reduced, softened, or connected together. This is normal spoken language, not bad pronunciation. When you understand this, you stop blaming yourself and start listening differently. One of the biggest mindset changes in this chapter is learning to listen for meaning, not perfection. Many learners try to understand every single word. When they miss one word, their brain panics, and they miss the next 5 words. This creates a feeling of being lost. Native listeners do not listen this way. They catch the main idea, the emotion, and the intention. You are learning to do the same. Think of listening like watching a movie. You do not focus on every sound effect. You follow the story. English listening works the same way. When a native speaker talks, your goal is not to understand every word. Your goal is to understand what they want, what they feel, or what they are doing. When you shift your focus to meaning, clarity improves naturally. This chapter also teaches you to listen for key words. In spoken English, not all words are equal. Some words carry meaning, and others simply connect ideas. Native speakers often stress important words and soften unimportant ones. When you train your ear to catch stressed words, understanding becomes easier. Even if you miss small words, the message stays clear. Tone is another powerful guide. Even when you do not understand the words, you often understand the feeling. Is the speaker happy, angry, confused, or relaxed? Tone gives you information that words sometimes do not. This chapter encourages you to trust tone as much as vocabulary. Humans communicated with tone long before grammar existed. Another important idea here is accepting partial understanding. Many learners believe understanding must be complete to be useful. This belief creates stress. In real life, partial understanding is normal, even among native speakers. People miss words, mishear sentences, and still respond correctly because they understand the situation. You are allowed to do the same. Native speakers also use shortcuts. They shorten phrases, drop sounds, and connect words together. This can sound confusing, but it follows patterns. With repeated exposure, your brain begins recognizing these patterns automatically. You do not need to study them in detail. You need to hear them again and again in real context. This chapter reassures you that understanding improves quietly. One day, you suddenly realize you understood a conversation without trying hard. That moment does not come from studying harder, it comes from listening consistently and patiently. Your brain adapts without asking permission. The chapter also removes fear around asking for repetition. Saying, "sorry," or "can you repeat that," is normal. Native speakers use these phrases daily. Asking for clarification does not mean you failed. It means you are participating actively in communication. Another powerful strategy taught here is staying present. When you hear fast English, your mind may start thinking, "I can't understand this." That thought pulls you away from listening. This chapter encourages you to stay with the sound, even if it feels unclear. Understanding often comes after the sentence ends, not during it. You also learn that listening confidence grows faster than speaking confidence for many learners. This is natural. Your ears adjust before your mouth does. This chapter helps you trust that process instead of rushing it. This chapter is especially gentle emotionally. It reminds you that confusion is part of growth, not proof of failure. Every fluent speaker once felt exactly what you are feeling now. The difference is that they kept listening. By the end of this chapter, you begin to relax when hearing native speakers. You stop trying to control every word. You allow meaning to come to you. And when it does, it feels effortless. Understanding native speakers better is not about training harder ears. It is about training a calmer mind. And when your mind is calm, English becomes clearer than you ever expected. Chapter 46. English for Interviews and Important Talks. When people hear the word interview, their body often reacts before their mind does. The heart beats faster. The mouth feels dry. Thoughts start racing. It feels serious, heavy, and full of judgment. Many English learners believe interviews and important talks require perfect grammar, advanced vocabulary, and rehearsed answers. This belief creates pressure even before the conversation begins. This chapter is here to gently remove that pressure and replace it with something much stronger: calm honesty. Interviews and important talks are not language exams. They are human conversations with purpose. Let's start by changing how you see an interview. An interview is simply a structured conversation where someone wants to understand you. They want to know who you are, what you can do, and how you think. They are not waiting to catch your mistakes. They are listening for clarity, sincerity, and confidence. When you understand this, English stops feeling like a performance and starts feeling like a bridge. One of the biggest fears learners have is talking about themselves. They worry about finding the right words, sounding impressive, or explaining their experience correctly. This chapter teaches you something very important. Simple English is powerful in interviews. Saying things clearly and honestly matters more than sounding advanced. A simple sentence spoken with confidence is far more effective than a complex sentence spoken with fear. Talking about yourself does not mean telling your life story. It means sharing clear pieces of information: where you are from, what you do, what you have done, what you want to do next. These ideas can be expressed with very basic language. I work as, I have experience in, or I'm interested in, are strong, natural ways to begin. You do not need to decorate these sentences. Truth gives them strength. This chapter avoids scripted answers on purpose. Memorized responses often sound unnatural and increase stress when you forget one word. Instead, you learn how to speak from understanding. When you understand your own story, you do not need to memorize lines. You can explain ideas in different ways if needed. That flexibility builds real confidence. Another important part of interviews and important talks is answering questions calmly. When someone asks you a question, you do not need to answer immediately. Taking a short pause shows thoughtfulness. Saying, "That's a good question," or "Let me explain," gives you time to organize your thoughts. This is normal, even for native speakers. This chapter also teaches you to focus on meaning instead of grammar. If you communicate your idea clearly, small grammar mistakes do not matter. Interviewers and listeners focus on what you say, not how perfectly you say it. Clarity and honesty build trust faster than accuracy. Goals are another common topic in important conversations. Many learners struggle to talk about the future. This chapter shows you that goals can be expressed simply. You do not need long explanations. Saying, "I want to grow," "I want to learn more," or "I'm looking for opportunities," is enough. These statements sound natural and sincere. Important talks are not always formal interviews. They can be meetings, discussions, or serious conversations. The same principles apply. Speak calmly. Use simple sentences. Stay honest. When you do not know something, say so politely. Honesty creates respect. This chapter also addresses nervousness openly. Feeling nervous does not mean you are unprepared. It means the conversation matters to you. Nervousness can exist alongside clarity. You do not need to eliminate it completely. You only need to manage it. Slow breathing, steady posture, and a calm tone help your words come out clearly. Listening is just as important as speaking in interviews. When you listen carefully, your responses become more relevant and natural. You do not need to rush. Listening shows confidence and respect. It also reduces pressure because you are not carrying the conversation alone. Another powerful idea here is authenticity. Trying to sound like someone else creates tension. Speaking as yourself creates ease. Your accent, your pace, and your style are part of your identity. This chapter encourages you to speak proudly, not apologetically. You are not asking permission to speak English. You are using it. The chapter also reminds you that preparation does not mean memorization. Preparation means understanding your strengths, your experiences, and your goals. When you understand these, English becomes a tool to express them, not a barrier. By the end of this chapter, interviews and important talks feel less intimidating. You begin to see them as conversations where clarity and honesty matter more than perfect language. You feel prepared because you understand what you want to say, not because you memorized what to say. English becomes a way to represent yourself truthfully, calmly, confidently. And when you speak from that place, people listen, not because your English is perfect, but because it is real. Chapter 47. Fixing your English naturally over time. At this stage of your journey, something important needs to be said clearly and honestly. Your English does not need to be fixed all at once. It does not need pressure. It does not need chasing perfection. English improves the same way confidence improves, the same way habits grow, and the same way comfort develops, slowly, quietly, and naturally. This chapter is about releasing the stress of constant correction and learning how improvement actually happens over time. Many learners believe that fluent speakers are fluent because they corrected every mistake early. That is not true. Fluent speakers became fluent because they kept using English, even when it was imperfect. Their English adjusted itself through exposure, repetition, and real usage. The brain is not a machine that needs constant fixing. It is a system that adapts when it feels safe and active. When English becomes part of your life, improvement happens automatically. One of the biggest problems learners face is overcorrecting themselves while speaking. They stop mid-sentence. They restart. They apologize. They lose confidence. This chapter teaches you a powerful shift. Correction should come after communication, not during it. When you stop yourself every time you notice a mistake, you interrupt flow, confidence, and meaning. Communication suffers. Growth slows down. Natural improvement works differently. You speak, you listen, you notice patterns. Over time, your brain starts choosing better options without effort. One day you realize you are saying something more naturally than before, even though you never studied it directly. That is real learning. That is natural correction. This chapter also helps you understand when correction is useful and when it is unnecessary. Some mistakes matter because they change meaning. Others do not. Native speakers themselves make small mistakes in daily speech and continue without thinking. Not every error deserves attention. Learning which ones to ignore protects your confidence and keeps you moving forward. Exposure plays a huge role in natural improvement. When you hear correct English regularly, through conversations, videos, stories, or listening practice, your brain absorbs structure without conscious effort. You may not be able to explain grammar rules, but you feel what sounds right. That feeling is more valuable than memorized rules. Usage is equally important. English that stays in your head does not grow. English that comes out of your mouth does. Each time you speak, even briefly, you give your brain data. The brain compares, adjusts, and improves quietly. You do not see it happening day by day, but over weeks and months, the difference becomes clear. This chapter also removes the idea of deadlines. Many learners feel pressure because they want fluency by a certain time. This creates anxiety and disappointment. English is not a race. There is no finish line. There is only progress. When you let go of deadlines, learning becomes lighter and more sustainable. Another important lesson here is patience with yourself. Growth does not feel dramatic. It feels ordinary. Some days you feel confident. Some days you feel stuck. Both are normal. Progress is not a straight line. It moves forward, pauses, and moves again. The key is not stopping. You are also encouraged to trust familiarity over effort. When sentences become familiar, they come out faster and cleaner. This does not happen through forcing improvement. It happens through repeated exposure to the same patterns in different situations. Familiarity builds accuracy naturally. This chapter also explains why comparing yourself to others is harmful. Everyone's English journey looks different. Some people speak early with many mistakes, others stay silent longer. Both paths can lead to fluency. Comparison creates unnecessary pressure and steals motivation. Focus on your own path. Self-correction can still exist, but it becomes gentle. Instead of stopping yourself, you may notice after speaking, "Oh, next time I'll say it this way." That is healthy correction. It does not attack your confidence. It supports it. You will also learn to celebrate small improvements, speaking a little more smoothly, understanding a sentence without effort, feeling less nervous. These are signs of real growth. When you notice them, motivation increases naturally. This chapter reminds you that English is a living skill. It grows as long as you keep using it. There is no moment when learning stops. Even native speakers continue adjusting their language throughout life. That means you are never behind. You are always in progress. By the end of this chapter, you feel calmer about your English. You stop chasing instant perfection. You trust the process. You understand that improvement is already happening, even when you cannot see it clearly. English is not something you fix. It is something you grow into. And as long as you keep listening, speaking, and living in English, it will keep growing with you, naturally, patiently, and confidently. Chapter 48. Making English part of your identity. There comes a quiet moment in every real learning journey when something shifts inside. It is not loud, it is not dramatic, but it is powerful. You stop feeling like English is something outside of you. You stop feeling like a visitor in the language. Instead, English starts feeling familiar. It starts feeling available. This chapter is about that shift, not about learning more rules or techniques, but about allowing English to become part of who you are. For a long time, English may have felt foreign, like a jacket you had to wear only in certain situations, in class, in exams, in front of certain people. You may have felt that English belonged to others, not to you. This feeling is common, and it is not your fault. Language is deeply connected to identity, and when a language feels foreign, we hesitate to fully step into it. This chapter gently invites you to step in. Making English part of your identity does not mean changing who you are. It does not mean losing your culture, your accent, or your personality. It means expanding yourself. You are not replacing your first language. You are adding another voice to your inner world. English becomes another way you think, feel, and express. One of the signs that English is becoming part of your identity is comfort. You no longer feel the need to announce that your English is not good. You no longer apologize before speaking. You speak, and you let your words exist. That comfort does not come from perfection. It comes from acceptance. You accept where you are, and that acceptance gives you strength. This chapter encourages you to feel pride in your progress. Not loud pride. Quiet pride. The kind where you notice that you understand more than before. That you can express feelings, even if simply. That you can think small thoughts in English without effort. These are not small achievements. They are signs of real integration. When English becomes part of your identity, your relationship with mistakes changes. Mistakes no longer feel like threats. They feel like movement. You understand that mistakes happen in all languages, even your first one. You stop measuring your worth by accuracy and start valuing expression. Another important shift happens emotionally. You begin to express feelings in English without translating them first. You may say, "I'm tired," "I'm excited," or "I'm worried," and feel the emotion directly in English. This is a powerful moment. It means English is no longer just intellectual. It is emotional, and emotional language sticks deeply. This chapter also talks about ownership. English is not owned by a country, a culture, or a group of people. It is a global language shaped by millions of voices. Your voice belongs in it. Your accent, your rhythm, your way of speaking add to the language, not take away from it. When you accept this, confidence grows naturally. You may also notice that English starts appearing in your inner dialogue. Small thoughts, reactions, labels. This does not happen because you forced it. It happens because your brain now recognizes English as usable and safe. This is identity at work. Language follows comfort. Another important part of identity is consistency. You no longer switch personalities when you switch languages. You sound like yourself. You express ideas in your own way. This chapter celebrates that. Sounding like yourself in English is the goal, not sounding like someone else. This chapter also helps you let go of the idea that you must finish learning English before using it fully. There is no finish line. You are already using it. You are already living it. Identity does not wait for perfection. It forms through use. You are encouraged to notice moments when English feels natural. When you laugh in English. When you react without thinking. When you feel understood. These moments are proof that English is becoming part of you. Making English part of your identity also changes motivation. You no longer learn English only to achieve something. You learn it because it is part of how you move through the world. That kind of motivation is stable. It does not disappear easily. By the end of this chapter, English feels closer, warmer, more personal. You stop asking, "When will English become easy?" and start feeling, "English is already mine." Not perfect, not complete, but real. English is no longer a foreign visitor in your life. It is a familiar voice inside you. And from here on, it grows with you, naturally, confidently, and honestly, as part of who you are. Chapter 49. Living Your Life in English Moments. At this point in your journey, English no longer feels like a lesson you sit down to study. It feels closer than that. It feels present. But now comes an important shift that decides whether English stays temporary or becomes permanent. That shift is not about studying more. It is about living English in small, natural moments every day. This chapter is about building a life where English quietly exists alongside you, without pressure, without schedules, and without force. Many learners believe immersion means moving to another country or spending hours every day surrounded by English. That belief creates distance and frustration. Real immersion does not require changing your life. It requires changing how you use the moments you already have. English moments are small, ordinary, and powerful. They happen while you wake up, walk, eat, think, scroll, and rest. When English lives inside these moments, it stops being something you do and starts being something you are with. An English moment can be as simple as naming what you see around you. You wake up and think, morning. You look at the sky and think, cloudy. You feel tired and think, I need coffee. These are not exercises. They are moments. They do not require effort, just awareness. When you do this regularly, your brain stops separating English from life. Media plays a gentle role in this chapter. Not heavy study videos or complicated content, but English that fits your mood. Short videos, simple stories, calm podcasts, or familiar shows you enjoy. You are not listening to understand everything. You are listening to stay connected. Even background English counts. Your brain absorbs rhythm, tone, and patterns naturally when pressure is removed. Thinking in English also becomes more relaxed here. You are not forcing full sentences or perfect thoughts. You are allowing English reactions, small thoughts, labels, feelings. When you feel happy and think nice, or feel stressed and think too much, you are living English. These moments do not feel dramatic, but they are powerful because they happen without resistance. Speaking moments also become lighter. You may speak to yourself while doing tasks. I'm cleaning. I'm late. Almost done. These are not practice drills. They are life happening in English. The more these moments appear, the less English feels separate. This chapter also teaches you to stop counting minutes. Long-term immersion does not grow from strict routines that exhaust you. It grows from consistency that fits your life. 5 minutes here, 1 sentence there, a thought before sleep. These moments add up quietly. Motivation changes here too. You are no longer learning English to finish a course or reach a level. You are using English because it fits into your life. That kind of motivation does not disappear easily. It feels natural and internal. Another important idea in this chapter is permission. You give yourself permission to use English imperfectly in daily life. You do not wait until you are ready. You allow English to exist as it is. This permission removes tension and allows growth. English moments also protect you from burnout. When learning feels heavy, people quit. When learning feels light, people continue. This chapter helps you keep English light. No guilt if you miss a day. No pressure to perform. Just gentle return. You may notice that over time, English appears automatically. You hear a word and understand it without thinking. You react in English before your first language. These moments are signs of deep integration. They happen because English is now part of your daily environment. This chapter reminds you that living in English does not mean abandoning your first language. Both languages can exist together. You switch naturally based on context, emotion, and need. This flexibility is strength, not confusion. By the end of this chapter, English feels less like a goal and more like a companion. It walks with you through your day, sometimes quietly, sometimes clearly, always available. You are no longer chasing fluency. You are living it, one small English moment at a time. And those moments, repeated gently over days and months, build a life where English belongs naturally, comfortably, and permanently. Chapter 50. You are no longer afraid to speak. There is a moment in every real journey that does not look dramatic from the outside, but inside, it changes everything. It is the moment when fear loosens its grip. Not because fear disappears forever, but because it no longer controls you. This chapter is about that moment. It is about realizing that you are no longer afraid to speak English, not because you are perfect, but because you are brave, calm, and grounded in who you have become. At the beginning of this journey, fear was loud. Fear of mistakes, fear of judgment, fear of sounding foolish, fear of freezing. That fear may have lived in your chest, in your throat, or in your silence. It stopped words before they could come out. It made English feel heavy and unsafe. And for a long time, you may have believed that fear meant you were not good enough. Now you know better. Fear was never a sign of weakness. It was a sign that English mattered to you. As you moved forward, something slowly changed. You spoke even when your voice shook. You listened even when you did not understand everything. You made mistakes and survived them. You realized the world did not end when your sentence was not perfect. Each small moment rewired your relationship with English. You did not defeat fear by fighting it. You outgrew it by moving through it. This chapter invites you to look back, not with criticism, but with compassion. Remember the version of you who was afraid to say even one sentence. That person was not lazy. That person was not incapable. That person was simply protecting themselves. And now, here you are, speaking, listening, reacting, expressing. That growth deserves respect. Fear does not disappear suddenly. It fades when it is no longer fed. Earlier, fear was fed by silence, by overthinking, by waiting to be ready. Now, you feed courage through action. You speak simply. You speak honestly. You speak even when it feels slightly uncomfortable. And because of that, fear has less space to grow. One of the most powerful changes you may notice is calm. You no longer panic when someone looks at you while you speak. You no longer rush to finish your sentence. You allow pauses. You breathe. Calmness is not confidence, shouting loudly. Calmness is confidence resting quietly inside you. This chapter is not about celebrating perfect English. It is about recognizing emotional strength. Emotional strength is speaking even when your sentence is simple. Emotional strength is asking for clarification without shame. Emotional strength is continuing the conversation instead of escaping it. These are real victories. You may still feel nervous sometimes. That is human. But now, nervousness does not stop you. It walks beside you, not in front of you. You know how to slow down. You know how to simplify. You know how to recover. That knowledge creates safety. This chapter also reminds you that confidence is not a personality trait. It is a result of repeated proof. You have proof now. Proof that you can speak. Proof that you can be understood. Proof that you can handle mistakes. Proof that English does not collapse under pressure. This proof lives inside you, even on quiet days. There is also pride here, not the loud kind, but the steady kind. Pride in showing up, pride in not quitting, pride in choosing growth over comfort, pride in becoming someone who speaks, not someone who waits. This pride strengthens your voice more than any grammar rule ever could. As fear fades, curiosity grows. You become more interested in connection than correctness. You listen more deeply. You respond more naturally. English becomes a bridge, not a barrier. That is a sign of true progress. This chapter prepares you emotionally for what comes next. You are not at the end of the journey. You are entering a new stage, a stage where English supports your life instead of challenging it, a stage where confidence grows quietly day by day. You no longer ask, "What if I make a mistake?" You ask, "What do I want to say?" That shift is everything. By the end of this chapter, take a moment to acknowledge yourself, not the future version of you, the present one, the one who speaks, the one who listens, the one who tries, the one who is no longer afraid. Fear may still whisper sometimes, but it no longer decides. You do. And from this place, calm, capable, and courageous, you are ready for the final stage of your English journey, not as a learner hiding behind silence, but as a speaker who steps forward with confidence and ease. Chapter 51. English is now your friend. There was a time when English felt like an enemy. You may remember it clearly, the tight feeling in your chest, the hesitation before speaking, the fear of being judged, the confusion when words did not come out the way you wanted. English felt cold, distant, and demanding. It asked too much and gave too little back. This chapter begins by honoring that memory, not to reopen it, but to gently close it, because something important has changed. English is no longer something you fight. It is something that walks with you. Look back for a moment, honestly and kindly. Remember how English used to make you feel. Maybe you stayed silent even when you had thoughts. Maybe you avoided situations where you had to speak. Maybe you told yourself you were bad at languages. None of that was weakness. It was protection. You were protecting yourself from discomfort and embarrassment. That protection made sense at the time. But now, you do not need it in the same way. Over time, without loud announcements or dramatic moments, comfort began to grow. You spoke a little. You listened a little more. You made mistakes and noticed that nothing terrible happened. English stopped attacking you, and you stopped running from it. Comfort does not arrive suddenly. It arrives quietly through repetition, patience, and small wins. One day, you realize that English no longer scares you the way it once did. This chapter explains that comfort is built through use, not through force. You did not sit down and decide to feel safe in English. Safety grew because English became familiar. Familiar sounds feel less threatening. Familiar patterns feel less heavy. Familiar situations feel manageable. That is how friendship begins, through repeated presence. English now feels closer to you. You may notice that you no longer tense up before speaking. You may notice that your inner voice is calmer. You may even notice moments where you enjoy using English. These are not accidents. They are signs of a healthy relationship forming between you and the language. One of the most powerful shifts in this chapter is how you speak to yourself. In the past, your inner dialogue may have been harsh. You may have criticized your pronunciation. You may have replayed mistakes in your mind. That kind of self-talk creates fear. This chapter encourages something new and gentle. Speak kindly to yourself in English. Use simple, supportive phrases. Say things like, I am learning. I am getting better. It is okay. These words matter. They create emotional safety. When you speak kindly to yourself, English becomes a place of support instead of pressure. Your brain feels safe enough to experiment, to try, and to grow. Safety accelerates learning more than fear ever could. This chapter also reframes mistakes completely. Mistakes are no longer enemies. They are part of the conversation. They show that you are participating. When you treat mistakes with curiosity instead of punishment, English becomes a friend that teaches you, not a judge that punishes you. Friendship also means trust. You trust that English will be there when you need it. You trust that even if your sentence is simple, it can still carry meaning. You trust that you can recover if you get stuck. This trust did not appear overnight. It was built slowly through experience. You may notice that English now appears in your thoughts naturally, not because you forced it, but because your brain recognizes English as usable and safe. This is a deep sign of friendship. You do not think carefully before greeting a friend. You simply greet them. English begins to feel the same way. This chapter also reminds you that friendship does not mean perfection. Friends are not perfect. They are familiar. You may still struggle sometimes. You may still feel unsure in new situations. That does not mean the friendship is broken. It means the relationship is real. Another important idea here is patience. You no longer rush English. You allow it to grow with you. You understand that growth continues as long as you keep using the language. There is no pressure to finish learning. Friendship does not need deadlines. You may also feel a sense of gratitude now. Gratitude for not quitting. Gratitude for choosing courage over silence. Gratitude for the version of you who kept going even when it felt uncomfortable. This gratitude strengthens your bond with English. As English becomes your friend, motivation changes. You no longer need external pressure to practice. You return to English naturally because it feels familiar and supportive. You choose it, not because you must, but because it fits into your life. This chapter strengthens emotional safety deeply. It tells you that English is not here to test you. It is here to help you express who you are. It is here to carry your thoughts, your needs, your stories, and your feelings. It belongs to you as much as it belongs to anyone else. By the end of this chapter, take a moment to notice how English feels inside you now. Not how it sounds, not how perfect it is, but how it feels. Is it lighter? Is it closer? Is it less frightening? That feeling is the real success. English is no longer something you prepare for. It is something you live with. It listens when you speak. It supports you when you try. It grows with you when you grow. English is now your friend. Chapter 52. Speaking English Without Overthinking. There was a time when every English sentence felt like a puzzle. You thought about grammar first, then vocabulary, then pronunciation, and only after all that did you try to speak. By the time the sentence reached your mouth, the moment had already passed. Overthinking made English slow, heavy, and stressful. This chapter begins by acknowledging that experience with honesty and kindness, because releasing overthinking is one of the most important steps toward real fluency. Overthinking happens when the brain tries to control every detail at once. It wants to be correct. It wants to avoid mistakes. It wants to sound good. But spoken English does not work that way. Speech is fast and human. It flows from instinct, not from planning. This chapter helps you understand that fluency appears not when you think more, but when you think less. As you have progressed, something quiet has already started happening. Words now come to you more easily. Phrases feel familiar. You do not always know why a sentence feels right, but it does. This is not luck. It is your brain recognizing patterns after repeated exposure and use. You have earned this stage. Now it is time to trust it. One of the biggest lessons in this chapter is learning to let the first sentence come out. Many learners stop themselves before speaking because they are planning a better version in their head. That planning creates delay and tension. When you allow the first simple sentence to come out, communication begins. You can always add more later. Speech grows through momentum, not perfection. This chapter explains that instinct is not guessing. Instinct is experience working quietly. Every time you listened, spoke, reacted, and practiced, your brain stored information. Now that information is ready to be used without conscious effort. When you trust instinct, English feels lighter and faster. Over-control often shows itself physically: tight shoulders, shallow breathing, a stiff jaw. This chapter encourages you to notice your body while speaking. Relaxed posture helps relaxed language. When your body feels safe, your mind follows. Another important idea here is accepting silence. When you stop overthinking, you may pause naturally. Pauses are not failures, they are part of real conversation. Native speakers pause often. When you allow pauses, pressure reduces and clarity improves. This chapter also helps you stop monitoring yourself while speaking. Monitoring creates tension. You do not need to watch every word as it leaves your mouth. Once the sentence is spoken, let it go. Communication is not about review, it is about connection. The learner is also guided to focus on meaning instead of form. When you focus on what you want to say, not how perfect it sounds, language flows more easily. Meaning gives direction. Overthinking creates obstacles. You may notice that some sentences come out differently than you expected. That is fine. Spoken English is flexible. There is more than one correct way to say something. Trusting this flexibility removes fear. This chapter gently releases the need to control outcomes. You do not need to control how people react or whether they fully understand every word. You only need to show up and communicate honestly. When you let go of control, confidence grows. Another powerful shift described here is enjoyment. When overthinking fades, speaking can feel enjoyable. You begin to notice moments of ease, moments where English feels natural. These moments are signs of real fluency forming. The chapter also reminds you that overthinking may return sometimes, especially in new or stressful situations. That does not mean you lost progress, it means you are human. Each time you return to instinct more quickly, fluency strengthens. By the end of this chapter, speaking feels less like a performance and more like a conversation. You stop planning sentences in your head. You start responding naturally. English becomes something you use, not something you manage. You are no longer trapped inside your thoughts. You are present in the moment. Words come when they are needed. Pauses feel normal. Your voice feels free. Speaking English without overthinking is not about trying harder. It is about trusting what you have already built. And when you trust that, fluency appears quietly, confidently, and naturally. Chapter 53. Your English will keep growing. Many learners reach a quiet worry at this stage. After all the effort, after all the courage, a new fear appears. The fear is not about speaking anymore. It is about losing English. You may think, what if I stop practicing for a while? What if I get busy? What if my English fades? This chapter is here to gently remove that fear and replace it with something steady and reassuring. English does not disappear once it becomes part of you. Language is not a fragile object that breaks when you look away. It is a living skill that stays alive as long as there is even small contact. Let us begin with an honest truth. You do not forget your first language even if you do not actively study it. You may forget some words, but the language itself stays. English works the same way once it reaches a certain level of familiarity. When English becomes something you use, not something you memorize, it settles into your brain differently. It becomes part of how you understand the world. That kind of learning does not vanish easily. This chapter explains that growth does not stop just because lessons end. Growth continues through usage, listening, and exposure. Every time you hear English, even casually, your brain stays connected. Every time you speak a few sentences, your confidence stays warm. You do not need intense practice to keep English alive. You need gentle contact. One of the most important ideas here is removing the pressure of consistency. Many learners believe they must practice every day in the same way or they will lose progress. This belief creates stress and guilt. Real life is not perfectly consistent. Some days are busy, some weeks are quiet. English does not punish you for that. It waits for you and responds when you return. Small daily contact is powerful. Hearing a short video, thinking a few thoughts, speaking a few sentences. These moments may seem insignificant, but they keep the connection strong. Language thrives on familiarity, not intensity. A little English often is better than a lot of English rarely. This chapter also helps you understand how memory works. When you use English over time, your brain creates strong pathways. These pathways do not disappear quickly. They may feel slower if unused for a while, but they wake up again with exposure. This is why people who return to English after a break often regain confidence faster than beginners. The foundation remains. Another reassuring point is that understanding usually stays stronger than speaking. Even if you feel slow speaking after a break, your listening and comprehension remain. That means you are never starting from zero again. You are always restarting from a higher place. This chapter encourages you to trust the long journey. English is not something you finish and then protect. It is something that grows alongside your life. As your life changes, your English adapts. You learn new words when you need them. You forget some you no longer use. This is normal and healthy. You are also reminded that confidence becomes stable when fear disappears. Fear of losing English creates tension. Tension blocks growth. When you trust that English will stay with you, learning becomes relaxed and natural. Confidence settles instead of rising and falling. Another important lesson here is letting go of comparison. You do not need to measure your English against others or against your past self every day. Growth is not always visible. Sometimes it is quiet. Sometimes it shows itself suddenly. Trust that progress continues even when you are not watching it closely. This chapter also reframes breaks in learning. Breaks are not failures, they are part of life. When you return to English after a break, you may feel rusty at first. That feeling passes quickly. Rust does not mean loss. It means inactivity, and activity restores fluency. You are encouraged to build simple habits that fit naturally into your life, not rigid routines, just gentle connections. English music, English thoughts, English reactions. These habits do not feel like work, so they last. Another comforting idea is that English now belongs to you. You are not borrowing it, you are not renting it. You have earned it through experience. That ownership makes the language resilient. This chapter also prepares you emotionally for the future. There will be times when you feel strong in English and times when you feel unsure. Both are normal. Neither defines your ability. What matters is that you continue to return without fear. By the end of this chapter, you feel a deep calm about your English. You stop worrying about losing it. You trust the foundation you have built. You understand that English grows when life touches it. English is no longer something you hold tightly. It is something that lives with you. As long as you stay curious, open, and connected, even lightly, English will keep growing. Quietly. Naturally. And with you, for the long run. Chapter 54, Helping Others with Your English. There is a powerful moment in every learning journey when you stop seeing yourself only as a learner and begin to see yourself as someone who can help others. This moment does not arrive when your English becomes perfect. It arrives when you realize that your experience, your struggles, and your progress already have value. This chapter is about that shift. It is about moving from learning English only for yourself to using English as a way to support, guide, and encourage others. When this shift happens, confidence deepens in a way that practice alone can never create. Many learners believe they must reach a very high level before helping anyone else. They think, my English is not good enough yet, or I might teach something wrong. This belief keeps English locked inside. In reality, helping others does not require advanced language. It requires empathy, patience, and honesty. Beginners do not need perfect explanations. They need understanding, encouragement, and simple guidance. You already have that because you remember exactly how it feels to struggle. When you help someone else with English, something interesting happens inside you. You slow down. You choose simpler words. You focus on meaning instead of performance. This naturally improves your own clarity. Explaining something simply forces your brain to understand it deeply. That is why teaching strengthens learning. You are not just repeating information, you are organizing it in your mind. This chapter encourages you to help in small, natural ways. You do not need to become a teacher or create lessons. You can help by answering a question, correcting gently when asked, or encouraging someone who feels stuck. Even listening to someone practice English and responding patiently is a form of help. These small actions build confidence on both sides. Another important idea here is kindness. Many learners experienced harsh correction or embarrassment in the past. This chapter invites you to be different. When you help others, you do it kindly. You focus on communication, not on pointing out every mistake. You remember how sensitive early stages can be. This kindness creates emotional safety, and emotional safety helps language grow faster. Helping others also changes how you see mistakes. When someone else makes a mistake, you do not judge them harshly. You understand it is part of learning. When you extend that understanding outward, it returns inward. You become kinder to your own mistakes too. This creates a healthy learning loop. The chapter also explains that shared English feels lighter than guarded English. When learners guard their English, they become afraid of losing it or being judged. When they share it, English feels abundant. You realize that using English with others strengthens it rather than weakens it. Language grows through use, especially shared use. You may notice that when you help others, you speak more confidently. Not because you know more words, but because your focus shifts away from yourself. You are no longer monitoring every sentence. You are listening, responding, and supporting. This removes self-pressure and allows natural speech to flow. Helping others also reinforces your identity as a speaker. You stop seeing yourself as someone who is still not ready. You begin to see yourself as someone who participates in the English world. This identity shift is powerful. It makes English feel stable and owned. This chapter also highlights the emotional reward of contribution. When someone thanks you, when someone feels encouraged because of your words, when someone understands something because you explained it simply, these moments create pride that is quiet but strong. That pride is not based on perfection, it is based on usefulness. You are also reminded that you do not need to have all the answers. It is okay to say, "I'm not sure, but let's check," or "this is how I understand it." Honesty builds trust. Learning together strengthens connection. Helping others keeps English active in your life. It creates real reasons to speak, listen, and explain. This makes English part of relationships, not just routines. Language learned through relationships lasts longer and feels more meaningful. The chapter also encourages you to notice how far you have come. You are now able to guide someone else through a stage you once struggled with. That realization builds deep confidence. It proves growth more clearly than any test or level. Another important lesson here is humility. You help without showing off. You support without comparing. You remember that everyone moves at their own pace. This humility keeps learning healthy and ongoing. By the end of this chapter, English no longer feels like something you protect carefully. It feels like something you share freely. Sharing does not reduce it. It multiplies it. Each explanation strengthens your understanding. Each kind word strengthens your confidence. You are no longer only receiving English. You are giving it. And in giving it, you discover something beautiful. English is not just a skill you learned. It is a bridge you can offer to others. That bridge makes your English stronger, deeper, and more alive than ever before. Chapter 55. English in your own style. There is a quiet pressure many learners carry without realizing it. The pressure to sound like someone else. To copy a teacher, a YouTuber, a movie character, or a native speaker exactly. This pressure can follow you even when your English becomes strong. You may speak clearly, but still feel that your voice is not quite right. This chapter is here to release that pressure completely. English does not ask you to disappear. It asks you to show up as yourself. From the beginning, many people are taught that good English means sounding like a specific accent or following a specific style. This belief creates comparison and insecurity. You start listening to others and measuring yourself against them. But language is not a costume. It is a tool for expression. When English becomes your own, it reflects your personality, your emotions, and your rhythm. This chapter celebrates that truth. Your accent is not a mistake. It is evidence of your journey. Every accent tells a story of where you come from and how you learned. People all over the world speak English with different sounds and tones, and they are understood every day. Clarity matters, but accent does not need to disappear. You do not need to erase yourself to belong in English. This chapter also talks about tone. Some people speak softly, some speak with energy, some are calm, some are expressive. All of these styles are valid. You do not need to force a tone that feels unnatural to you. When your tone matches who you are, speaking feels easier and more confident. Personality shows through language in small ways. The words you choose, the pace you speak, the expressions you prefer. These are not things to correct. They are things to own. English becomes powerful when it carries your personality, not when it hides it. Many learners feel that they must copy others to be accepted. Copying can help in early stages, but staying in imitation too long can limit growth. This chapter encourages you to move beyond copying and into creation. You can use familiar patterns, but shape them in a way that feels natural to you. This chapter also explains that authenticity builds trust. People respond better to someone who speaks honestly and comfortably than someone who speaks perfectly but without presence. When you are yourself, listeners feel it. They relax, they engage, communication becomes real. You may notice that when you stop trying to sound like someone else, your confidence increases. You no longer monitor every sound, you focus on meaning. You express ideas more freely. That freedom is a sign that English has become yours. This chapter encourages you to experiment gently. Try expressing the same idea in different ways. Notice which version feels most natural. That natural feeling is your style forming. There is no correct style to aim for. There is only the one that fits you. Another important idea here is letting go of approval. You do not need everyone to like how you speak. You need to feel comfortable with it yourself. When you accept your voice, external opinions lose power. Confidence grows from self-acceptance. This chapter also connects style with emotional expression. When English feels personal, you express feelings more honestly. You laugh naturally. You react spontaneously. You sound alive. This is the goal of spoken English, not mechanical correctness. You are also reminded that style evolves. Your English today may sound different from your English next year. That is not inconsistency. That is growth. As your confidence deepens, your voice settles. You do not need to rush this process. Another powerful shift happens here. You stop asking, "Do I sound right?" and start asking, "Did I say what I meant?" This shift changes everything. Meaning becomes more important than image. This chapter also reassures you that individuality is respected in English-speaking spaces. English is used globally by people from every background. There is no single way to sound. There is only the way that allows you to communicate clearly and comfortably. By the end of this chapter, English no longer feels borrowed. It feels owned. It sounds like you. It moves with your personality. It carries your thoughts honestly. You are not a copy, you are a voice. English is no longer something you wear, it is something you express yourself through. And when you speak in your own style, English becomes stronger, more confident, and deeply human. Chapter 56. Staying Confident. Even after mistakes. There is a moment that tests confidence more than any difficult sentence or fast conversation. It is the moment right after a mistake. A word comes out wrong. A sentence sounds awkward. Someone asks you to repeat. In that second, many learners feel a rush of heat, a drop in confidence, and an urge to disappear. This chapter is here to change what happens in that moment. Not by pretending mistakes do not exist, but by teaching you how to stay calm, steady, and self-respecting when they do. The first truth to accept is simple and freeing. Even confident speakers make mistakes. Native speakers make mistakes. Professional speakers make mistakes. People who use English every day forget words, mix sentences, and correct themselves. Confidence is not the absence of mistakes. Confidence is the ability to continue without emotional collapse. When you understand this, mistakes lose much of their power. Many learners believe that confidence should protect them from errors. When an error happens, they feel betrayed by their own ability. This belief creates panic. The truth is different. Confidence protects you after the error, not before it. It helps you recover, adjust, and continue speaking without shame. This chapter trains that recovery skill. One reason mistakes feel so heavy is the story we tell ourselves about them. The mind says, "They noticed," or "I sound bad," or "I ruined it." These thoughts add emotional weight to a small language issue. The chapter teaches you to interrupt that story. Instead of judging yourself, you acknowledge the moment and move on. A calm response keeps the conversation alive and your dignity intact. Recovery does not need long explanations. You do not need to apologize repeatedly or explain your level. Often, a simple correction or a calm continuation is enough. Saying "I mean" and restating the idea works naturally. Sometimes you do not even need to correct. If the meaning is clear, you continue. This choice protects flow and confidence. This chapter also helps you control your physical response to mistakes. The body reacts quickly with tension. Shoulders tighten. Breathing becomes shallow. The voice may rise or weaken. Learning to pause briefly, take one slow breath, and relax your posture changes the outcome. A relaxed body supports a calm mind. A calm mind supports clear speech. Another important idea here is self-respect. You do not lose respect because of a mistake. You lose respect when you punish yourself publicly. When you stay composed, listeners follow your lead. They take cues from your reaction. If you treat the mistake as small, it becomes small. The chapter also explains why embarrassment feels stronger than it should. Embarrassment comes from imagined judgment. We imagine others focusing on our error, when in reality they are focused on the message or on themselves. Understanding this reduces emotional intensity and allows you to stay present. Learning to smile gently after a mistake can also help. A relaxed smile signals confidence and openness. It tells others that you are comfortable. This nonverbal response often matters more than the words themselves. This chapter emphasizes that mistakes are moments, not identities. You are not a bad speaker because of one error. You are a speaker who experienced a normal moment of speech. When you separate behavior from identity, resilience grows. Another key lesson here is patience with yourself. You are allowed to be in progress. Progress includes missteps. When you accept that learning continues even at high levels, pressure decreases and performance improves. The chapter also addresses repeated mistakes. If you notice the same error happening often, you do not attack yourself. You simply notice it calmly and let exposure correct it over time. Gentle awareness works better than harsh correction. This chapter encourages you to keep your voice steady even when your sentence was not perfect. Volume, tone, and pace communicate confidence more than accuracy. A steady voice reassures both you and the listener. You are also reminded that many conversations move quickly. People forget small errors immediately. They remember how you made them feel, not how you phrased one sentence. When you stay calm and respectful, communication remains positive. Another powerful idea is compassion. Speak to yourself the way you would speak to a friend who made a mistake. You would not embarrass them. You would encourage them to continue. That same kindness belongs to you. This chapter trains emotional control, not emotional suppression. You do not pretend the mistake did not happen. You simply choose not to react with panic. Control gives you freedom. Freedom gives you confidence. By the end of this chapter, mistakes no longer feel dangerous. They feel manageable. You know how to recover. You know how to continue. You know that your worth as a speaker does not disappear with one imperfect sentence. You stay calm, you stay present, you stay respectful to yourself. Speaking remains steady because your confidence is no longer fragile. It is resilient, and resilience is what allows English to support you in every situation, even imperfect ones. Chapter 57. English is part of your life now. There was a time when English needed effort, planning, and courage just to exist in your day. You had to decide when to study, when to practice, when to be brave enough to speak. English felt like a separate activity, something added to life rather than something living inside it. This chapter begins by recognizing how much that has changed. English no longer waits for permission. It shows up naturally in your thoughts, in what you watch, in what you listen to, and in how you move through the day. Without forcing it, English has become part of your life. You may notice that English appears in small, quiet ways now. A thought comes in English before you translate it. A reaction forms naturally. A word fits the moment without effort. These moments are not accidents. They are signs of integration. Language becomes permanent when it blends into daily habits, instead of staying locked inside schedules. You no longer ask yourself, should I practice English today, because English is already there. This chapter emphasizes that this stage is about balance, not intensity. English does not need to dominate your life to stay strong. It needs to coexist. You still live in your first language. You still think, feel, and express yourself fully. English simply joins that world as another voice. When balance exists, language remains healthy and enjoyable. Media plays a natural role here. You may watch videos, listen to music, or scroll through content in English without calling it practice. You choose what interests you, not what feels educational. This enjoyment matters. When English is connected to curiosity and pleasure, motivation stays alive without effort. Thinking in English also feels different now. You are not trying to think in English. It just happens when it fits. You may think in English for some ideas and in your first language for others. This flexibility is a sign of real fluency. You are not forcing a switch. You are responding naturally to context. Speaking habits have also shifted. You may speak English when it feels useful, not when it feels required. You use it to explain, react, joke, or reflect. These moments are part of real life, not exercises. This is how language stays active long-term. This chapter also removes the idea that English must always improve in visible ways. At this stage, growth becomes subtle. You may not notice daily changes, but comfort deepens. Confidence stabilizes. Expression becomes smoother. These quiet improvements are signs of maturity, not stagnation. Another important idea here is enjoyment without guilt. You no longer feel guilty if you do not actively study English for a day or a week. You trust that English is still alive inside you. That trust removes pressure and keeps the relationship healthy. English also becomes part of how you connect with others. You use it to help, to listen, to understand different perspectives. Language becomes a bridge rather than a goal. This social integration strengthens your identity as a speaker. The chapter also emphasizes that English does not replace who you are. It supports who you are. Your values, humor, and personality remain intact. English simply gives you another way to express them. This understanding keeps learning grounded and authentic. You may notice that English feels calmer now. There is less urgency, less fear, less self-monitoring. Calmness allows language to flow naturally. When language flows naturally, it stays. This chapter encourages you to continue choosing balance. Some days English is more present, some days it is quieter, Both are fine. Life has seasons, and language adapts to them. You are also reminded that enjoyment is a sign of success. When you enjoy using English, you naturally return to it. When you return to it, it stays strong. This cycle is sustainable and healthy. By the end of this chapter, English no longer feels like something you carry carefully. It feels like something that walks beside you. It shows up when needed, it rests when not. You no longer organize your life around English. English fits into your life. That is integration. That is stability. That is long-term confidence. English is not a task anymore. It is a companion. And companions stay with you, naturally and quietly, as life continues to unfold. Chapter 58, From Student to Speaker. There is a quiet but powerful moment when you stop thinking of yourself as someone who is learning English and start recognizing yourself as someone who uses English. This moment does not come with applause or certificates. It comes with a feeling of steadiness. You speak, and you do not ask for permission. You listen, and you do not doubt yourself. English is no longer something you study. It is something you do. This chapter is about honoring that shift and allowing yourself to step fully into the identity of a speaker. For a long time, the word student shaped how you saw yourself. A student waits for instruction. A student worries about being right or wrong. A student asks if they are ready. That mindset was useful at the beginning. It gave you structure and direction. But now, it can quietly hold you back if you keep wearing it. Speakers do not wait. Speakers participate. Speakers adjust in real time. This chapter invites you to gently release the student label and stand in a new place. Becoming a speaker does not mean you know everything. It means you trust yourself to communicate with what you know right now. It means you accept that language is flexible and alive. You no longer expect perfect answers. You expect real exchanges. This expectation changes how you speak. Your voice becomes calmer. Your pace becomes natural. Your attention moves from yourself to the conversation. Ownership is a key theme here. When English was a subject, it belonged to books, teachers, and rules. Now it belongs to you. You choose how to use it. You decide when to speak. You decide what matters. Ownership brings responsibility, but it also brings freedom. You are free to express ideas simply. You are free to make choices. You are free to sound like yourself. This chapter also reinforces independence. As a speaker, you do not need constant correction or approval. You listen, you adjust, and you continue. You notice patterns through use. You refine your language by living with it. Independence does not mean isolation. It means confidence in your ability to navigate communication without fear. Another important shift is how you measure progress. Students often measure progress by levels and tests. Speakers measure progress by ease and effectiveness. Can you explain your idea? Can you understand others? Can you recover when something goes wrong? These questions matter more than scores. When you start measuring progress this way, confidence stabilizes. You may notice that your curiosity returns in a healthier form. As a student, curiosity can feel pressured. You must learn more. As a speaker, curiosity feels open. You want to learn because it helps you express better, not because you feel incomplete. This difference keeps learning alive without stress. This chapter also addresses a subtle fear. Some learners worry that leaving the student identity means they will stop improving. The opposite is true. Speakers improve faster because they use language in real contexts. They notice what works. They adapt naturally. Growth becomes continuous instead of scheduled. Standing as a speaker also changes how you handle mistakes. You do not hide from them. You handle them with calm. You correct when useful and move on. You understand that communication is shared. It does not rest on your shoulders alone. This understanding removes pressure and builds trust. Your relationship with grammar changes here too. Grammar becomes a support, not a judge. You notice it when it helps clarity. You ignore it when it distracts. This balanced approach is a sign of maturity in language use. This chapter invites you to claim your voice publicly and privately. Publicly, you participate without apology. Privately, you speak to yourself with respect. You stop saying, "My English is bad." You start saying, "I can communicate." Words matter. Identity follows language. You may also notice a shift in energy. Speaking feels lighter. Listening feels engaged. You are present instead of performing. Presence is the mark of a real speaker. When you are present, conversations feel natural and human. Another important idea here is continuity. Becoming a speaker is not a finish line. It is a stance. You stand as a speaker today, tomorrow, and as life changes. English grows with you because it is now part of how you move through the world. This chapter encourages you to acknowledge your journey honestly. You did not skip steps. You did not rush. You built confidence through action. You earned this identity. Let yourself feel that achievement without downplaying it. By the end of this chapter, the question changes. You no longer ask, "Am I still a student?" You ask, "How will I use English today?" That question belongs to a speaker. You stand independently. You speak with ownership. You engage without fear. English is no longer a subject you pass. It is a skill you use. And as you step forward from student to speaker, you carry something steady and lasting. A voice that is yours. A confidence that is earned. A language that serves your life, clearly and honestly. Chapter 59. Your Daily English for Life System. At this stage, English no longer feels new, heavy, or demanding. It feels familiar. And that is exactly why this chapter matters so much. When something becomes familiar, people often worry about one thing. How do I keep this alive without losing it? How do I continue without burning out? How do I stay connected without turning English back into a task? This chapter answers those questions gently and realistically. It is not about pushing harder. It is about creating a simple system that fits into your life and stays there for years. The first idea you need to understand is this. English does not need intense effort to survive. It needs regular contact. Think about relationships in your life. They stay strong not because of big gestures every day, but because of small, consistent presence. English works the same way. A few moments of contact, spread naturally through your day, are enough to keep it alive and growing. This chapter avoids strict schedules on purpose. Rigid routines look good on paper, but real life is flexible. Some days are busy. Some days are quiet. A system that survives real life must bend, not break. Your daily English for life system is built on options, not rules. One part of this system is listening. Listening does not mean sitting down for long study sessions. It means allowing English sounds into your day. a short video while resting, a podcast while walking, a song while cooking. Even passive listening counts. Your brain stays familiar with rhythm, tone, and structure. This familiarity keeps understanding sharp without effort. Another part is speaking, but not formal practice. Speaking here means small, natural use. Talking to yourself, explaining something simply, reacting out loud, answering a message. These moments do not need preparation. They already exist in your life. You simply choose English when it feels useful. This choice keeps your speaking ability warm. Thinking in English is also part of the system, but again without pressure. You do not force full conversations in your head. You allow English thoughts when they appear. Labels, reactions, simple sentences. This keeps English connected to your inner world, which is the strongest place for long-term retention. Reading and writing can be part of the system too, but lightly. Short messages, comments, notes, captions. You do not need long texts unless you enjoy them. Reading and writing support vocabulary and structure, but they remain optional tools, not obligations. This chapter emphasizes flexibility above all. If you miss a day or a week, nothing is lost. You return without guilt. Guilt creates resistance. Resistance breaks systems. Calm return strengthens them. English waits for you and responds when you use it again. Another important idea is rotating focus. Some weeks you listen more. Some weeks you speak more. Some weeks English is quieter. This natural rhythm prevents burnout. Burnout comes from forcing balance every day. Stability comes from balance over time. This system also respects your energy. On low-energy days you choose lighter English. On high-energy days you engage more. This self-respect keeps motivation healthy and long-lasting. The chapter also reminds you that improvement never stops, but it also never needs to be chased. English improves as your life changes. New situations bring new words. New interests bring new expressions. You grow naturally alongside the language. One powerful habit in this system is awareness. You notice when English appears naturally. You notice when something feels easier. These moments build confidence and reinforce the system without effort. This chapter also encourages enjoyment. Enjoyment is not extra, it is essential. When you enjoy English, you return to it naturally. When you return naturally, English stays strong. This cycle is the foundation of lifelong use. Another key point here is identity. You are no longer maintaining English as a student. You are living with English as a speaker. This identity makes the system effortless because it aligns with who you are. You are also reminded that there is no perfect version of this system. Your system is personal. It fits your life, your interests, and your energy. That personalization makes it sustainable. By the end of this chapter, English feels secure. You are not worried about losing it. You are not pushing to prove anything. You know that small, regular contact is enough. English remains strong because it is woven into your days. It grows because it grows with you. Your daily English for life system is simple. It is flexible. It is kind. And because of that, it lasts. Chapter 60. You are ready for the world. There is something special about endings that are not really endings. They are moments where one chapter closes, not because something stops, but because something strong is now able to stand on its own. This chapter is that moment. It is not here to teach you another technique or another habit. It is here to honor you, to recognize what you have done quietly, patiently, and bravely over time. to say with calm certainty that you are ready. When you first began this journey, English may have felt like a wall, tall, cold, and intimidating. You may have stood in front of it wondering if you would ever climb it, or if you even belonged there. You may have doubted yourself more than you doubted the language. Fear may have spoken louder than confidence, and yet you showed up. Even on days when motivation was low, even on days when progress felt invisible. That consistency matters more than talent ever could. This chapter looks back gently, not to measure you but to remind you. You learn to listen without panic. You learn to speak without waiting for perfection. You learn to stay calm when mistakes happened. You learn to trust your voice. These were not small achievements. They were deep shifts in how you see yourself. And those shifts do not disappear. Fear once had a strong place in your English life. Fear of being wrong, fear of being judged, fear of sounding different, fear of stopping mid-sentence. That fear shaped your silence. But slowly, through use and experience, fear began to lose its authority. You did not fight it aggressively. You simply walked forward anyway. That is courage. Quiet courage. The kind that lasts. Now, something else lives where fear once lived. Pride. Not loud pride, honest pride. Pride in the fact that you did not quit. Pride in your willingness to try again. Pride in your ability to express yourself, even simply. This pride is not about comparison. It is about ownership. You own your journey. This chapter is written like a graduation speech, but not the kind that celebrates only results. It celebrates effort. It celebrates patience. It celebrates the unseen work you did when no one was watching. The practice in your head. The moments you chose English when it felt uncomfortable. Those moments shaped you into a speaker. You are no longer preparing for English. You are using it. You are no longer waiting for permission. You are participating. The world does not require perfect English from you. It requires presence. It requires honesty. It requires the courage to show up and communicate. You have that now. As your teacher, there is something important I want to say clearly. I trust you. I trust your ability to continue growing. I trust your instinct. I trust your calm. I trust your resilience. You do not need someone holding your hand anymore. You know how to listen. You know how to speak. You know how to recover. That is readiness. English will now walk with you into real life, into conversations that matter, into moments of connection, into work, travel, friendships, and everyday interactions. Sometimes English will feel strong. Sometimes it will feel quiet. Both are normal. Neither defines you. You know how to return without fear. This chapter also gives you permission to stop proving yourself. You do not need to show your level. You do not need to explain your journey. You simply live. English supports you when you need it and rests when you do not. That balance is maturity. You may still learn new words. You may still improve pronunciation. You may still grow in confidence. But now, those things happen naturally, as part of life, not as pressure. You are no longer chasing English. You are living with it. As this course comes to a close, understand this. You did not just learn a language. You changed your relationship with yourself. You learned patience. You learned self-respect. You learned that progress does not require fear. These lessons go far beyond English. If there is one final message I want you to carry with you, it is this. You belong in English. Your voice belongs. Your thoughts belong. Your presence belongs. You do not stand outside anymore. From here, I step back, not because you no longer need guidance, but because you no longer need permission. You are capable of guiding yourself. You have built a foundation that supports you wherever you go. Go into the world calmly. Speak when you need to. Listen when you choose. Make mistakes without shame. Recover with grace. Help others when you can. Enjoy the language you worked so hard to make your own. This is not goodbye. It is trust. You are ready for conversations. You are ready for connections. You are ready for life in English. And wherever you go next, carry this with you. You are not a student anymore. You are a speaker, and the world is ready to hear you. Thank you for walking this journey with me. Keep speaking, keep living, and keep trusting your voice. English is yours now. Wherever life takes you, speak freely and enjoy every word along the way.